realm where you have to have your energy and your thing, and they're trying to push some of their prejudice upon you about how they feel about things, and it may not, like they want you to feel that and resonate with their energy to validate them, whether or not you validate them or not.
I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of really cool gay dudes in Austin, Texas that are a lot of fun to hang out with, low-key. Just saying. They're hilarious people. They're absolutely hilarious. And they're from all over the world. Okay. Go ahead, sorry. I was just saying.
Just saying.
Just saying,
man. Austin, Texas, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you need a car date, go to Austin.
A what?
A car date?
A car date?
I'm just joking around, man.
A mandate?
I'm like, yeah, like we're like, we don't, like, if we're gonna generalize, like, I live in California, like there's a couple places that we could go.
Oh, sure.
Areas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I mean, like, literally, I would just take a bunch of hot girls, right, and we'd all go to gay bars and have fun. That's really all it was. I'm serious.
It's funny you say that, because actually your chance of picking up a girl, if you're straight, in a gay bar is better than a straight bar, because the girls that go there are looking for the straight guys, not the gay guys. And so If you're straight there, your chance with that girl is much higher than if there was another place where there would be competition, because you're not in competition with
and imagine bringing a bunch of cute girls in with you, and like 2 or 3 guys bringing in like 10 cute girls, because you're out drinking with your friends anyway, and then you just kind of come in and take over the place. It was fun. Yeah. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Dancing and shit.
But I'll tell you what, man, they almost got me naked so many times.
A giant banana hammock instead of, like, the opposite, and you're like trying to like play that one off while you're ordering a drink. Like, all right, that's too much over there. Like, who knows what they're playing on?
Oh man, I got so many free drinks and I didn't have to do shit. And I was like, this is how it feels, like girls. This is weird, but I love it. Yes.
It's so weird. I'm telling you, it's so weird.
I'll take a pina colada. Fuck it.
I'll take a pina
colada. I don't have to pay for
it. I found some of these affluent areas actually have nicer restaurants, and some of the clubs are actually nicer, which is really strange. When I found that out, I'm like, oh, these guys are hiding some shit for themselves. If you were homophobic, you would never find this place. I'm like, haha. Like, I'll have the Chilean sea bass, please.
Yo, Glaflo.
Yeah,
man. I've gone to like some gay hotels and shit, and the fucking hosts are off the charts, man.
Yeah, they're a lot of good energy if you just like let it happen. I'm just kidding.
Like, oh, you guys need more food? And they're like,
honey, are you feeling okay? Okay, I just want to make sure. Yes.
So nice, man. You're like,
yeah,
we're good. Oh, sure.
Oh, don't listen to that bitch. She doesn't know anything. Listen, honey. It's on me tonight, okay? Don't even listen to that stupid bitch, okay?
If you
she's new. He's new. I couldn't tell, honey. It's 2021. I couldn't tell.
Yo, Glad.
Yeah. What's up?
I heard you right now send out the bat signal. I'm just saying, though.
There's my bro.
Oh yeah? The bat signal?
That was the bat signal, so I appeared on set in my bat cape. You know what I mean?
Did I take a picture of my nutsack and DM it to you? Is that what you're talking about?
No. During the stream right now, I heard you say, "I'm just saying, though."
Bro. Oh.
You said, "I'm just saying, though."
I'm just saying, bro.
Is that what you say?
All the time, bro.
Okay.
I'm just saying, though.
And you say, "Yeah, I mean," you say that too.
No mask, no shoes, no nervous.
Anyways.
Okay. Anyways.
While we're generalizing and talking about gay stuff, so when I was in Iraq, that they still required us to get haircuts regularly or whatever. So you have to go, and there's like usually like, well, what the hell are you gonna get a haircut? There's got to be only one place to get a haircut, right? Or unless your buddies do it for you. So you go to the haircut place, and I go and I just line up. And so one of the haircut guys is like flamboyantly gay, where if you couldn't tell this guy was gay, like there's something definitely wrong with you. Yeah. And so I don't care who cuts my hair. So I ended up getting the haircut from this guy. And I'm like, wow, he did this exceptional job, because if I can get it, what I get is in the military, I get this high and tight where they lather the lower part of your scalp and like a straight razor it up to your fade, so that your fade is like really high high up, and it's all it's like shaved right down to the skin. And this guy could do this perfectly, and it's a really hard thing to do. So he does this perfect haircut, and they do this weird thing where they like put this like it's like a hot towel or whatever after they do the shaving part or whatever.
Right.
It's just amazing, right? So so I go and I get this haircut, and then so the next week I go back and it doesn't line up to be the same guy, and the other guy who's not gay does not do as good a job on my fucking hair, right? And I'm like, maybe
I
there's
want the
something.
gay guy.
So then, so the next time I go back with a couple of my buddies because they're like, man, where the hell do I get a haircut? I don't want to cut my hair or whatever. And I'm like, oh, I know where the haircut place is. And so we all go over there, right? And it lines up so that I'm going to get the guy who's gay again or whatever. And I'm like stoked. I'm like,
don't say or whatever because you're embarrassed. Own it. I want the gay guy. Say these.
Yeah, you wanted the gay guy.
Okay. All right.
It's 5 words.
All right.
Say it.
So
say I want the
like
gay
that, right?
guy. Say it.
And
see, they can clip me out.
My buddies are like, you're not gonna go to that guy, and I'm like, what are you guys trying to say? Like, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say
comfortable in my sexuality? Fuck you
guys.
Like,
are you trying to say he can't cut hair? Or are you trying to say there's something wrong with me going to him because he's obviously gay? Like, what? I want to pin this down. Like, what are you really saying? Yeah. But when it comes down to it, that guy gives a better story than all the other.
You're like, listen, he can cut hair, but he can't suck a dick for shit. So.
Oh no! They had these little friendship bracelets or whatever, where you like tie the little matching friendship bracelets on your arm. And this dude had like friendship bracelets with everybody. He was like, he got around. He had a rotation or whatever. Yeah.
Oh
he was very funny. Yeah. But he gave the best haircut.
I wonder what the end game of all this pushing this. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I wonder what the end game of all this is, of pushing all this sexual deviancy and promoting it. Is there going to be a line eventually drawn where, like, okay, this
actually, the point is to blur the line until the line is no longer there. It's to turn duality into singularity. That's why they took the two towers and turned them into one.
So are we then one day hypothetically going to live in a society where anything fucking goes, even pedophilia? Because it's obviously accepted in the upper echelons of society and the elite. It's clearly accepted in the elite and in government. They're clearly all into that sort of
listen. End of the day, it's just a little old stinky codger with warts all over his face behind a curtain that we can just beat the shit out of. We go to do that. So.
I love that.
Well,
I love that sentiment.
That's easier said than done.
Not really.
No, it's not. We have Megan's list. And some guy just went around with a hammer not too long ago.
Yeah, a hammer. See, if you want to get something done, then that's all. I'll stop there.
No, they didn't stop him. I think he got 9 houses before they figured out what he was doing and figured out how to come in the way to stop him.
There's a lot of us, but there's a lot of slaves too. Brain dead zombies. That
you talking about like tattletales? Fucking neighbors?
Well, I'm talking about the people that don't believe and think the way we do and do whatever they're told.
Put your mask on.
We don't have to worry about them. Just let them go.
Mask on. Put your mask on. Shut
up. The masked up. Yeah, just let them go. I don't understand. They're not going to get in our way.
Not going to get.
As long as they don't get in my way, you can believe whatever the fuck you want, dude. You're not getting in my way. That's the deal.
Yeah, it's a proper position to take, man. Just when they say, "Hey, man, do you want a mask?" You go, "Okay, thanks," and you walk and you put it in your pocket.
Listen, I don't smoke anymore, but I carry a lighter specifically so if someone tries to give me a mask, I can burn it right there in their fucking face.
You can do that too.
But it's so dehumanizing when you walk like up to a business that you use or have used or are intending to use, and they're like, "You can't use this business unless you put on a mask."
Crossed the line. You've crossed the fucking line with me, man. I'm done with this.
Sure.
Yeah, and keep in mind, oftentimes the people running it and the people employed there don't even want to wear those damn things themselves and don't want to force you to. They'll just be put out of business by the state, by the government.
But
they don't do it. And they do send people around checking. That's the problem.
They're checking, man. But I'll tell you what, man. I went into at least 3 businesses today that said, right on there, man, you got to have a mask to come into place. And I just walked in and nobody said fuck all to me, man. Nothing.
Yeah, I was same thing today with me. I went and bought 500 of these Flat Earth Discord 2.0 cards, with the QR code on it. And, I had one of these face shields that I was kind of fidgeting with while I was there. And I was like, I took it off and then I was about to put it back on. But the guy was like, don't bother with that or whatever,
Bother. Don't bother with that. All right.
I call it my space helmet, my NASA space helmet. Damn straight. I put that on. I get out of my plug-in hybrid car, spaceship. I gotta go and talk to, because I can't breathe the same air as these aliens that wear these things on their head. These aliens. Gotta wear my space helmet.
It's a zombie
I
costume.
just walk to 99% of places and they never say anything, but in some places they might, and I'll just give them I don't hablo español. No habla español.
Oh, that's a good one. I can't use that here.
I could use it here in California, man.
Yeah.
These places that make you wear a mask have so little integrity that you could buy a freaking NASA helmet, like a space helmet from like Amazon for like a Halloween mask and just wear that shit in and nobody would say anything to you. They would just be like, okay with that.
Whenever they start speaking this language that you don't get and you start saying, hala mi hala, hala, hala.
I got a question, man. Does a motorcycle helmet count as a mask?
Yes, I've done that a couple times already.
I've done that a couple times.
Yes, it does.
Tell me more. I got to hear this story.
That's all you need to know. Oh, he can tell a story. Sure.
Tell me a couple stories, or one, or tell me one.
I don't have a story.
Oh, here it comes. This story.
Go ahead.
I got one. Last season.
You'll tell it right now.
2020, baby. Coco, 2020. Go ahead.
Okay.
Let him talk, bro.
Just here. 2020, man. Agenda 2021.
You guys are the biggest rumpuses ever.
I'm trying to get him to stop.
Shut up.
Yeah, last season they required you to wear a mask at the ski resort, but I didn't have to because I have a full face helmet that I wear. It looked like Stormtrooper or whatever is what it looks like. It's so the cold doesn't burn your face or whatever. So it's the goggles and the helmet, but it has a face shield and it's all one piece that snaps together. And so I've been wearing that for years, but it just comes there wearing this stupid mask thing. But I never even had to do it because my helmet is like a Stormtrooper helmet. So I'm just like didn't change anything that I did at all.
I love it. Let's do the Stormtrooper helmets. Fuck it.
I think it's worth pointing out how hilarious it is, though, that that thing actually, it doesn't suffocate you by any means, but like, it doesn't. It has less airflow from the outside to the inside and inside to the outside than the damn thing that I'm always strapping on and jokingly calling a space helmet. Because like I'll even tilt it back on my head, so I'm pretty much like it's like just sticking out from my forehead like horizontally, pretty much like this stupid plastic thing on my head. It's like I just like to show off how it's like this is a fucking charade.
That's how we win, boys and girls. That's how we win. Let's keep doing that, man. My buddy wore his like Jason mask, the hockey mask, and the hood and the hoodie. Oh,
that's pretty good.
Jibby Jedi, man.
Dude, I don't understand. Listen to this, guys. Why aren't we? Because when we were kids, it would have been like, holy fuck, Halloween's every day. Real talk. So why not, as adults, just get a bunch of funny masks, just tons of them. Invest a little money, have a little fun. Because fuck this whole thing.
Yep.
And just laugh at it. And just wear like huge, expensive like wolf masks and shit just to get groceries. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just grab your, drop into 7-Eleven, man.
Get a few big military gas masks, right?
That stuff gets really dirty and sweaty fast. Wearing those.
If you just go to a grocery store with it, yeah. Oh, you're talking like in 30 seconds. You just, of course. But you know what? It's a labor of love, so you'll do it.
I'm gonna go with I'm going motorcycle helmet. That's
okay.
I'm going full blown Halloween mask.
Getting a badass.
I'm going Batman mask so I can breathe with my nose and mouth.
I'm gonna find the nastiest fucking mask too. You know those ones?
Oh yeah, we know those.
This company that makes the ski mask the ski helmet that I wear also now makes motorcycle helmets too. Here, I'll post a link for the.
Yeah,
for
but
the
do they make Halloween masks?
They make helmets that have wicked faces painted on them that you could wear like Halloween masks.
He said Halloween masks, not helmets.
I need one of those fucking big rubber things that never smell good.
Oh, those things are horrible.
I know. I want one for this cause.
I have one. It's not a mask, but it's like it looks like my brain's been like the skull part has been cut off and the brain is showing. It's
cool.
awful. It's awful, but I love it.
That's cool. Yeah. Shit like.
It's fucking awful. That's what I'm saying. But I love it.
Because nobody's not going, holy shit, what the fuck is that? Every time they see you.
Sorry.
No, it was meant to be funny, so thank you for laughing. Shut the fuck up.
I don't shut up. I shut it down, bro.
Well, I'm getting nasty. I'm starting to sound like a Karen. I need to go to bed. It's 1:30 here.
He sounds like a real Jim. See?
No.
No what?
You know everything? Huh?
He's fucking with me. It's because Helio's not here. Jimsy's picking on me.
Possibly.
Freaking Helio. He's so awesome.
Jimsy, can you hear me?
Helio, come back.
Is he
You can
hot
blame
micing?
it all on me.
Just come on, Jamsy.
You know, Helio rage quit the other day because I was giving him shit.
He acts like he likes it until he rage quits.
Yeah, we spoke about it for a few hours today.
You spoke for a few hours?
Yeah, I was speaking to Helio for a few hours.
Okay,
yeah.
well that's
maybe
good.
Maybe an hour or something like that.
In private, or was it on this thing?
In here, like in a different VC in the server.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, good. Y'all needed to kiss and make up anyway. I was starting to get a little frustrated at you.
Yeah, we put face cams and everything.
Wow. Well, good.
I put the link for that helmet I was talking about in the live stream. This is the one that I have, the blue one. I have one in blue, one in white, and the first one I got was black because that's all they made for the base model.
Oh no! Dude, he said black.
It was all black. It was called the Venom. It was all black. Had the green frame goggles, and it didn't have the visor on it. Then that was before they figured out how to put the visor on the helmet.
Can I get a GoPro mount on that bad boy?
It is. The visor comes off, and it is a GoPro mount underneath it.
Oh, now we're talking.
You're a biker, huh?
No, snowboard.
Snowboard.
Oh wow, that's impressive. I've not heard of that. I mean, I've heard of snowboarding. I'm just saying, like, that's fucking cool.
I wear this helmet because I would go when it's inclement weather, and it would make like icicles sideways on the lifts, and everybody be all bundling up on the lift and burn your face wherever your skin was exposed. And so I got sick of it, so I just bought this, and now I got used to it. So I wear it all the time, except for the spring when you can wear like a t-shirt and glasses. Then I don't wear it, but
it's so cool.
Snowboarding and t-shirt and the glasses would be legit.
Yeah,
you can do it on a lot of mountains.
The whole last month. Yeah, the whole last month that you can do it. I don't wear it because you would sweat inside the helmet. It's made not to fog, but you'd still sweat because it's hot as hell out to wear a helmet.
Oh yeah.
I'm on the site here, man. I'm getting a price tag on this bad boy.
They put them on eBay secondhand. Like I bought a couple of mine secondhand off of eBay and other places.
Dude, I've gotten sunburn from the snow. I'm sure you have too.
Oh hell yeah!
Yes, a bunch of times.
Totally see that. That's wild though.
I gotta have the black one though, man. That's Darth Vader.
But that's because you're white.
Right. That's true. It's true.
No.
So that's your own fault.
No.
I'm not white, bro. I'm olive.
For being racist.
I'm Indian.
That's right.
Man, bro.
White and racist are the same word. They're spelled the exact same way. So yes,
American
correct.
Indian, man.
And it's your fault.
WHRISTE.
Right, and it's my fault. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Black one's cool, man. Anyway.
Bye.
Dude,
I don't even know what we were talking about.
I'll wear a mask for you. There you go.
Yeah. So wait, can you just wear a random Halloween mask? Will that work? Like, say you're walking into Target or wherever.
Your nose your nose and mouth are covered. That's all that is required.
I don't recommend walking into the gun store though with a mask on.
Yeah, they won't give a shit. They won't care.
I saw a sign.
I have a Donald Trump mask.
I mean, listen, you're gonna have to take the mask off if you're gonna go try to shoot at the range. Sure.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I just don't wear masks.
Right.
You have to take the mask off when you check into the range. You could put it back on and shoot at the range with the mask on.
That's what I mean. Dude, you're splitting hairs.
I mean, they might just, if I wear my Donald Trump mask, they might just let me into the range without checking who I am.
Right. Yep. They'll be like,
I mean, I'm President Brandon, so.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I don't think they'll be as friendly to that. I think that
no, you didn't.
The illusion does not work both ways with the gun range.
Yes, I did.
You're right. Somebody might actually take offense with the Trump mask at the range because didn't he ban bump stocks?
Yeah.
What?
What a way to ingenuously show that you are anti-gun than to ban some plastic crap that people use to play with guns, which you shouldn't even be doing. Like, if you can bump fire a weapon, then you can bump fire it without a shitty plastic stock that you buy on Amazon Prime. Okay. Like, if you understand how a weapon bump fires, then you understand that plastic stock is a piece of shit. It's dangerous. It's not accurate. It wouldn't be good in a defensive or an offensive position. It's literally a toy that you could put on your gun to play with a gun, and you shouldn't be playing with a gun anyway. So it's just trash. And then this fool went out of his way to ban that trash that means nothing to nobody. Why would you even do that? There's so much more useful shit that you can do with your time. And that's what you did? Like, I just don't understand it.
The whole thing is a clown show.
It's an intelligence test we're going through, I believe. And whether you can see,
I don't think there's going to anything come of it because the Republicans represent the gun lobby, and so they just don't let it budge. And then when he said that, I was like, "What the hell?" It was at the same time that the ATF is refusing to identify their definitions on firearms for legal reasons. So, like, they're purposely obscuring like how weapons are defined. Like, they're defining the basic way that you can own a firearm by defining the way that a firearm is and how you're allowed to own it. And so the people who want to maintain their rights are just simply asking for the definitions of the way they define firearms, because their definitions are obscure and oftentimes are dumb. Like, what they've done is just dumb. And we're like asking questions about it. And then all of a sudden Donald Trump comes in from the fucking side and is like, "I'm banning fucking bump stocks. There, it's done." And we're like, but that wasn't even fucking what we were talking about. Like, and how to, like, it's trash. You just banned trash. Like, nobody cares. It did nothing.
It looked good in the headlines, though. It looked good. He's doing something.
Yeah, but he's white and blonde, so he can do that.
He's trash. He's absolute garbage. He just came back on with that Candace Owen freaking person and was like, "Yeah, I took the shot. I took the booster. You should get the shot." Like, oh my god. Just gag me. Ugh. It's disgusting. Take a rake and find a big green chalkboard in like a school and get a garden rake, like one of those like flimsy ones, and just rake across the chalkboard slowly. That's a better sound than this motherfucker talking.
I like that. That's good.
Say, Mr. President.
I agree 100% on that one, man.
Dude, leader of the free world. It couldn't be some like freaking John Smith looking motherfucker, like Plymouth Rock standing there with his fucking foot like all big breasted and shit, like big fucking sturdy dude. It couldn't be a sturdy dude. It couldn't be any sturdy dude from any race. They just won't allow that. It has to be some putrid old fucking fart that nobody gives a fuck about that's trying to still cling to relevance. Like, nobody cares about you. You're disgusting. You didn't even keep your body together. Who gives a fuck about what you say about other shit? Like, what the fuck? Does this guy wear a fucking garter to hold his fucking, like, he's like round. He looks like Blueberry from fucking the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, but he's fucking orange, not blue. What the fuck? That's the leader of the free world. Then we have some geriatric motherfucker who wobbles. They're like, reads the teleprompter wrong. I'm like, dude, hire me. I can read a teleprompter better than that stupid motherfucker. What are you guys doing here?
We're living in fucking idiocracy, man. Can't you see that? Come on.
It's terrible. It's horrible, and that's why I don't have a TV, because it's too bad to even watch. I can't even. I can't. It's just too bad.
It's so bad. You have to like see what they're pitching. Sometimes you have to go and do some research and see what they're fucking up. Yeah.
Are you making excuses for watching TV?
No, I will tune in, man, to see what kind of cucky shit they're up to.
My friend just leaves hers on always. The second she gets home, she pops it on and goes and does whatever she does with the TV on in the background, like white noise. I see what people were watching, because I see the TVs are everywhere. Like, no matter where you go, people have them on the wall everywhere, mounted now. So in the bars, in the restaurants, everything.
I go to some bars, man. I got like 75 TVs blowing by, man.
And on that short amount of time that you were in there, that you got the whole freaking circuit from every single station.
Fuck.
We have this super yummy Mongolian stir fry in my town, and they didn't have any TVs, but they got this one TV in there, and then they got a second one, and all they play is football. It's like you can't even play like funny shit. Come on.
They don't even, Benny Hill, something, anything, right? Right. No. Anyway, the cucks are out there, man. Be careful with the cucks.
If you play anything but football, you're an American.
The cucks, see what the fucking cucks are up to, man.
Football is garbage. It's absolute trash. When the public here found out that what is it? The NFL was registered as a charitable organization. They had a field day with it, and I think they had to like dodge some legal loopholes or whatever to change it around, because they couldn't understand that the government subsidizes all this like bread and circuses. And then when they found out, they're like, "Oh, okay, it's not a charitable thing." We're like, "What? All of these rich assholes are charitable? What the hell is going on?"
Bro, just because you cannot synchronize your foot with a ball means that it's trash.
Football in America is soccer. It's not football. So the whole rest of the world thinks football is something else, and Americans are retarded.
What?
Americans are retarded. We call football American football. It's not round ball. It's not a globe, okay? You guys kick the fucking globe around. I appreciate all you.
How are they going to name the whole game football when you kick the ball every once in a while? Every once in a while you kick the ball and you call it football? Why?
A ball that's not a fucking globe, okay? So we're closer.
I'm still tripping over Josh earlier. It said that the word globe, like fucking Shakespeare's stage was called a globe. So if you ask somebody what a globe was, fucking they'd say, "Oh, it's a stage where people get up and act." Right. Thank you.
Theater. Yep, Globe Theater.
Interesting statement I've heard all year, man. Right there. Thank you. That was.
Thank you, Joshua.
Don't thank me. Go thank Joshua. I'm sure you know who Joshua is.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah.
But didn't the Globe Theater burn down?
There you go. Well, it did.
Isn't it ironic?
Very interesting. Very, very interesting point.
It was a controlled demolition.
Could have been. Was not there, man. Wasn't there, but it looked like that for sure, man. 100%.
The Globe was an inside job.
I wasn't there, but I can tell you for a fact that on that stage, the ground below it's flat.
that for flat. You can check that shit yourself, man. I don't have. I can help you if you really need some help, but you got it. Check it out. It's flat. Anyway,
so back to the Sodom and Gomorrah thing. Did anybody ever like figure out like how it rained fire from the sky and like if that can happen again? Like,
so basically, if you focus like a magnifier, if the designer of this place decides to focus the layers above, the glasses above, and he pointed to a certain point on Earth, the sunlight will just burn it. You know, it will magnify.
Or like a plasma storm, it just rains out some hot plasma shit and just scorches the shit out of the ground.
Okay, put a magnifier under the sunlight and you can amplify that light, right? Imagine that at the designer creator level.
Yeah, the sun is like a magnifier though. It's like the focal point of a magnification.
Exactly, and imagine that magnified.
Again, yeah.
It gets hot, man. It gets hot real fast.
It gets hot. And it burns stuff.
It's fire. Hey, I learned something, man, a long time ago, man. If you're closer to the fire, you're warmer. If you're farther away, you're colder, right?
Hmm?
Yeah, it's a simple concept, man. Right? Very, very simple. You guys got. I don't have to tell you guys, but anyway.
Who told you that?
We are 3 million miles closer to the sun today than we will be in 6 months from now.
And yeah, but you're bending.
But
you're tilting.
Freezing my ass
you're
off.
Tilting. That's why you're not burning, because you're tilting.
How far am I tilting? Like a couple thousand miles, maybe?
Far enough.
A couple thousand.
To be colder by being closer to the heat.
But I'm 3 million miles closer. And now I'm
But you're tilting.
No, but the tilt is only a couple thousand miles, maybe. It doesn't make sense, man. The physics don't add up. They don't work, man. I'm having to still have
the tilt is the sixth sense. That's why it makes sense.
Oh, it's in your. Then you're saying it's in my imagination, potentially. It's in my imagination.
I'm just trying to work with Globe's logic, but it's hard to do so.
It's like, yeah, okay. That doesn't prove that here on my workbench, like gas pressure without a container, man. We will be friends for life, I promise. And I'm a good friend, man. So welcome to the party. Gas pressure without a container, or if I'm closer to the fire,
what's that?
I'm colder. I'm colder, man. I'm freezing, man. I'm closer to the fire. To the sun is a big fire, right? It's big fire, right? Yep. Globies know.
Yeah, we can ask Brainy Zones. Brainy Zones. You've been unmuted, Brainy Zones.
Oh.
You can open your mic. Brainy Zones.
Brainy Zones. We're talking about fire. Being close to the fire is hot. I promise you, it's hot. Oh, I almost heard you. Trying to hear me?
Brainy Zones. If you get closer to the fire, will you be hot, warmer, or colder?
Closer to the fire.
There you go.
If you get closer to the fire, will you feel warmer or colder?
Warmer.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth, man.
He got it. He got it.
Wow.
Amazing.
Give him Flat Earth tags straight up, man. Come on.
Give me an admin.
Light doesn't transfer heat. Heat transfers heat.
Really? Oh, damn, that's amazing. That is blowing me out of the water tonight. Damn, you guys are good. Kick ass.
I get that a lot.
Just over to my computer here.
I would actually like to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
It's using a cell phone speaker right now, so.
You sound good. I can hear you. Good. Go ahead.
Just a
Bro,
sec.
I'm on a cell phone speaker too. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I just want to throw on my mic.
You're good, bro. You're good. Go on.
Wait, he jumped out.
What happened? What happened to him?
It was me, wasn't it? I'm verifying.
Edge. He went over the edge, boys and girls.
You guys scared him.
Who claims the edge? Who claims the edge?
I don't. I'm an outer ponder.
Flat Earth Society. Fess up, bro. Fess up.
I went to Outer Ponder Society, and you guys are welcome to join the party. You know, you'll get it.
Hey, send a link, bro. I might join in.
Cool, man. Outer Ponder Society, man. I just made that up. It's good.
Oh, damn it. I was excited, too.
No, actually, if you search Outer Ponders on YouTube, man, you'll find something I did, or there's a couple of people that have used that in the description. You might find something. I don't know.
Yeah. The Brainy Zones came back. Welcome back to Flat Earth, Brainy Zones. Did you find something?
Have I found something? Yes.
What do you find that you jumped out?
Yeah.
Are you in the live stream voice text chat on the form here? So you
live
can
stream voice text. I see debate text, VC check-in.
Directly under the live stream is going to say live stream voice text, and that's the chat for the live stream.
I see it.
You should be able to see it now.
Yep, I'm in.
There you go. What do you got?
What do I got? Well, I'm warming up, I think.
What you got? Come on, man. Grab a pencil. Take it down.
Right, I actually have a notebook right here.
Oh, taking notes.
Yeah.
Everybody grab a pen. Here we go.
All right.
I might sound sarcastic
before you get
because I
started
am.
Before you get started here, Brainy, you get started here, I put this link right above where you said I'm in. Can you click on that and look at that real quick? Just look at. Okay, so you said that light. What you were saying about light and heat, but this children's toy that I had when I was a child, they still make them, and I posted it here. Clearly demonstrates how light and heat can generate motion. So the light and the heat are part of the physics experiment here.
Can't that only be UV rays that would make it spin?
You put this out in the sunlight, and it spins in the sunlight because of the light and the heat from the exploitation between the dark and the light colored panels makes it spin in the sunlight.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, I remember these.
Yeah, but the light's not pushing it. It's a heat transfer is what's pushing it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so it's teaching you basic thermodynamics there. And you were talking about light and heat not being equatable. Heat is heat, and I'm showing you here that that's not true. That the this is very simple thermodynamic principle here. This toy, I had one of these when I was young, very young, maybe.
Wish I did.
I had one too, man. I had one.
So, if light and heat are one and the same, what does that mean?
You tell me.
No, I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding.
Well, I'm not sure where to take this.
Yeah, none of us do, man. Welcome to the party.
Okay.
You're not alone.
I want to hear more.
There's definitely
Mayor.
You could go into the light spectrum, the visible light spectrum, the invisible light spectrum. You could go into the long waves. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you could go into it, but none of it is going to prove that Earth is a globe. So,
well, I'm not here to prove that.
In fact, I could argue that that type of spectral physics proves that Earth is not a globe, because you see the colors changing as the light moves, the light source, which is the sun, moves farther away, because the different lengths of the spectrum of the light that's coming away from the direct light source there, which does not match up with the physics of the globe model at all.
Sounds good to me.
Well, I'm here to learn, first off.
Me too.
Fair enough.
I have been muted because I'd rather lurk than talk about things I'm not 100% confident I can talk about. So,
smart decision, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stay muted for a little while, but just got to get comfortable, I guess.
Cool, man. We're here.
I did the same thing.
I mean, I'd rather not be like, oh, I know everything. I've made it through the public school system, and I totally know what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna claim that.
Well, you are capable of engaging in conversation. It's pretty obvious the way you express yourself. So if anybody,
yeah,
maybe ask any question, you'll probably be polite enough to reply and stuff, right? Because you have it. Yeah. So great, man. I gave you VC Verify. That's gonna allow you to open your mic whenever you like and see the chats. So
well, perhaps maybe you could tell me a thing or two about light, heat being one and the same, and I believe it had something to do with wavelengths. That slipped my mind at some point in school. So
you know what? You're not alone, man. It skipped a lot of people, man.
I mean, Corporal Mayor brought it up, so maybe he can explain a little more.
Corporal, excuse me, Corporal.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead with a little bit more of the explanation of the light, white, black, heat, compression, vacuum tube thing, spinning. I don't know.
Well, it's just a very simple concept. That's why I posted that toy, is because the black is going to absorb the heat and the light is going to reflect it, and so those are opposing forces, and so that it spins this little instrument when you put it into the sun, just because one is absorbing and one is repelling, and they're both going in the same direction, which means that any direction that the light is coming in and hitting it is going to make it spin because of the directional nature of the repelling effect of the panels, and so it creates a little.
Which one repels and which one is
the dark one is going to absorb the heat.
Absorption with the darker color, black.
And the white one is going to reflect the light off. The white is actually the white is actually every single color of the spectrum being reflected back at the same time, which you perceive as white, and black is the light.
All the colors reflected on the light spectrum. Black is all the colors reflected, or all the colors on the color spectrum.
Right.
Mixed together.
Snow will give you a sunburn.
Okay. I want to ask you, Corporal, I want to ask you, does it have to be that glass ball, or can it be any jar? Like, if I was to make one.
Yes, you could put one in a jar. Yes, I believe.
Okay.
The glass is just to protect the thing, so it's held in place and isn't disturbed. It's very delicate, the balance that they make for it to spin like that. It's like a compass or whatever. You wouldn't want to jar the needle around by being able to touch it, or
gentle.
You have to be gentle with it. So it's just to protect it.
Instrument, so you got to be super gentle, right?
Also, most people don't know that the compass actually points away from the central point, and so they mark the opposite side with a mark so that you know which direction is center. The effect is actually making the compass spin away from, it's like if you had centrifugal force and it was spinning outwardly. So we mark the opposite direction of the little needle. The opposite one points towards the center then, because if you went towards the direction the needle was pointing, it would always be pointing outwardly towards the perimeter, and that would never give you a good bearing on anything ever.
Maybe it's pointing towards where the flow is going, away from the center. Maybe from above down to the other side.
Oh, you mean like a toroid?
Well, the field, the electromagnetic field is definitely a torsion field, and it's obstructed by land masses. So if you have a large landmass, and the higher that it protrudes, it's good. The compass is going to deviate from one side to the other of the. You're going to get an incorrect compass reading because the magnetics are going to try and travel around the topography of the ground. So you actually have a deviation.
Oh no, he said round.
No, he did.
Ground. Is that triggering because it has round in it?
Yeah. We're trigged. Totally.
The floor.
Oh,
The floor has topography.
Round like a circle or a pizza.
Like a
No. Go ahead, keep going with the tutorial on the flow of the whatever compass. Go ahead.
Electromagnetic energy.
Transfer.
Oh, he had to mute out, man. He's muted.
It was real hot. The whole conversation.
Who's hot? Oh, the conversation is hot. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
The conversation.
This is
come on.
Well, in England, we call it the fucking tits. At least that's how my friends would. All right. He just dropped a link, but he's muted. Okay, cool.
No, it's just a picture.
All right.
Links
cool, man.
and shit.
Sphere, globe, round, flat, man. There it is. There it is. Pick one, man. Which one are you going with?
Well, I think none of them, because the way the light propagation works, they want you to believe that it's a globe, but it doesn't match up. And then if you try and use a circular map with the land masses on it that's flat, it doesn't work out too, because whenever you try and assume that the sun, that the way the light is propagated is from some finite, okay, for instance, the globe model says it's a fiery ball. Okay, so when you think about the sun being in one place and it's always projecting its light from that single source, that's incorrect, because if we look at the way the light is propagated, it shows up in different areas at different angles wrong than to assume that it could be coming from the same exact point. So we all are seeing the sun, observing it from a different point, and they're trying to say that it's all this one thing that we see, when in actuality it's just the light propagation, and that's the way that the direction of the propagation, and we see the focal point of the light that's being propagated, and we assume that that's the sun.
Even the sun that you say is a focal point, you can see a focal point moment of the sun, because
then when you aim the lens at it, you can see the extra flares off of the focal point, and then when there's a sundog, you see the entire matrix of the sun, the different points, how there's other points. If the sundog's big enough, you can see all of the other interlocking circles, which you'd assume then from different angles you can almost see it would be other suns then, but it's not, because it's a pattern of what the sun's reflection is making, like a prism effect that you're seeing there. And here I'll post another thing that shows
you almost looking like, I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying, because I thought about this before, but you put it very eloquently.
Hey, though, it was nice.
Yeah,
all the right words.
So, do you think light moves in a straight line? Light from the sun, that is.
How amazing is this picture?
Maybe.
What do you think about this picture here?
That's refraction, right?
It's the diffusion of light, and they're assuming the atmosphere is acting as like the glasses, so they're just showing you a representation of how the diffusion of light through a medium and the obscurity and the different patterns that it makes, and then showing it you in the sky versus just going through a glass. So macro, micro level here.
Kind of looks like the symbol, with the goat head and whatnot, or the bull even. Occultic symbolism for like
the symbol for the way that your eyes react with light. So you have to use Google the way.
I mean, I guess yes, but it looks like the goat, or with the horns hanging down, or the bull with the horns hanging down. You know, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it. The symbolism, though. Wrong. Moloch is actually an owl. I was thinking more of another one. I can't think of the name. I want to say Baal, but like, I don't know.
Baal's a calf.
Yeah, see the calf, the bull, the horns,
yeah.
That either way, that's all I'm saying. And that picture, who just shared that? Is that Corporal again? Oh, that's Jimsy. See that looks like, if you compare that picture that Jimsy just shared to the Mandela, like what is it? The Mandela, what are they called? Where it like keeps on going into itself.
Mandelbrot.
Mandelbrot.
It looks like a Mandela Mandelbrot.
No, not Mandela. It's just Mandelbrot.
Okay, fair enough. I can see, but it looks like that.
So Corporal, from certain from center angle, you'll be looking at the sun, and you won't be seeing the sun dogs or the what we call the focal point. You see the sun, but you have to be at certain position to see this angle, which I will say this is kind of more like a focal point.
But it's a matrix, so you can see when you look at it at each side. The picture that I posted, the flare is the flare on the top or the sides of the circle, and that this matrix is just reflected. So if you drew out one of them and you drew it on paper over and over and over again, so they're saying that the light propagation, you're seeing it like that, but that's just from your observation point. Because if you measure the declination to the focal point, and then you go and stand somewhere else on the land looking at it from a different angle and measure the declination, there's a thing called angle of incidence in the atmosphere, and your measurements aren't going to read up properly, and it's not going to work out for the globe either, because you're both the atmosphere is obscuring what you're seeing, and at the same time the light propagation isn't happening from a single point like that. You're both perceiving the light propagation, and you're both perceiving it in a position because of the way that your perception of the light and the angle that you're at and your eyes perception towards the light that's being propagated. So it's not that the light is even in one place. It's in all of the places at the same time when you're seeing it the way that everybody's perceiving it from their own angle. And it's not like one dot of a sun that's moving across or whatever.
Yeah.
In fact, somebody said a long time ago,
it's like a super construct.
Yes, and somebody said one time, and I didn't understand it yet. They said, "Yeah, man, people say the sun doesn't even exist. It's just we perceive it there. It's the way the light is propagated, and we perceive that is the sun, and that it's this thing that we look at it, but it's just the flare of the sun, and we're not even thinking about it right. The sun doesn't even exist. That's not the way it works at all. It's different than that." And I couldn't understand what he was saying because it was too far ahead for me at that point. But he was right. The sun basically doesn't exist because they're telling you the sun, which makes you think about only one, the sun. And if it's a matrix of the way the light is propagated, and we're seeing like the central most focal point of it and assuming that's the sun, well, everybody's perceiving that at a different angle, and it's not all in the same place, meaning it's like not solid, and it's all in different places depending on where you're perceiving it from. So that doesn't match up with their model of it being like in one place or finite, like a one finite thing. But it also has this topical heating effect directly below where it's being propagated, which makes you then you want to reassume that it is that finite thing and measure it and try and measure it to somebody else's. But that's where they're exploiting everybody's misunderstanding, and that's where their solar cult comes from in the beginning, is just misrepresenting the sun to the masses for whatever reason, to control them for religion or for for economics or however they can do it. And they even
the
to the
bottom
point
one
where,
is the moon, right? The bottom photograph is the moon. The moon has a similar effect.
I did not know that. That's wild, dude. Wow. I thought they were all the sun. Seriously.
that's excellent.
The moon is, I think the sun and the moon are like a left and a right arm. Almost the same.
Wait, does that mean it's called a moon dog?
Apparently.
I never
like
seen a moon
you can
dog.
also see rainbows. You can also see rainbows made by the moon, yeah. Like rainbows.
Okay, I just uploaded this photo. It's kind of hard to see, but there's these 3 focal points of light in that little tiny globe that is in that bucket. Well, not globe, but that little tiny dome, glass dome. It's on top of a mirror that's a 10x mirror. And this is just a small example. Whenever I go out in the actual sun with this thing, like there's a line across one edge of that thing with like 7 suns. It's like what Corporal is saying. Fucking, it happens with a glass dome.
So look at this photograph that I took. Look at these bubbles, Mayor. I took the photograph of a double bubble, and the sun is like what 60 degrees above or something like that, 70 degrees above my head.
What is this? A what bubble?
A double bubble.
Oh, I see it.
And,
like literally, like 2 bubbles, like you blew bubbles.
2 bubbles.
So those swirls on the outside circumference, is that
you get that
sun?
Same symbol, and with that moon in the center of the forehead, like they do. What
that
the
crescent?
hell?
When you see the crescent, the crescent is like the light, and then you see the crescent. The shadow on the crescent is basically a light on top of another light. So the light can look like darkness. So that's another effect of the light.
Right.
Do we have a double domer here? Double domer. Are you a double?
Well, if you
multiple layers,
if you look into the sun with like a welding helmet on when it goes to an eclipse, it looks like it's a tube. It looks like you can see forever down a tunnel. And I couldn't understand how, if it could be a light source the light is coming out of, how it could be hollow inside of it like a black hole.
Because it's canceling. It's the brighter light makes the dimmer light looks dark, completely dark.
Right, like
it
if
is
you
a
hold
light.
a cell phone in front of a fireplace, that cell phone essentially will look black. Or like a brighter light than that cell phone light. Like turn the cell phone light all the way down. You hold it in front of a brighter light, that cell phone's gonna look black.
You're talking about the screen.
I took a welding hood and I
the
climbed up on the side of a mountain when there was the solar eclipse, and I looked into the solar eclipse with the welding hood, and I stared into it for as long as the solar eclipse was, and it looks like a shiny tunnel that goes as far as you can see.
Yeah.
Oh man, this goes.
I will say when you're sun gazing in the morning for the first hour of the morning or the last hour of night, that ring that Jemsy just showed, that happens way faster too. Like it just goes around and around and around on the sun because your eyes can't totally focus on it. So I assume it's going from the top to the bottom because your eyes are trying to focus on something that
what I be seeing,
as Corporal says, isn't really there. You're just seeing something.
That's exactly
right. I know what.
So I have a question.
All right. Back to, if you're standing at the ocean, you look at the sun, you see that line as it sets, you see that line of light come to your feet, right? If you're standing in the ocean, that line,
crepuscular ray?
No, just the line off the reflection of the water as the sun is setting on the water. And
yeah, you mean all the way across the top of that flat water?
Line of light that you see on the water.
It follows you whenever the sun's on the other end?
Your feet. But if your buddy's standing next to you, you don't see it go to his feet. You can only see it go to your feet.
Yep.
And that is...
But he sees it going to his feet, though.
But he'll see it to go to his feet, of course. Yes, but you can't see it going to his feet, right? You just can't. You can't watch the light go to his feet, man. You can
That
only
goes with what Corporal was saying.
exactly. That's why I brought it up, man. It kind of goes with that. Yeah, go ahead. Carry on.
It's a perspective thing. And also, when you're seeing something shine across the water from a long distance like that, if the water was curved, the reflection wouldn't be able to stream straight in a perfectly linear fashion towards you because the nature of the water being curved wouldn't allow that.
Yep.
So, Corporal, what do you think about the 4 lights in the bubble? Like the sunlight is coming through the bubble, and in the layers of the bubbles, you see 4 different colors of the sunlight. You see it?
What, the first picture, second, third, which one?
Yeah, the first one, the first bubble, the double bubble.
All right.
Yeah, I see this. It's pretty interesting.
So then at the crescent, that crescent is being caused by the light on top of the light on top of the light on top of the light.
Yes.
So or because you can see next to each other, you can see that effect again and again, like in nipples in the bubble.
Well, my personal opinion is that the way the light is propagated is almost the same as that. That there's some type of layers above. I think it's probably like some plasma stuff. Like, how could we understand if we can't? Or maybe they do, and that's what they're hiding. But that the pressure in our system or whatever from the layers that we're in is part of the propagation of the light because if you burst a bubble, so you put a water like a bubble underwater, and you put enough pressure that it forces the bubble to implode, it creates light. So if we're inside a system that's creating pressure like that, but it doesn't implode all the way, and I mean it looks like it stirs itself around and around. That's what it looks like to me. It's some effect where it swirls around and around, and the light is propagated from that.
The thing is that it since we see cycles, it's kind of like it's designed to look the way it looks.
Yeah, but think about this: if it's a bunch of layers of different types of whatever that we don't even know how it works above us, then just like your bubble is here showing a bunch of different lights at different layers, at that, how do you know that all the planets that are the stars that wander different wander in different manners or whatever? How do you know that they're not in the layers there the way that it's reflecting through these bubbles? How do you know it's not
all
just
right
that?
I'm glad that you're thinking about this. Now look at this. Look at the moon.
Here we go.
Look at the moon and Venus. That's the moon and Venus.
Yes.
Okay. And then you see the moon and Venus, and you see the moon and Venus, they share kind of similar cycles.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So how are they related though geometrically?
Layers above and the light going through certain layers and causing certain effects at certain points, and that's what we see. That we see an effect. We don't see the layers completely, but we see the effect.
What do you guys think of the concept of every star being another sun over another landmass over the water?
Let's not go there right now. And fix your mic, bro, because you're kind of like breaking out really bad.
Total robot, man. Total robot.
Yeah, maybe restart your.
I actually have something really cool that I can add to that. That's directly about that. So in this Disney movie that they made called Flight of the Navigator.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with that movie. So they've captured a spaceship, okay? And this spaceship has come from a faraway galaxy, and they named it after this supposed faraway galaxy that supposedly exists or whatever. They followed all the lore properly in the story, and this is a probe, and this spaceship is going to places and it's collecting specimens of creatures so it can record the creatures and take samples or whatever before their world is destroyed. And it comes to Earth and it picks up this little boy, but unfortunately something scrambles the computer and the computer guidance system is off, and it doesn't know how to reset itself, and it has this little boy, and it keeps telling the little boy to help him. So when the little boy goes to fly the airplane, okay, so NASA's captured the airplane and they're trying to study it. So the boy gets out, he gets on the craft or whatever, and the craft goes to protect him, and he tells the craft to go up, and the craft goes, I don't know, like I think they said it went 2 miles up or whatever in the movie, straight up and stops. So the boy goes and flies to the ceiling in the movie, and when he hits the ceiling, directly above the navigation chair is a map of it's the come on now. Why am I drawing a blank on this? It was the reason they said the Earth was going to end in 2012. The freaking map ends, or it's cyclical. So they were saying the end of the cycle.
I'm so glad we moved. I'm so glad we moved away from the point that we're talking about.
No, this is the point. The Mayan the Mayan calendar is there on the ceiling, and they're saying it's a star map on the ceiling, and the boy flies up to the ceiling to see the map, and it's the guidance. It's right above the navigator seat for the guidance for all the different realms or whatever that there is. And they put all of this into this movie here, but it's only a split second when the ship goes up that you can see this thing on the ceiling. And why would they put that? They had to put that in this movie for a reason. And the computer keeps telling the child that the map is in his head. No, you're the navigator. It's in your head. And then it shows you above his head is the map. And so when you're saying there's something to do with the reflection off the ceiling, well, it's like some type of disco ball effect that we're getting, but could you use that to navigate? And is it going to be, it would be different in different areas. It wouldn't appear the same as us. So would they have more suns? Would they have more moons? All of their celestial stuff is going to move different, and you would need extra maps to be able to travel in between the places to use the celestial bodies that you see in order to travel in the right direction.
Those motherfuckers, man. Fuck.
You ended what he was trying to say, that each star is a sun with a flat plane or whatever. But
I'm not saying that is. I'm just saying it's a concept.
Yeah, but the thing is, that it is a concept, but on that, the stars, right? A lot of the stars that we see, there is this toroidal field, right? And the toroidal field crosses within certain positions, certain points. And I think it's been demonstrated with magnets under a magnifier, with gas in a chamber in between the magnifier and the magnet. And you can see this toroidal field that is created by the magnet. But when the lines of the toroidal field intersect, you see little stars on those points. On the points where the lines intersect.
So the lines of electromagnetic interference intersecting is what is causing the light, our ability to see the electromagnetic interference?
That might be an effect of the field.
Whoa, dude.
You probably can see it on a small level down here, but when you look up and you see it at that level, that's some other beyond how to do it down here.
Next level shit.
No, there's no question we're in a giant field, because if you run a wire up in the atmosphere, you can get a charge off of it just by testing the wire. Like if you took a copper wire and put it on a kite and ran it up, the higher you run it, you're going to get a higher charge just by putting a multimeter to that copper wire in the other end of the ground. So you're getting a charge off of the atmosphere no matter what. Then you have places where there's magnetic discharge, like off the coast of South America, where they have big magnetic electrical storms, and there's discharge in the atmosphere there. And then you have the northern lights also, which is some type of holographic effect from the electromagnetic field. So there's no question about the electromagnetic.
Electromagnetics are the only thing that can really make something out of nothing.
Yes. Why not?
So imagine these lines crossing, so they might have some type of effect. But I wanted to add something else. Obviously, we are kind of speculating, but You see how the thing that I was saying about the lights and the bubbles, right, stacking on each other, and maybe causing a shadow, causing a light to look dark.
I love the way you
Then,
put that.
Yep.
yeah, and then we look at the north toroidal field, right? We look at the north toroidal, and we can see these effects. And I'm gonna give you the north toroidal and the south toroidal, and you see these effects. And I just wanted to add that the north toroidal has a light middle point, and then the south has a dark middle point. So
Fuck
it's
off.
the light and the shadow on both projections of the
Wow.
toroidal.
So wait, all these Globers talking about the two different rotations. That's wild, bro.
That's fucked up. That's fucking right.
Yeah.
Great, dude.
I'm just adding that up, but it's just because when you call celestial north is a light, which is the north star, and then when you say celestial south, what people call celestial south is a dark spot.
Damn, bro, you mind blown.
You fucking red pill. Fuck all. Smoke that red pill, maybe. Smoke it. Yeah, that's great, man. Great find, man. I did not know that. I did not know that. That's great.
Look at this depiction of celestial south that they call.
Here we go.
You know, with the heavens above move, we can see that from down here. Yeah. And even with the seasons, everything moves a little bit, and there's cycles within cycles within cycles. And then people say, yeah, and the magnetic north or magnetic south, they move. So yeah, because they might be related to what's happening up in heaven. It's something is being, I don't know, some effect is being inducted into the ground down here, and this magnetic south and magnetic north that we call that people say they move around is basically because the heavens move like they doing. Maybe
the heavens
maybe
move. The heavens move, no doubt about it.
I mean,
the heavens are moving, baby. I've seen it with my own two eyes.
Tesla said that the different stars or the various stars in the sky were fixed to the firmament, or fixed in the firmament, or fixed to the firmament, or something like that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you see that effect that we observe, that movement, it's causing an effect down here. So that effect translate. So that whatever I will say, there's definitely fixed things everywhere, even up above and down here. But we observe these, I guess, this toroidal field being inducted into the system that we're in, and well, it's moving. Tesla said, what is it specifically fixed? What is this Tesla said?
Tesla said a lot of shit.
I'm having a bad connection. What did Tesla said?
Tesla said that it's all
the stars in the sky are fixed to the firmament.
Okay.
Okay. Tesla said a lot of shit. Tesla is he said a lot of stuff, man. So let me retract my brain here and figure out what the hell Tesla said, because that guy invented the electric motor, man. Apparently. And if you know anything about how the world operates, electric motors are the number one invention of all time, in my opinion, and only in my opinion. Without electric motors, man, I wouldn't be able to do my job and make a living.
Thank you, Tesla, for electric motors, or
Mr. Tesla.
The design of them, or the discovery.
Yeah, well, according
to
or
we've had electric motors since the 1900s. What?
18
or the emulation of
late 1800s. Yeah.
I found the Tesla quote. I'm not sure if it's spurious or not, but this is what it says. Though free to think and act, we are held together like the stars in the firmament with ties inseparable. These ties cannot be seen, but we can feel them.
How about that? You can feel.
So then I will have to add what is called the source of sporadic meteors, right? And what else I call the source above. And then you see there's a light and a dark side to it. Let me see if it goes through. Just sent it. Goodness. There you go. So that also has a light and a dark and a darkness and a dark spot. And that's where around this region of the sky, 6 radiant sources, helion, antihelion, apex, south apex, north apex, and other names have radiant sources from where all sporadic meteors come from. The phenomena that we call lights, shooting stars that cross the sky, they all have 6 radiant sources up above. The natural phenomena, sporadic meteors, all come from the same places of the sky. 6 radiant sources. Yeah, the sun is one of those 6 radiant sources. Helion. So yeah, 6 radiant sources. The sun is one of the radiant sources, and they call it daily showers, meteor daily showers. Remember that? When they tell you we're gonna have a shower of meteors. One of the sources is near the sun. Good, into the quiet zone.
Twilight Zone.
So, what are the other 5 radiant sources?
The what?
5 other radiant sources. If there are 6 radiant sources and one of them is near the sun, what are the other 5?
Helion, anti-Helion, South Apex, North Apex. There's other names. Gotta look into the research paper to know them all.
Okay. All right.
And they call them radiant sources.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. No, that name. Maybe.
Yeah.
So, since it's quiet, let's talk about capillary action. 100% disproves the globe model. No human or plant would survive. Gravity would kill us all.
Gravity can't kill you. I mean,
no, it doesn't exist.
I mean the gravity that they call, right?
Exactly.
You're roboting, bro. You want to bring up a point, but you are definitely roboting. You're cutting out, actually, not just roboting. You're roboting and cutting out. You see how this observatory place, they depict the one, they observe the sky and the meteors and stuff, and they depict it like this. I downloaded this from their website, and it's like a flat plane. It's flat on the bottom, but they looking up and they see this phenomena. He just made this depiction. Probably doesn't mean much, but it's interesting. These people spend a lot of hours looking at the sky, like a lot. And then you have this. What is it? This. I'm just maybe adding too much flavor to the sauce, but just saying. Took a picture of this the other day. Just a coincidence. You said something, but it wasn't clear, bro. I gotta tell you, man, this doesn't sound clear. It's cutting out, at least for me. You can add
If I talk, am I gonna be a robot?
Are you gonna be robot?
Maybe you understood me. Damn it.
I do now.
Capillary action. That's all I wanted to say. Otherwise, I'm done.
Capillary action.
That was my main point earlier. And you saw it in the chat, I'm sure, but like, damn it.
Just doing some action with your capillaries. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm always doing action with my capillaries or I would die. But I was gonna ask Brainy Zones if you have any questions, man. Like, we've been talking about a lot of stuff.
Well, I guess my question goes back to, let me see, who said that? I've been a little distracted. Can I just grab a name real quick? Who said that? Okay. Well, anyway, I just have a question about how light operates. You said something about, oh man, I can't remember. Radiance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I want to know what you think about that. Do you think that?
So these radiants change with the seasons, and for my understanding, on my perspective, the ground I'm standing on is not moving; it's motionless. Then when I look up and I see the heavens doing these cycles, these rotations, including the seasons, these radiant sources change within the seasons as well. So there's a cycle to that. There's the daily cycle, right?
Mm-hmm.
We see the sun going from the east up above my head to the west to the evening to the sunset, right?
Yeah.
That's the daily cycle, I guess. Then the night, and then we have, moon cycles, weekly cycle, and then we have the yearly cycle, which is this one, and the radiant sources and this region of the sky, these 6 radiant sources, do reset every year, once a year.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something to that. They are observed with electro-optical equipment. It's a special infrared equipment that looks into the electrospectrum, and is pointed to the north sky, to the north toroidal field, so the North Star. But they also have like a bigger angle of the sky because they set multiple electro-optical equipment separate from each other like 3 kilometers apart or something like that. I think it was 3 or 6 kilometers apart from each other. So they have a bigger angle view of the sky. Right?
Okay.
And then they did this observation for 365 days. And what they see is that what we call the phenomena that we call sporadic meteors, which is shooting stars, people call it, right? They all come from 6 radiant sources up above. Yeah.
So light. Okay, here's one question for you. Does light travel in a straight line? As far as in a visual sense. Like the light that meets your eye, is that traveling in a straight line from one source?
That's a really good question, but the light travels until it's hits a medium, and how do you say it's because for me the layers above, I don't know what they are, how many layers. So what the light is doing from the origin above through the layers between heaven and earth to down here, what we can observe, that's a lot of stuff going on at the same time. So between me and the sun, what I observe, the light is one thing.
Okay.
But then there is what is coming into my eye and the way my eye reads that, right?
Yeah. I'm getting a better picture for this. So there's something happening between our eyes and the focal point. Is that kind of along the lines?
I wouldn't be the best person to explain this to you, but I definitely can picture it. Maybe we can work it out.
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a big question to, try to nail and hit on the head in one response. And, I could probably benefit from narrowing my questions down a little bit, and I'm here to learn first off. So, thank you. Haha.
So the light is traveling through the medium, right? And it's deflecting through the medium from the source above towards your eye. So what we see is a reflection of the light from in between your eye and the object. So what's happening there? A lot of stuff happening there. Because we don't see the light, right? Well, I'm not looking at the light. What I see is the light bouncing off something.
Yeah.
And I see an image.
Right.
So what am I looking? What do you think are we looking at?
Energy itself? I'm a little confused here. Optical.
No, it's not a trick question or anything. You know what we see is what we get. We open our eyes and we see the spectrum of light, but there's spectrums that we don't see. We don't see infrared. We don't see electro-optical. So we have a certain spectrum that we can call visual for, at least for me, what I see. I don't know what you see. I know what I see.
Mm-hmm.
So I know with the cameras and with the equipment, we can enhance that and see a little more. Because I know when I'm standing at the shore of the beach, and I can only see maybe, I don't know, 5 miles, but then I pull out the infrared, and I can see 30, 50 miles with the infrared. I know the infrared is clearing a lot of that path, but we're just looking at that bouncing of light or the spectrum of light on the objects. I don't know. Light is very interesting. Light is very interesting.
Huh.
What is light at its base?
Well, that's what I'm kind of trying to figure out. I would say
when you have light, and you have moisture, you have life. Take a plastic bag, put one drop of water in there, and put it in the sun, and eventually you'll have mold.
Mm-hmm.
Life.
So light is heat? So you need to heat that water.
Per se. I'm not saying that. The sun might be heat, but I know there's LED lights that you can hold them while they're lit, and it doesn't burn you. So I don't know if the actual photons are light, but like I know Corporal earlier was saying that maybe that is a thing. I don't know. I'm just saying that the sun itself, yes, is life, essentially. It's heat and light. But light itself, like, I don't know. I don't know what light itself is, you know?
Yeah.
Still thinking.
And since we don't know the layers above, what are we actually getting? What version of light are we getting from the original source? Are we getting light, or are we getting 0.5 light passing the result of passing through all those layers? What are we actually?
Think about it. We get burned from what we got. We'll leave it right there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, there's clearly something between us and the sun.
I would say the sun. The sun is part of the layer that is between us, the layers above, and the source of the light that we call the sun. That source is above those layers, or beyond, above, beyond, or whatever.
Oh.
And then the light is coming through. The light is coming through the layers from above, and what we see from down here is an effect that is caused by a combination of the layers and the input into the layers towards this system that we're standing on.
Yeah, I'm a little lost.
Yep.
Trying to track.
So you're standing you're standing down here on the floor. You look up, and that's the layers above.
Yeah.
And that light that you see is not just magic, it's coming from somewhere. So it's an effect that is being caused. So that light is passing through the layers. It's coming from above.
So could there be some kind of Swiss cheese layer with pure energy behind it shining through?
Possibly.
No.
I mean, obviously we can't really know.
No. It's just, look, we got
clouds. He's not being serious with the Swiss cheese, Jen. Come on now.
Sort of
a
way of visualizing
this. I've just come in, so I don't know where we are at the moment. It sounded a bit ridiculous.
Swiss cheese.
And he didn't sound like he was
he's
joking.
Hypothetical.
Okay, I don't know that, do I?
That's all right.
But,
I'm letting you know.
No Swiss cheese.
What's up, Jen? How are you, man?
I'm fine, man. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. You just got here, so I figured might as well say hello.
Yeah, nice one. Thanks for the respect. I respect you back. Yeah, did CBR1, the loudest rootin' tootin', flat earth, big mouth shooting you're ever going to meet. I aim to be a flat earther for the rest of my days. And as for those heliocentrists, I will blow your way into the next stratosphere, so bring it on. Wherever you are.
Jin Sensei.
How you doing, boys and girls? Did you all have a nice holiday break? Did you have a nice holiday break?
It's been good. It's been good.
Chicken, turkey, gravy, bisto gravy, Yorkshire pudding, parsnips. Eh?
All of it.
Yes. Christmas pudding, Yorkshire pudding. Huh?
No Yorkshire pudding, man.
Yeah, I'm a Yorkshire pudding man. I love Yorkshire pudding.
Well, if you make it for me, I'll eat it.
You're cutting out, bro.
Yeah, you can't help, bro. Yeah, I love Yorkshire pudding, man. Love it. With the parsnips, as I mentioned, mint sauce, broccoli, sliced turkey, chicken breast. They all went down. That gravy helps it to slide down really nice. Explosions of flavors. Wow. Ecstasy.
Sounds good.
Right, and then you get a Christmas pudding, and you know you got to put the I think it's whiskey that they pour in it. Then they set it alight, woo, and then they cut it into a nice triangle for you, the only curved triangle you're ever gonna get from the Christmas pudding, and they put that on your plate sideways, and then they cake that with custard, and my spoon is like a samurai knife. Oh, all gone within seconds, and you just hear a little burp, and you think, yeah.
How do you say thank you, appreciation in Japanese? Like thank you.
Yeah, you say hontoni arigatou gozaimashita, hontoni kantashimasu, arigatai. So I just said thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. There you go.
So when you get such a buffet and good food and good people around you, you say those kind of words.
Yeah, and at the end of the meal, you say goshi-so-sama. Goshi-so-sama means thanks for the meal, literally. So you say goshi-so-sama, hontoni arigatou gozaimashita, kansha shimasu, arigatai. And then they understand. They know that you're being very respectful, very thankful, and very appreciative. And then they crack up laughing because I'm always bowing and acting silly when I'm saying it. You know? Put a bit of humour behind it. But they know I'm serious. They know. And I usually do that to anyone who's given me food. That's my wife's friends or my mother-in-law or even my wife at times.
You gotta be serious if you're gonna finish your meal.
Oh, I finished the meal. My plate is clean like I never had any food on it. I don't waste a morsel.
Commit to it.
Yeah, I don't waste a morsel. Yeah, that plate's clean, man. I lick the plate clean it up, just like the dogs do. You know, you don't waste a single morsel, man. Yes.
Is that plate flat?
It's a flat plate like the flat Earth, man. You know that? Let me tell you something that's really good. Let me tell you something that's going to get right up the back of these heliocentrists. What I've been doing for the past 2 months is going back into the 70s and looking at the programs I used to watch as a kid to see the flat Earth that I missed. And I tell you, I'm enjoying the program more because I can see all the clues that I missed. You know? So not only am I enjoying the nostalgia, but I'm picking up the flat Earth clues. Yeah? So not only am I enjoying flat Earth right now as we breathe and talk now, I'm going back and I'm looking at flat Earth that I never realized. There you go.
Same. Although I wasn't born in the 70s, but same.
Yeah. So you can understand what I'm saying. Yeah. If you review your movies that you enjoy, look at the clues, and you'll enjoy that movie even more because you think you can remember yourself watching it, thinking, and I never noticed that. Look at that. Look at the splendor of the earth I missed. It's like I'm making up for lost time. Do you know what I mean? Which is just strengthening my resolve. Can you imagine these heliocentrics when they come to do battle with me? Can you imagine that? Wow. Oh, they don't know how you can gain strength from the past. They don't know, do they? They're busy running ahead in a fantasy world, lost like headless chickens. Yeah. We're too good. The truth is there. We're not hiding from it. We embrace it. We let it swallow us up. We bathe in it. We let it carry us. We're not afraid to say, I don't know. Yeah, man, I'm too strong for these people. Way too strong. Bloody hell, man. I'm a beast. Sorry. That's how I treat them when they get rude. When they want to learn, I'm polite, like a proper teacher. But when they get nasty and start throwing ad homs and all that, well, then you unleash the beast. Turn into the Hulk. And then you won't like me when I'm angry. You will be crying. You will die emotionally online. I can do it. To the point where you hear Jin CBR1 and you cringe. You think, oh, it's him. That's right. So you better get out. Or you're going to be embarrassed. That's how
Hear the Globers. Hear the Globers.
This is all for the Globers.
Gojira! Gojira!
Brainy Space, you were asking a question before Jen popped in and said hello. What was your question again?
Yeah, what was your question? Sorry.
Well, I asked about light, then it kind of went off on.
Yeah, well, you asked about light. Yeah, you're asking about how light works really, coming from the sun. And I was trying to say it just comes through the atmosphere as you see it, comes through. It photosynthesizes everything that can grow, and we grow, and the fruits, the vegetables, and the plant life grows, even the animals and the sea grow. Such is the magic and power of Earth.
So, okay, yeah, we can scratch that one. We can scratch that one for now. Exactly. What leads people to live their whole life thinking they live on a globe?
Yeah, that would be
a bunch of lies and propaganda.
Yeah, that's called psychological conditioning, brainwashing, continuous bombardment of the globe. For example, you're going on holiday. You're on your way to Australia from the UK. You're looking at the heads up display at the back of the headrest of the passenger in front of you. You know the seat, you're looking at that screen. Now that screen depicts a global Earth, right? And it's showing you the path and it's pretending you are curving. But in actual fact, your flight is not following any curved path at all. No curvature at all. The plane is dead level. I've measured it with my own spirit level bubble app on my phone. So the plane.
And all you gotta do to confirm that the obvious is look out the window. It's flat, and then you go to the airplane manual, and the manual, the engineers of the airplane, they said, hey, to make this aircraft practical, we have to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth just to make it work, you know. And then the pilot that operates the airplane never takes into account any curvature nor any movement of the ground, right?
No adjustments.
So there you go.
No adjustments.
No, you'd have to design planes differently.
Right?
You
would.
Yes.
You'd have
to
have
an extra center.
It's ridiculous. Well, okay, more curved than, they.
If it's curved, you follow the curved path. You'd have to follow the curved path. You may need some instrumental help, but you would, that's what I mean. It's so hideous, this heliocentric model. And, as I said the other day, I liken it to this, yeah? You're about to have roast beef for dinner with all the parsnips and the roast potatoes, okay? So they put the plate down for you, the knife and fork, even the gravy bowl is there. You can smell everything, okay? But it never arrives on your plate. And then they're telling you you've had roast beef today, didn't you? And you never ate it.
Bullshit.
That's exactly what it's like.
Where's my roast beef?
I want to taste that steak fiber in my mouth.
Exactly. But we don't get that, do we? We don't get any of that. None of that.
Bro, if I get to smell it and not taste it, that will be a bad day.
Right.
Oh, bro.
That is what the globe is
Ooh,
about.
Thanksgiving blue balls.
Yeah, and then today Japan makes an announcement that they're going to be participating in the Artemis project that's supposed to be going to the moon. So they're going to be sending astronauts to the moon and et cetera, all for the economy.
Hey, you know why they call it Optimus Project?
Yeah, go on.
Because Optimus Prime was already taken.
Yeah, that's my favorite. My car is actually known as Uppercut. It's got all the Autobot insignia all over the car. The bonnet, the roof, the back of the back tailgate. It's all there, man. All the kids think it can transform. The Japanese kids. I said, don't touch it. It will transform. What's his name? Uppercut. So look out. Yeah, literally. I've got the yellow.
Who's giving these names to these projects? Like 17-year-olds or something?
Yeah, complete and utter dreamers who are liars at the same time. Yeah, honestly, man. Yeah, I've been really enjoying looking back in the past, going back to the 70s and the 60s, but in particular the 70s, because of the programs that I was watching at the time. And I'm looking at all the flat earth, the beautiful flat earth, and I thought, yeah, it just strengthens you. Just boosts your energy. I'm not getting a booster at all. I'm getting a boost from the reruns that I watch. Yes. That's the real boost.
Anything in particular you've watched recently?
Not in the recent times. Like I said, I've gone back in the old days, so I'm watching.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, nothing of the modern times. I've gone back to the times when I was indoctrinated as a globehead heliocentrist, believing in the globe. As a child, I would have been 10 years old in the 70s. They've gone to the moon. So I'm watching all these programs that I used to watch as a kid and picking up all the flat earth clues that I missed, which does what that does for me. It strengthens my resolve when it comes to arguing, debating, and living on this earth. I'm making up for that lost time. Remember, it wasn't brought to my attention properly until I was 53 years of age. So when I was born, when I was born, hang on, listen to this. I was born in 1961. Okay, so through the 60s to the age of 6, I came to one full coherent understanding. The Creator is magnificent, because I had to do a nature project, nature watch, where we caught some insects, the ladybugs, pulled up some leaves off the trees, pulled up some grass, put it in the jar, covered the jar with a paper, elastic band, popped some holes. And I felt bad doing that because I pulled the leaves off and I knew that I couldn't put the leaf back on, so the leaf's going to die. So I came to an understanding that I can't repair this, so I'm never going to do this again. And as soon as the project was finished, I asked if I could release the insects back into its natural habitat where I got it from. She said, yeah, great. And I never did that ever again. Never again did I do that. I don't even like to see fish in a fish tank, because they're going to die. Leave them in the sea. Leave them where they belong. You go to their environment, have a look around and come home. Take your photographs if you like, and I don't want any of that stuff in the house. I can just about handle having a dog, as it were. But I give the dog the best life. But that's what I did in the 60s. And then come the 70s was the first time I heard of the flat earth in Nigeria. So I'm born in London, 1970. My parents took me to Nigeria with my brothers to collect my sister, who we hadn't met yet. Okay, she's 2 years my elder, and she was living in Nigeria with my other brothers. So we went to see the rest of the family in the 1970s. We went by plane. That was a leveled flight. But in the Nigerian school, because we had to go to school, the textbook was talking about the earth not being flat. And we had Columbus, Copernicus, Galileo arguing about, the earth being flat or it's curved or whatever. That was what I remember from the textbook. And it had a picture of the ship falling off the edge, a black and white lined diagram. And then I said, yeah, how stupid. How can the earth be flat? Because it would have fallen as a kid, yeah. So that was the first time I heard about the flat earth then. So at that point, it was seared and galvanized in my head that the earth is a globe. And they'd gone to the moon, remember? Saw that live, yeah. So in London. So there you go. I, for one, knew that the Earth was a globe, so I thought. Not until 53 years later was it brought to my attention. But the good thing is this: I never ever got divorced from nature. I always put nature as number one, top of the list. So I was always respectful and mindful of nature. Don't want to hurt it in any way whatsoever. And with that, I'd uploaded a lot of clues from my Army cadet days, my territorial Army days of 2 years, and camping and living with my children. I've uploaded so many clues that I didn't realize. But when it was brought to my attention, within 3 to 5 minutes, it just came home in one big massive warp drive whoosh. It's flat like that because all my experiences came in, and then that's it. So what I've been doing for the last few months recently is going back into the past of the programs I watched to capture what I missed. So good, that is. Such good therapy. Such good therapy, mate. I tell you. Not just looking at the movie, but looking at what I missed beyond the actors, at the actual scenery, natural scenery. Yeah, man. And yeah, it's just there. Just there. Sorry I've gone on there, guys. But, that's how it was for me. That's how it is for me, yeah, You got to be real, And, yeah, I've always been a real person. I've always tried to be honourable to people, do my best, help, lend a hand. But we're being deceived all the time. And when you've learned everything properly, there isn't a human being on earth, yet alone a bloody professor, that's going to come and tell me otherwise. I will strip him of his professorhood right there and then. Strip him buck naked, verbally, first of all.
Here we go.
Yeah, they don't want to debate me. They don't want to debate us, because they know they're going to get smashed to smithereens.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
a little brother to come on here, and he's scared.
Yeah, you guys want to do that. You want to go back in time, have a look at what you missed, and try to capture your emotions as a child, your childhood emotions, your innocence. Because that's what they took from you. They took your innocence when they sold you the globe, when they sold us the globe. That would include me, yeah. So any of you who have come to the knowledge of the flat Earth in your 20s and your 30s, you've done well done. I had to wait till I was 53. But that makes me stronger at delivering because I've got an ample amount of experience to bring to bear. You understand? That's what.
Yeah, Jen. I think we understand. I think a lot of us came at that same sort of understanding. Like when they just laid it out flat, plain and simple for you, it just worked out.
Yeah.
I had already seen how goofy everything else they had ever said was, and I got it. Whenever they made a funny joke about the globe, I got it. And this is a decade ago, right?
Yeah. Well done.
So the cosmology, it's like alternative. It's like a flat Earth. Oh, you presented a map 7 years ago, and so you have to stand by this map. That's what happened. It's like I was on my way to different cosmologies years and years before anybody ever said flat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so when that happened, it was like I already knew that the space was a hoax by 1,000 miles. You know what I mean? It's like I knew 1,000 different ways to debunk every aspect of every other things. Like, okay, and that was the one of the big thing for me was the ISS. And that was like the minute there's an anomaly there. Like that shouldn't exist. That should not exist in reality. Give me a reason why an anomaly exists in this. That's and and from there, and that was like, way early on. And then when they're like, yeah, you don't, the picture that you think is a picture isn't a picture. And then we see Stanley Kubrick's recently WikiLeaks. Well, we already saw that, but then we just recently WikiLeaks apparently dropped a new space bomb on us, right? Filming
Did
the
they,
space
WikiLeaks?
bomb.
Did they? Hang on, did they? Because I've been calling
Yeah.
out Julian Assange and WikiLeaks
Yeah,
as to
about
what
like a
happened
month
Friday night.
ago.
Have you got that material?
There's just more. It's just completely, and it's not WikiLeaks, but it's just like the shitty shit that you would expect, and so it's like they're just like, oh, it's fake, you know.
Yeah, have you
But
got that material? Do you
you should
have that
look at it
material?
and compare it with, you know, the other Stanley Kubrick work that's already been done, and it's like, yeah, that sort of piece that guy brought forth that was and he refuses to be a flat earther, you know, that space guy who got punched in the face by Neil Armstrong, he hates
that would be Bart Sibrel the wanker. Yes.
yeah, Simbrell.
Yeah.
And he's good, but you can't, because he's fearful for his life, man. Neil deGrasse, or it's like if Neil deGrasse Tyson punched you in the face and then told you to shut the fuck up about what you were talking about, I don't know. Would you comply? Like, it depends
I
how
wouldn't.
much pressure they
I
put
wouldn't
on you.
comply.
Was it Neil
It depends
deGrasse
how much
Tyson?
pressure they put on you, man. Like,
was it Neil deGrasse Tyson or Neil Armstrong?
It was Armstrong, but I always, that's
my
like
bad. I wasn't
joke.
trying to call you out or nothing.
No,
Well, yeah, we'll definitely call me out whenever. Yeah, absolutely.
I wasn't trying to. That's all I'm saying. I was trying to correct my own memory.
I think it's funny because that's like my joke is like I always tell people, I was like, oh, that stuff's flat. Oh, really? You think you see curvature? You think a pilot sees curvature out of 30,000 feet? Oh, cool. Write Neil deGrasse Tyson a very strongly worded letter. Like, he's our king flat earther. He debunks most of you clowns. Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's like, and then when people ask about gravity and mass, I'm like, no, I didn't debunk you. Einstein debunked you.
Yeah.
Like, Einstein debunks you, or Newton debunks you, or I mean, it's whatever you want. Just throw their. I'm using hostile witnesses because it's like most of these people don't get it. And the flat Earth is like philosophy, science. It's natural philosophy. It's what the original intent of science was.
Yes,
it's natural
integrity. It is the epitome and integrity of the word science.
And it's like, what is this reality? You know, and it's like, so we're looking at light and we're looking at geometry and really flat Earth is the last refuge of this science that's being lost to pseudoscience, literal pseudoscience.
Yeah, well, it's not being lost.
Still in the definition. When they change the definition of pseudoscience,
yeah,
we need to take note of that because they're about to do that.
They're doing it. They're doing it at the moment. It's all pseudoscience.
They've done it,
and we flat earthers.
But it's in the dictionary, still contradicting them. They're going to change that pretty soon, just like they've changed water level, and
curve is level now.
Bendy's ontal exists. Yeah, curved adjacent is a real thing. Yeah, prove a curved adjacent. Well, quantum eraser. Google has no problem with it. Hello, you're parroting something, and it's like no, that we're all observing the same thing. Different people I like to talk about. People talk about like why the boats disappear off the bottom, and so what I like to spread is the resolution limit. Easy way to explain it.
The resolution limit.
The resolution limit is you're up close. You see a bee on a rose petal, and you see that very clearly. You walk 10 feet back. You walk away, and then that resolution of where the bee is and where the flower is dissolves. It resolves, right?
Yeah, you can no longer.
And from what direction? Let's consider what direction is. Regardless, step 2. Step back another 20 feet, another 10 feet. Now you can't resolve where that rose was and where the rose bush begins.
Exactly.
So this is resolution limit. So when you're trying to resolve from the deck of something, The biggest thing that they always forget, and this is you don't have to be at the ocean. Look at a mountain, account for the diminishing angular size of its resolution. And now you should never see on a globe, you would never see mountains ever. Like you 10 miles away, you would maybe see the very tip top. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But they've hijacked perspective and made it the standard terrestrial refraction where they include their presupposed R radius value.
Yeah.
I mean, this shit gets so goofy, and it's like, I see what you did here, and it's a really good comedy. Like, that's why I don't let them go.
Yeah,
Like,
it's definitely satire.
You wake up every day, you think you're standing sideways, and you're spiraling automatically. So in chat, on YouTube chat, with all these crazy trolls, I'm like, you're spiraling, and they don't get it. And it's like, hey, me saying you're spiraling is actually sort of like giving you something. Like, I'm complimenting you. Like, you literally think you're spiraling.
Yeah,
Someone the other day got extremely mad at me when I was like, you're spiraling at the speed of sound. And they're like, are you gonna correct this other guy? I was like, no, but you literally think, and then Bendy Light comes in there, white knighting and saying that, oh, well, actually, speed is determined by its frame of reference, but it's like it's still 1,000 miles an hour.
Exactly. Nearly double the speed of sound. You know what I mean?
That's above the speed of sound, well above the speed of sound. Did you think when you're sitting stationary, everyday life, wake up in the morning, every day, have coffee, everyday life's going on, you think you're spinning at faster than the speed of sound?
Exactly.
And they don't like when you bring that up. They don't like when you bring up because I bring up to them all the time, hey,
so do I.
Fall off to the edge of your view for the horizon. That's what a blurf's beliefs is the boats fall. They want to say that you think there's an edge somewhere. It's like, no, you have an edge of view that you think boats fall off of, and you want to count the bricks from a building, or you want to count
into the break. Jen is trying to say something.
No, he's
sorry.
okay. He's
I
okay.
think I said a cuss word too. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. No, you're doing all right,
bro,
man. Yeah, like you said.
Bro,
no, I just
you're
heard
doing great.
You talking, and I just
you're doing great.
You're doing great.
You're doing good. You're doing good. I just heard Jen like 3 different times.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, when he was talking about the resolution thing, yeah, it's the angle from your perspective that will enable you to see only to a certain distance. That's it. And then after that, you will no longer see that object unless you have an optical instrument to actually aid your eyes so you can actually see further. And then this optical instrument that I'm using could be a pair of binoculars, could be a telescope, right? Could be a handycam. That will have a focal limit. And then the ship will appear to be disappearing again, bottom up. And then, of course, you pick up a more stronger instrument and you see more. So there you go.
Precisely. There is never a reason that there shouldn't be the calculation of the angular size, because you can do it. Here is the height of here's the distance of the mountain, and here's the height. And if you calculate the angular size of perspective, and then you want to count where the fucking 8 inches per mile is at, we're not seeing anything. And thank you guys, because we start jabbering on here. Very perfect.
No, but you're doing good, man. You're doing good,
on this topic. Thank you guys.
This is what people need to hear. This is what people need to hear this, so that they can then ask themselves: is what this guy's saying true? Yeah, I mean, ask yourself that question. When did you check to make sure that you're on a globe and you know without a doubt that the Earth is spinning at 1,036 miles per hour at the equator?
I think a lot of people are landlocked, so they'd never see the horizon, and
No,
so
they
most
don't
people
think
are
about
just
it. They don't think about it.
they don't think about it, and they don't see it. And so I'm like, you don't have to necessarily go to the shore, you can observe, 2,000, 235 feet, like what the record is. You can observe crazy distances from landlocked areas.
Yeah,
But that would be
273 miles is the
impossible
record
if you were
distance.
to account for angular perspective size with the curvature, because the curvature calculator is a perspective hijacker, and so they hate when you bring up that you have to account for this. Oh, you want to count bricks? Well, you have to account for the angular size now.
Yeah, there you go.
On top of it, oh, you already stole perspective. Now you got double perspective, and that's why I'm like, oh, refraction, where they presuppose the R. Okay, cool. What's that? What that gives you, like 50 feet? Like it gives them nothing. It gives them like 10%. You know what I mean?
Listen, I keep saying to them, it's minuscule. So
it's like, what are you even talking about refraction at this point?
Yeah,
like, it's
don't
like,
bring it up.
What do you? Yeah, it's like, it's goofy, but then it's like, hey, okay, now that you brought that up, let me talk about diminishing angle. Why didn't you calculate that?
Yes. Oops. I forgot about that. Oops.
Yeah. I think we forget about that a lot of times.
Yeah, no, those are razor sharp.
It's best. What I really came to the realization, I was living out there by the beach, being a hippie and shit, and I was just like, I can't believe they pulled that over my eyes. I just couldn't believe it when I was just looking out there at the sunsets and stuff. The stuff they say is proof of something.
Well, you can imagine how I felt then, because I couldn't believe it as well. At first, I was banging my head thinking, yeah, this is how far they've lied. And then I banged my head some more, slapped my head some more, because I actually done the bloody moon research of the moon landings. Of course, they didn't go to the moon, so how could they even have a picture of the globe? How could they
you
even
saw that first. You knew. See, that's the big. I think that's the big leap. People don't like. You have to take that leap first. So I took in that leap fucking 10 years ago. Or 10 years ago. So this all came very easy to me. I was like, I'm an alternative cosmologist since the minute I left high school. I was in high school, like I was in college. Alternative cosmologist,
Right.
At that time. And still, I'm an alternative cosmologist, like whatever. Like, I guess you just call me a flat earther, and it's like, so, like, to create less commotion, it's like, I guess so. You know what I mean? Like,
well, flat Earth is
an
good.
aspect.
Cosmology is not really a real thing, is it? Really?
Yeah. Precisely.
You're talking about decoration. Lights and decoration is what we're talking about here. Everything's they've launched a 20.
I really like the light conversation that was happening. The photoelectric effect sort of conversation.
Yeah,
because that's my big.
They had or wait, your name's.
Yeah, but it's all.
You had a question though.
We have to remember that it's nothing. Nothing set in stone? That's the thing with that stuff. And they put up a $10 billion new James Webb telescope. And it's supposedly getting ready to. It's setting up as we speak in space. Right beyond that.
They got a new one. Isn't that the one that touched the sun? They got another one. They got a touch the sun one. And then they got another one just right there, ready to just splooge out there.
Yeah, just wasting the taxpayers' money. There's nothing out there, folks. So if you think the James Webb telescope is out there,
we've got something I wanted to talk about.
Hang on a second. Let me just get this out. Yeah, go on.
Okay.
We've got people who have spoken to the man who's supposed to be maintaining and keeping an eye on the Hubble, and he tells us that he hasn't set eyes on it in 25 years.
Yeah,
it's not bloody there. That's why. Because it's not there. For him
Jerry Marzinski. Jerry Marzinski. He does a lot of like prison, psychological studies and stuff. And then I like that because for a long time I just thought that Tom DeLonge was a kook when he was talking about his aliens and stuff.
Oh yeah. I don't like that
And
guy.
I
And I
think
don't like
that
that
he
shit.
has like some mystery men. I think that there's like some he's influenced. I think maybe by in the wrong direction.
Most
But
certainly.
he's not a space alien kook. He's talking about where these entities are here, talking about sort of I don't know situations and
Can I ask you
places
something?
where that energy is happening, and it's falling in line with like Jerry Marzinski and Schrodinger's. It's not Schrodinger's, but that's what I'm thinking of because that's quantum. But it's like anyway, Jerry Marzinski. If you look into Jerry Marzinski, you'll find it out, and he's talking about these parasitic entities that are like they live. They're like
Can I ask you something?
Branded.
Go on, ask your question, mate. Go ahead, please.
All right, so you're talking about aliens. Have you ever heard of Dr. Stephen Greer?
Well, yeah, of course.
All right, so right before Flat Earth, I found him, and he was talking about aliens, and he mentioned how they, like, he basically said outer space doesn't exist because the only way to travel in outer space is to travel through another dimension. So these aliens are extra-dimensional travelers, which I read a book called by Robert Aspirin called Another Fine Myth, and all the demons were dimensional travelers. So the aliens are basically demons. Like
read the book of Enoch. Read the book of Enoch.
Right.
Same thing.
That's all I was getting at.
But yeah, isn't that interesting? Those are like those are really like if you're into the globe religion a lot, then boom, you're gonna look into like Stephen Greer because his commercials are showing up on your YouTube, channel live and shit before your
I
flat
found
earth
him
shit,
before all this. Right before
I've
Flat
been
Earth.
following
I was
all
into
for
him.
a long time, my friend. I've been following for a long time. And
all of that is honestly new to me. I found all that, and then I found Flat Earth, and it trumped all of it. And so I was like, "Oh, okay."
because Flat Earth is like Flat Earth is simply we see too far. That's where like they all
Flat
make
Earth
fun
is
of us.
simple.
We make fun of us
There's
about
no
it.
curvature.
It's like there's no curvature, but then it's like okay, we can talk about everything else now. You know what I mean? Like,
But it goes back to curvature and no R value.
And especially about how you're being controlled. And they say, "Oh, you're paranoid because you don't believe that you're putting dinosaur bones into your gas tank to drive to work every day." It's like
I'm not sure dinosaurs ever existed, honestly, because oil is hydrocarbons.
But you get the humor. Like, where does the paranoia and where does the paranoia and conspiracy meet and end? And it's like, do you even know what the word conspiracy means? Because to say that somebody, because pretty much at this point, everybody must believe conspiracies 100% exist. Theory?
At least 5 or 7 years ago, I watched a documentary. QAnon, but I watched a documentary called The Conspiracy Theory Conspiracy, and it was about how the CIA created the conspiracy theorists. Essentially,
they created the nuclear, those little nuclear explosion cartoons that everybody ducked under their desks and stuff for. That was all made in Laurel Canyon, where whatever that Riders in the Storm. His father was put him in the storm.
A great track that is.
It's like you
was that Jim Morrison? That wasn't Jim Morrison, was it?
Spoon feed everybody. We're just here to just sort of bring it all up and be like, yeah, like there's a lot of. And it's like, do you think that the flat Earth, me disbelieving that the cartoon religion, like I'm in a cult?
Yeah, that's right.
You think I'm in a cult because I disbelieve your goofy cartoon religion? Okay then. I guess so.
No. You know when they say you're going against thousands of years of knowledge and information, and all the scientists says, yeah, that's right. I'm going against all that. That's right. Yeah, absolutely correct. That's right.
Yeah,
Thank
everything's a lie.
you. You got it right.
There's been a traffic between. There's literally tetragrammaton was found in Michigan, Detroit Rock City and shit. They found the tetragrammaton written 15,000 years before it's supposed to be there. I guess, or
yeah,
fuck it, I don't know. I don't know when the Redskins went there, and then the big giant whites were there before it. But that you're not allowed to talk about it because it's racist. Because it sounds racist. Because you're saying big giant whites were there before the
Well,
fucking
that's the
Redskins.
Rh negative gene. You can refer to them as the Rh negative gene without
those
sounding
giants.
racist.
Well, people have that. No, I know you.
Yeah,
but
is
that's
it the
the
Rh
reason
negative that's super rare, or the
they've
Rh
suppressed that
positive?
information. They've suppressed that information
This
because
is
of
true.
arbitrary race like this racism that's doesn't even it's not even there. It's like, I'm not a fucking giant. That's weird that you guys have found bunches of giants and you've suppressed that information. That's fucking weird. Why?
So there can be giant lizards, but no giant people, huh? Oh.
Well, maybe. But no, these are hominid, and there is no missing link there either. They're not even like transitioning. There's no transformer species there involved.
Yeah,
Or
there's no
could there
empirical
be? Or
evidence
is
for
that
evolution.
because they would be showing those transformer species to prove their whole theory. They would be showing those, but they have to hide what disproves that. That's the problem. Because yeah, if there was like a transformer alien fucking lizard species or whatever, a salamander that hid underneath ground. I guess we're all salamanders that hid underneath ground in this evolution shit. We were salamanders, we hid underneath ground when the fucking shit popped off, and then we grew to be people through, going through water, all that shit, but that's like part of the problem. That's part of the problem. You start going down this atheist fucking delusional retardation of like making up fantasy for your own beliefs. Everybody's just it's just it becomes so sad. Like you see it on like, that's why Joe Rogan, he's like, yeah, I believe in God now. You're like, that's why you see it even these fucking clowns, because they can't fucking explain this stupid fucking Darwin shit any fucking longer. I said a lot of cuss words.
No, that's because
I forgot I wasn't just talking to my friends. I'm sorry about that.
It's just a hideous theory. That's all that is. Darwinism. Come on, man.
Yeah, not even a theory though. That's the problem. It's not even a theory, but
it's a bad theory.
it's yeah. Darwin, he actually paid a guy who did all his research, who wasn't looking up the theory of Darwinism, and then he died of malaria, and then they went and took his manuscripts and then like sort of scribbled over him a little bit, over his information, and came up with Darwin.
They critiqued it somewhat. Yeah.
And then what's the Jesuit guy that came up with the Big Bang?
Yeah, I've forgotten his name now. French sounds
man. It's like, man, like, because all these atheists will be like, oh God, because it's like, I used to be them. I guess that's why I have such a strong aversion to it now, and why I can call it out, and I want to call it out, because I'm like, I don't like that about myself. That I was like, where's your sky daddy? And then, oh yeah, I believe in creation from a Jesuit teacher, whatever his name was. Somebody will come up with it for me. And and that was it, Like, I was following the same Vatican school of thought
Were you Catholic?
I thought I had escaped from. No, but I mean, I grew up.
I was
Christian
I just had to
influence
ask.
that was of a sect of Christian. Well, you know, I was like of a sect of that. You know.
Well, I was Catholic,
All
like straight
Christianity.
confirmation, all of it.
I mean, that stuff is just so ritualistic and counter. See, I was in a Christian religion where they taught me like yeah, this stuff is a cult, and you shouldn't follow it and stuff. They taught me enough to where I'm questioning of the Bible and theology.
You should read the Bible and question religion.
Yeah, I mean, I think religion's there to hijack your spirituality, and I think I mean, you have to think about like our human history. So the Bible was like our first propaganda, and I think that.
Well, hold on. Let me not just say the Bible. You should read religious texts to get a good perspective.
Religious texts. Yeah, absolutely. I do absolutely agree with that for sure. That's why I was saying that I think that yeah, I think that it's just like sort of half the story. You're sort of a bunch 7 blind men feeling on an elephant.
Yeah,
That's almost Sikhism. Sikhs, that's their sort of thing. But I agree with that. I think everybody has like there's some truth there, always, and that's why it's like I think the Illuminati card for flat Earth was flat Earthers know something, and it's like whether I want to divulge that to you or not, we'll have to talk some more. We'll have to keep talking.
It depends on how you treat me. If you're gonna be an asshole, then I'm not gonna say shit. If
I mean, but we're not. I mean, it's we agree on so many other points. So clearly, there's some point where there's curvature. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like why we're here. We're here wanting to know where the curvature is at. That's why we all meet here. And people will be like, "Well, I have this cartoon," and everybody has their own thing.
Look at my picture.
Their own thing.
Look at my picture. It's so cool. They say it's the Earth.
Yeah, they'll be like, that's the horizon. That's Earth curve. And then I'm like, okay, well, where did the boats go after that geometric edge to your view that caused the horizon? Oh no, don't say that the boats fell off the horizon, because like how would I explain on a globe would I explain that a boat that rises above? Would I say that it like shoots up above? Like what would I say? Like it falls. It falls after the edge of your geometric view to the horizon on a blur. So literally all blurfs, all of them believe that boats fall down off of the horizon. They all believe that. But they want to say that me, a flat earther, right? Because they've labeled me that with their generic isms. I believe that. No, actually, I believe that the boat just goes back and goes off and it goes where it's going to go, like just a resolution limit. I don't see for infinity. But they believe they see for infinity and that boats fall off the fucking horizon. But they want to tell you that you think boats fall off the horizon. And they want to say you have insane beliefs and expectations when they literally think they see forever. They don't understand resolution limit. No, simple perspective. Simple
understand thermodynamics. They don't understand a circle. They don't understand words. That's why we're here to answer their questions.
Semantics. I know they think semantics is a bad word. Like, oh, that's a semantical argument. Yeah, like that's argument is using words and the definitions of those words to create a representation of what I'm trying to convey to you. Can you do the same? Like, that's why it's always a losing argument for any of them. Even the great Tim Osmond. And it was like, well, Tim Osmond, he should have stayed around, but he just got in a fight with what was it, Witsit or something. That's the best he's done in a while. I'm disappointed in all of them, but we're just like, I really don't care who came before or came after, who comes after, or whatever. You know what I mean? And I know I just started talking, so sorry about that. I mean, if there was a piece of globe evidence that was more than here's a cartoon, your phone is one day gonna work on satellites, and like we're gonna have people go to the moon in the next few years. There's really not even a reason to even think about this topic ever. Except it's like, I think Bill Gates came from a banker family. Like I don't think he did come from a banker family, and I think his banker family, like his mother was the consultant for IBM, which got him. So he's not a college dropout. He's a banker family piece of shit. And then we have Elon Musk, who's from a blood diamond family. No one wants to remember. He hasn't invented or done anything in his life ever. He's just throwing retard freaks around, like other people we know. Everything that is presented to us is a fabrication. And you want to call me paranoid? Well, good luck in your delusion then. Shit. Like, I don't give a shit. I'll go skateboarding fucking tomorrow. You fucking tell me I gotta wear a fucking face diaper on my face. Guess what? I'm not gonna do it. And I'll go do whatever the fuck I want to do. So am I controlled? Am I controlled Rain? Am I controlled Rain in chat, voice chat, or in the YouTube chat because they're scared to come in here? No. You're goon. They're goons, man. They're goons. They're fucking goons, dude. And it's not even like a cool thing. Sometimes if they're like really nerd, I'll throw them like a cookie and I'll give them a Goomba. I'll call them a Goomba. I'll be like, yeah, I'll give you a little bit nerdy like name for yourself. But it's sad. It's a sad state of the globe right now. Like, it's done. They want to come in here and say the flat Earth is done. It's like, man, it's like you could have said that in 2018, but it's 2021, and so yeah, they're not in here saying like it's flat Earth, but they're in here saying everything I know is a lie, and they're willing to accept this truth. That's what I gotta say. Thank you.
All right, well, thanks for having me tonight. I'm going to bed now. That was very informative, and I hope to stick around.
Yeah, well, thanks for paying us a visit. Thanks for paying us a visit, but bearing in mind, that Earth is definitely not a spinning ball. There's no evidence for it. And if you carry on believing it, then you're into the fantasy world of living. You're not really living on Earth properly at all. Really, you're just playing their game. Okay.
There's no living on a globe.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Okay, have a peaceful one. I hope you come back.
You too.
Thank you.
You just always, I just always have this stuff I want to just talk about, like the sort of simulation that we're presented with.
Yeah. I think it's a good thing to acknowledge those in the chat room. Let them know you're talking to them as well, yeah? Those in the chat room, I hope you're having a good time and enjoying what's being said.
This is Into the Break. If you're on the chat, if you're on the YouTube chat, this is Into the Break. They will miss this. They won't even know that it's me tomorrow.
Yeah, but if you can hit them today with something that they might think about tomorrow, that's a good thing, you know. It's okay.
I strive for that. I strive for humor, like, because I'm just having fun, like, because, like, really, I'm like, I'm making fun of your cartoon religion.
Humor is nice. Agreed. Humor is nice, but from time to time, you need to drop the serious bombs. You know, the ones that's going to make them really think about it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you see my chats tonight?
Yeah.
I was doing that, bro. I was just dropping those heavy bombs, those deep bombs, bro. Those bombs that were silent but deadly.
Yeah.
Like gas pressure without a container. But except, it was more, it seemed like Gem Panda's server decided to take a little hiatus over to our server tonight. And they fell miserably. I mean, it was sort of entertaining for me. I mean, thank goodness for them. I hope they return. But it's just like almost pathetic. It's just always pathetic. Like, and they're like, "Oh, it's pathetic. We're coming here for you because." And it was like, yeah, if I wanted to go talk about Elon Musk, I would go talk to 1,000 people on Elon Musk server, But you guys come here. You guys really want to talk about people who who want to make fun of Elon Musk. Like, you're here for a reason. Why are you here? Like, we're glad. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
They don't get it, but they figure it. They fight it and they fight it. But there's no fighting the light. Yeah, I mean, it's like you got a shield of darkness. You're gonna try to hide fucking the shining bright light on you. We're wintertime. We're closer to the sun.
Sorry, I'm just replying to someone on Telegram. Sorry about that. But I am
Dude, nice. I missed a bunch of. I always get hung up on just like I would just rather go on YouTube chat, and so I always neglect my Instagram chat. And so there's people that are like, I'll go look at them. It's just really pitiful. The sort of replies and stuff that you get, and it's like I want more, and I learn more by It's like when they started trying to censor people. I took that as a compliment. It was because that's going to keep my brain up and functioning of ways to keep out of getting censored and all that stuff. And that's what constantly my brain has been doing is I've constantly been working, thinking of ways to get around these parameters that are set for you. While other people are just sedentary and they're like, I looked at Wikipedia and it said gravity is the response that I should give. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like, but every day I'm looking at how to compose compose sentences. How when's the appropriate time to use different language and all everything. It just goes into you're just interested in yourself, in yourself and other people, and conveying what you want to say. But most people just have a lazy perspective about it. And that's the problem with blurfers, is that they're all boring. It's like, fuck, man. Like, I could give you like 12 definitions, and I could give you definitions from the dictionary, and it'd be more entertaining than anything you dumbasses have to say.
Yeah, they don't seem to. They don't seem to. I've said it to them many times, and I've called them out. And that is this: they are devaluers of life. Nothing they do or say promotes good life and uplifts our lives. And I've said that to them. I said, in all the years I've heard you guys speak on this server, not this particular server, but on like Gem Panda server and other servers.
Oh, Gem is a cesspool. That is a 666 sick place.
Right. Now allow me to get this out now. Allow me to get this out. But this is what I said. That I never say anything uplift anyone's lives. You hear a flat earther, he's uplifting life, he's health, he's telling you to look up, to help get the earth is not a springboard, there's no evidence for it. We uplift, we tell you how to maintain your health, how to maintain your car, you know, how to look after your health. You guys, nothing to that. Say, yeah, let's talk about, you know, you can't even talk about that. Because when I come, you're the walking dead. That's what you are. Be proud of that, yeah? Be proud of that.
I am Negan. I am Negan to the globe. I am Negan to the globe. If you've seen Walking Dead season 7, opening episode of season 7, I am Negan to the globe.
Sorry. Yeah, no, that's way out of my league, that one. I haven't seen anything like that.
Hey, you know, that's the whole point, is the entire time, like, don't let them get away with their little clown bullshit. You want to laugh about some shit? Okay, cool. Laugh about how you think that boats fall off a horizon edge. You think that. I know that there's atmospheric refraction. I know that there's, light attenuation. I know that there's angular size limitation. But these people, they don't believe in those rational things that you see in everyday artwork. Most common people know. They don't. They have to disbelieve it.
Yeah.
But anytime somebody wants to say they want to dox you and they want to fight you because the fact that you're laughing at their cartoon religion, no, that's straight scum. And I tell them, pull up. Hey, come on, let's hang out then. Because I guarantee, like, I would hang out with all my haters. We'll just fucking smoke some weed and drink a beer and, like, be cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like, why are you so mad about me laughing about, like, Globe cartoons? Like, I just don't get it. I want to know. Like, why are they mad?
Well, because you're challenging their beliefs. Because they don't know anything. They only carry beliefs. They don't know for a fact. They're feeling rather inadequate that they can't prove their model that they believe in. They can't prove it. So now they've come across all unnecessary now. Now they want to fight you. But with me, I'm ready for the fight. You want to fight me? Let's go then. You know what I mean? I'll beat you flat.
Dude.
Idiot.
I was like, I'll show you flat Earth. You want to see flat Earth? I will show it to you up close and personal. Your fucking face buried in the fucking ground, you're gonna understand that shit is fucking flat as fuck. You wanna fucking say you're gonna dox me? Guess what? Come visit my fucking house, motherfucker. I told this motherfucker, and then he was like, "Oh, you were triggered by my joke." And I was like, yeah, your hollow threats were a joke, you little fucking... Come on, motherfucker. Come on. Let's fucking do it, man. Or let's just go to the bar and let's talk about like how goofy NASA is and like let's be done with it. You know what I mean? But you want to dox me? You want to get me fired? You want to punch somebody? Bro, I'll be whatever that Logan Paul with it. Come on. It's a hoax. That's all a hoax. Like to me that stuff is funny. I love it because it's so funny. It's so funny. What other sort of like truth movement has like music, boxers, fucking, you know what I mean? Like, has all this shit. There's nothing. Because it's like flat earth, because you could be on one side of a spectrum politically or something and then on another, and then you're still flat earth, though. Like, it hates that it sort of destroys the paradigm that they want to create for people stepping on tap dancing on dominoes, what they call it or whatever, you know. They need for you to be. So it's like they try to force me into, oh, you're a flat earther. Well, it's like I don't want to be a fucking pussy, so yeah, I'm a flat earther. But then it's like, what do you think about flat earth? And like, you know, it's like you don't get it. You're clueless. You don't get it. That's why you have to label me as something. That's why it's easier for you to digest me being. And that's so sometimes it's like, no, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a fucking cube earther, and I believe that reality is dictated by our experience. And they'll be like, okay, well, I have no interest in talking to you. Like some big trolls and shit, you know, on Instagram. And it's just like, how fucking like you have to say something that is very counterproductive to the norm for the trolls to really get all excited about. Like hate, like gravity is the big one. That's why they're here. You know, gravity.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why they're here. That's why all of them are always here. They're only here because of gravity, because everyday life is flat and stationary. They're only here because of gravity. Oh no, I wish there was a globe here. I was hoping I was bringing a glober here. It was somebody I've been talking to for a while, and they were definitely too scared to go on to chat. And say I'm scared to go into chat, and I know what I'm talking about. But there's so many other personalities. I'm not necessary in this chat. But just to make sure that everybody in the YouTube chat, when I'm typing, they know, hey, come on to voice chat. It'd be easier to discuss this stuff. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, get on the voice chat.
Yeah. Why don't you come and discuss with us what evidence that you can bring to bear that proves to you, without a doubt, that the Earth does exist as a spherical ball that is spinning in the vacuum of space whilst hurtling through the universe. You've got to prove this fact, because remember, that is a very big claim. That's a massive claim. That's what's going on, and that's what we.
That's an insane claim. That stuff's insane. They hate when you bring it up, because when you bring up what they believe in, they say don't straw man.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you serious? That's what you believe. Like, just support one aspect, please.
Yeah.
Your fucking cartoon globe religion for us.
Excuse me.
That's why
said to them,
like the running joke in our chat is that there's no more globe earthers left at all, because none of them will stand behind their claim. And you know EXO, and you know they run from EXO.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Pillbox. Of course I know. Pillbox tells him as
I'm
it
always
is.
EXO is your father. Like a lot of these little kids need EXO, need EXO in their life. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's
Like
right.
they need to
That's why
have a
he
father
delivers.
figure.
That's why his delivery method is pretty
Mm-hmm.
good, because it confronts them and challenges them, and he only
Yep.
does that. He only does that
He
when
does
he
it.
gets.
He does it
Hang on,
very
let me
well.
get my point out
I
now.
appreciate the way he
Hang
does it.
on, let me get that now. He only does that when he gets exasperated from all the obfuscation and not answering the question directly, and running around the topic matter when they're not hitting it head on. Then he gets switches on and says, "Well, look, frankly, you are running away from the topic matter," and then he goes into his long, precise rant on their behaviour and why they believe what they believe and not know not know the truth. So I like that. Now, Pillbox has been doing it a long time. He just needs room to articulate it because he is fantastic at doing it. And we all need to just step back a bit, let him do it, and then wait to see the reaction when the person picks himself up, dusts himself off, because he's just been given a verbal upright standing. You know what I mean? He's given a verbal upright there. So now the guy needs to dust himself off and then rebut or start speaking and now what do you think about what you've been told? Can you now act accordingly and address the problems you have with your model, your inability to actually articulate and deliver the reasons why you actually believe, because you don't know it yet, or if you know it, then show us how you know the Earth is a globe. Please show us that right now. And I love that. That's how I like to operate. I love that.
That's the sort of saying that they get to stand upright. Hey, stand upright, boy. It's
that's right.
he shows them, and it's not nothing to demasculate them or to treat them badly. It's to be like, hey, you need a father figure in your life.
That's right. You need to commit to something.
Because you're on a downward spiral, and I say that, and it's like they probably have a father figure, and their father figure is a fucking cuck that's already succumbed to this fucking shit. But no,
well, yeah, we all did, didn't we? Remember this, we all did. So they've probably got good parents. We should say that they've got good parents. They bought into the system.
But
hang on, hold on. They've bought into the system. They're being brainwashed. They're on their way to being brainwashed. They're currently being brainwashed, okay? So now we've come along and we're telling them to hold on a second. Have you checked what you've been told? Because we have discovered that they've lied to us because we indeed did what you're doing now. Okay, so we did what you're doing now, and no one came up to us. Hang on a second. No one came up to us and told us that the Earth was flat. No one came up to us and told us that. Although it was mentioned in certain books, but it was mentioned that it wasn't flat. No one actually came up to me and say it was flat. Although there was a Mr. Johnson, from America in the 1990s, 70s, and 80s that was pushing the flat Earth. And I remember him, but it went in one ear and out the other ear because I was doing other things. So the TV was on, but I was probably playing a game, doing something. I was distracted, so I couldn't give it 100% of my attention. But I remember this Mr. Johnson character pushing flat Earth. So
whoa, really?
There, but I didn't pay attention to it. That was the thing.
Really?
Yep.
That's kind of insane. No, I don't want to distract from what we're talking about, but that's a good true, that's one of those good meat, because I say, the entertainment is a byproduct of propaganda. Like they wouldn't make there is no entertainment that you're perceiving that isn't some sort of propaganda, that isn't something to sort of derive a thinking of control your mind. There's nothing.
Yeah. No, I was watching TV.
It's all a byproduct.
As a kid, yeah. So as a child, I was obviously playing games with my brothers. Okay, and probably doing homework, or definitely was distracted. But I do remember flat Earth being discussed on TV. Mr. Johnson, it was.
I had Mr.
I remember it being over the weekend. I remember it being over the weekend I remember it not being a weekday; it was a weekend for me. That was the thing, because weekdays I was definitely not playing any games. I was doing my homework and things like that, and then I'd be out of the house, in the courtyard of the estate we lived in, playing football. So if when I do remember it, it was when I was in the living room, probably doing my homework, probably playing a game or something, and it was there in the background. That I do remember. Memories of that.
Dude, how?
During the 70s.
Yeah, and how fitting, like how it all just like it all happened at the right time, at the right place for us to be right here talking to each other.
Yeah.
Throughout, like, I mean, even if you think about the Big Bang, and so everything is spiraling out of control, and like we're all particles, so we're particles spiraling, creating our bodies.
Exactly.
And then somehow
right
we are having communication with each other, across
Whilst
the
all
pond,
that's going on, whilst all that is going on, all that's going on out there in the universe.
That's all happening at the same time when people are realizing that there's no curvature. So how is that happening? See, that's the biggest thing when people are like, when I like to talk about the gas pressure without containment, gas pressure, that's because that's your definition. That's your definition. Gas, and then they're like, "Oh, we don't need a container," and it's like that's the point. That's the whole point. Is that it doesn't mean necessarily that there's a outside dome. It means that the way that you think about things and the way that we understand physical reality doesn't fit with reality. Like entropy, like when they say like, oh, walk outside and there you go, you have gas pressure without container, and they're right. And they're absolutely right. You know what I mean? But you would still say, well, where did you get that gas pressure from? And it's not because of some gravity or something, or it is, or whatever it is. But it's precisely not a rate based on a radius 3959. You know what I mean? It's like you can have gravity. All these different photoelectric effect was made by the same guy who did general relativity. Photoelectric effect, I'm still trying to figure out. You know what I mean? And along with a lot of other stuff. And so it's like when you the problem with these anti-flat earthers and they're anti-flat earthers, and it's like you would call me a flat earther, and I'm not even a flat earther, but I guess I am a flat earther. I'm the most flat earther most people know of, you know what I mean? Or, not maybe in your friend group, but in our, in people's objective reality, it's like, well, obviously you're the more flat earther person they know because I have alternative cosmology.
Right.
And,
I don't have that.
but those, see how complicated that was to even convey that,
Yeah, exactly. You got to, Yeah, I just feel that if you're somebody who understands that the Earth is not a spinning ball, then you can call yourself a flat earther if you will, but don't allow anyone to belittle you. That's what I'm trying to say here. Do not let anyone belittle you because you know the Earth is not a spinning ball. Because the problem is, it's the person you are speaking to that is feeling rather unnecessary and inadequate because they are unable to articulate the evidence and proof that they have that their globe exists. It's always going to be an appeal to authority, an appeal to consensus, and that's the only thing they've got. And CGI pictures.
Absolutely, that's the only thing they got, and so they're going to try to diminish me. They're going to try to make it seem when I say that, oh, like you're wearing a face diaper. I'm crazy person, I don't believe in all kinds of stuff. And it's like, no.
Well, it's funny,
I believe in the scientific method. That's the problem. Like, this is the sooner everybody starts to realize you need to understand what the scientific method is, then we can all like have a nice, productive society. Like where pyramids, where we make pyramids float to the sky. If everybody knows what the scientific method
address your diaper thing. Yeah, allow me to address your diaper thing. You got to give way sometimes when you're speaking. Yeah, you got to learn to give way a little bit.
Oh,
You
I
understand me?
I get you. Go on.
Right. Okay. So, okay, that's fine. Let's not get too into all that. Basically,
Yeah,
when
no,
you mentioned the
I'm not
diaper thing.
trying to. I
No.
really
I
appreciate
understand
the
that. I just want you to pay
conversation, and I'm
attention to
sorry
that.
for interrupting
Yeah.
again.
Just pay
Just to tell you
attention to
that
that.
I
That's it. Let's
appreciate
not
it.
go
Thank
into
you.
that now. Okay. Okay. Boom. End of. Just pay attention to that. Finish. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: when you were talking about the diaper thing, what it is that it's funny how they associate all those who are anti the jab flat earthers. I think that's quite telling for those who are listening in the live stream chat room. It's quite telling, isn't it? They're saying that all those of you who are anti the jab, you're a flat earther. Well, that proves that we are definitely more intelligent than most of the people who have gone and got the jab. That's what that proves. And
Yep.
the main media and the government, they all know the truth. That is why they are telling you. They're letting you know. They want you to hate us, right? But what you're really doing is sealing your own doom, and then sealing our doom as well by going up and get that jab. That's what's going on now. You've
Oh,
made an error
absolutely.
of judgment. Yeah, exactly that. Because if indeed you discover that the Earth isn't a spinning ball, and you've gone and had the jab now you've got to ask yourself, what did you go and do?
That's
Okay,
what
that's what
hey, that's what 100% of our naysayers have in common. Every single one of them has straight bent over and taken that jab in their booty hole. They've taken that jab multiple times in their booty hole and in all their orifices. I haven't taken a test once in my fucking life, and I haven't and I've worn a mask only a few times. I broke my wrist skateboarding, and I wore a mask into the hospital twice. During this whole fucking shit. Whole fucking shit, dude. And these fucking,
Well,
I'm telling you,
I
you
haven't
meet the
worn the
right
mask.
fucking intelligent doctors, they know what the fuck is going on. These people, I work with doctors, dude. They know what the fuck is going on, man. Don't think for a minute that this Twitter 99% of retard is retard is reality. Fuck no, dude. Fuck no.
No.
Every intelligent, smart person, only the dumbest people I've ever met or known in my life think that the COVID shit is real. Everybody else in my life, we're fine. I live in the Bible Belt though, so I mean, people also,
Big trouble there.
but none of these people are religious, so it's not even. It's. I think I was preserved because thank God for Jesus. Because I'm in the Bible Belt, like it is way different for me than it is for anybody else in this world right now. I'll tell you that much right now. We talk.
Now, hang on, let me get my bit out now.
My
Hang on,
friends, we talk about it.
two-way street here.
We talk about it
Two-way.
often.
Thank you. Let me get my point out now. Thanks. Right now, as I was trying to say, as for the mask thing, I've never worn the mask. It's not being here in Japan. It's not being policed and enforced. The government says they don't have the law to do that. That was Abe before he resigned as the leader of Japan. We got a new leader now. But he said we don't have the law, so they haven't been enforcing it. But what he was asking for everyone's cooperation during these pandemic. He said, all right, and that's what's gone on. So I am able to go into the shops anywhere I like without wearing a mask, and no one butts an eyelid, although I have had one or two people come up to me, just one or two, that's all it's been, two I think, come up to me and tried to explain to me that I should be wearing a mask, and then I proceed to show them a video which shows the ineffectiveness of the said mask that he wants me to put on. And then I then explained, don't interrupt me now, I then explained to him that if this thing was really real and it was airborne and it's easily transmittable, you wouldn't be able to come out of your house because it would be covered all over your doorknob, your cars, whatever you touch, you wouldn't dare come out. You wouldn't dare come out because you would have contracted it by now. And that mask, as you can see from the video, the two little short videos I showed you, offers you zero protection. So the question is, when you see me, the question should be, What is it that this foreigner in my country know that I don't know? Not that I'm stupid and I'm not aware of what's going on, because I am aware. I've been in 21 years. You may not have known that, but you need to be thinking. What
I
do I
do. No,
you
I know
don't
you
know?
now that I know that I've definitely listened to you talk many times, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm
I know
glad.
you.
Yeah, I'm glad. So, so I said to him, you need to think and understand. Ask yourself that question: what is it that this person knows that I don't know? Because he's not wearing a mask at all. You may have seen him jogging, cycling with his kids. He's in the laundrette. He's shopping. There's not once have you seen
Yep.
him with a mask on.
Those are, I
Why?
mean, every single doctor, it's like, because hey, when they need to have it, like I'm literally opening up the fucking body cavity of a person. I need to have that mask on.
That's right. We don't have that here.
And then
It's never been
when they leave that surgery room, guess what? They take the fucking mask off.
Of course they do. Of course they do. Of course they do.
Like I know I know so many very, very smart people, and they're just as mortified as me. They're just like, I can't believe people are just so fucking retarded. They're all in shock. All these smart people I know, they're in shock. They're like, I can't believe people are this fucking retarded. I can't even get my fucking staff to show up to work anymore. And I'm supposed to pay them more now. That's what they're telling me. And it's like they're the doctors and shit. And it's like I work with the doctors that are a little bit more holistic, let's say. And yeah, their staff
Yeah,
went faster
someone's
than
got someone. Hang on,
non-holistic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, 1 second.
Bunch of fucking
My son has
scumbags is
just
what
come
it
round, I
is,
think.
Bunch of fucking lazy, worthless fucking scumbags wanting to get fucking paid. I saw it was $19 an hour to work at Chick-fil-A, and I was like, dude, I spend at least like $300 a week at Chick-fil-A. So
if you go outside, I'll do it.
But hey, isn't that the most interesting stuff, man? Like, is that the politics is just like that'll get you banned real quick. Just keep it to flat Earth, where everything that everybody knows and believes in is a lie, and you're safe. You're safe here. You're safe here in this realm. Because they're like, oh, they're too crazy for them to take it serious, and then like the crazy ones are just crazy enough,
Yeah.
And it's like, fuck you, government and your gravity.
Well, it's not like that for me. It's I mean, it's definitely fuck you government and fuck you gravity, but you know what I mean, though, yeah.
I
look,
know.
everybody. Hey, everybody,
Yeah,
wake up! It's more like, hey, people, wake up! We've been deceived. That's what it's more like.
It's like that all over the world now. Yeah, and that's why I was like, I told my friend he's living in San Diego and stuff. I was like, for real, like, make sure you definitely do come over here for Christmas. Like, because I wouldn't suggest anybody travel unless you're traveling to visit me. You know what I mean? Unless you're traveling to the Bible Belt of America. Because we got that Jesus juice, and that shit fucking cured us all. We fucking living like it's 1990 or 2018. You know what I mean? And no mask anywhere. Like it is like it's 2018. Like none of this garbage ever existed. Seriously.
Yeah.
And we were like, and so I'm kind of spoiled in that because I knew some bad shit was gonna happen. I moved back over here, ready for that shit to happen, and then the shit happened.
Yeah.
It's sort of like Alex Jones has never really lied about anything he's ever said.
Well,
it's like I'm not lying.
Hang on a second. Please look. it's a two-way conversation here if we're going to have it. So let's try and get that going. Now, I will say this. I think Alex Jones has been right on certain things. Yes, he's made a couple of boobs and blunders. Okay, but yeah, I do like Alex Jones. I won't knock that. The thing is, I think he came off the rails a little bit, and he's come back on the rails. His recent videos that I watched. When I say recent, I'll have to go back to
just
the
clips.
beginning of this year. The beginning of this year, for example, he was calling people to arms because what's going on is wrong, and we need to stand up. Blah blah blah. I agree. So he's there. He's with it. He knows what's going on is wrong, and he has been truthful to the people on that regard, calling people up to stand up and take this on full on. Let's fight back and get our freedom back. So I'll commend him on that, Alex Jones. And in the past,
very political. Very
hang
political.
On. Yes, he has done. I don't know about the biblical side. He has done a lot of.
No, I don't know about biblical either, but no, it was political. Political.
Yeah, he's very political. I agree. Yeah, and I love the stuff he's done. You know, let's go when I'm going about 15 years and then bring it right up to now. So I like Alex Jones. There's nothing I don't like about
Bill
him.
Hicks.
Bill Hicks. Yeah, I don't know about all that. You know,
it's George
Carlin. Hang on.
George Carlin politics is my
my cannot get a word in.
George Carlin politics. You know what I mean?
Not really into that side of things.
You ever seen George Carlin?
He looks like him, but that's all I can say. It looks like him. I don't think it is him. Who knows? There's a lot of but I can't
with that all like sort of transvestigation and like who's who, like how are you gonna prove it or whatever. It's just like a funny thing that even if they're not, it's just like, oh well, there's a sort of narrative that they create with these characters. So even if he really is just the descendant of if you look into it, Bill Hicks,
Yeah.
But otherwise, I mean, just have some sort of fun with it, and like at the end of the day, I don't think that the atrocities are the atrocities that they would try to make you cry over. So, like, there's a lot of spilt milk and a lot of fake tears, you know what I mean? With every sort of atrocity and situation, and even fake caricature that is built up around them. So,
yeah,
it's like, do I trust everything that Alex Jones says? Well, I said everything that Alex Jones said has never been a lie. I didn't lie when I said that. Do I believe in Alex Jones as a character and whatever? I think he's Bill Hicks and all that. Well, that's also on the table. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think flat Earth, I think globe Earth, I think all this stuff is just like sort of like closes people's minds off to things. It's like I can't even be in chat because I was like, I just want to be in chat. It would be nice if I didn't have just like some trolls in chat and we're just like talking about like random cool videos we saw and stuff. And it's like I try to do that, but it's like people aren't ready for that. People aren't used to that. People want to just fight and bicker.
Yes, they do. I mean, I couldn't believe people were fighting over toilet paper in supermarkets. Just couldn't believe that on the YouTube video. Couldn't believe what I saw. If that's real, if that is a real thing, I mean, I don't know. Could have been fake news. But
wait, they didn't do that there in where you came from? And you
not in Japan. Not in Japan. No, this is in the US.
Or in Japan. In Japan, they didn't fight over fucking toilet paper.
No, in Japan,
dude, toilet paper was seriously. You couldn't buy toilet paper for like 6 months. 6 months, you go to the toilet paper, and this is not even just toilet paper, like paper towels and shit. It's like I got toilet paper. I don't shit that much. You know what I mean? But then it's like maybe I got to clean up my shit, and then it's like all paper products on that paper aisle empty, dude. 6 months. For 6 months, just like one thing on there. It's weird, dude.
Do you think people actually shit 6 times the amount in those days, in those months? Do you think they shit like 1 million times more of the
the
paper?
population number.
No, hold on, listen though. Like, to go run out and grab all the paper, toilet paper off a shelf is fucking ridiculous. What is toilet paper going to help you do? You can't eat it. You can't do anything fucking with it but soak up some water. Like, you're already using a certain allotment of toilet paper for a given amount of time. So per year, your family uses some.
That's right.
Per year, your family uses so much. How the fuck were they using that much in a day, 2 days,
Yeah.
3 days, a week?
Ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, ridiculous fucking lying ass shit. People are just stupid. There's so many fucking people that the stuff didn't come in, the supplies didn't come in, so of course the shelves were empty because they just didn't resupply like they normally do. Every day they usually fucking people normally grab 1 bag per week and they resupply as needed. This time they said there's no toilet paper when there was a whole bunch of toilet paper. Then people ran out and bought all the fucking toilet paper like there wasn't going to be none. And then they had to wait for the next shipment because it was 3 days of people, they went and bought it all. 3 days
Right.
worked fucking too fast.
And I could not understand why the human beings in the US did that. Why did they? Maybe in Europe as well. Maybe in Europe as well. I'm not too sure. Hang on a second. I couldn't understand. I am trying to talk. I did not understand why they acted that way. Like, their ass was going to be in trouble because of the pandemic. I can't wipe my bum. I mean, what's going on?
It's fake as fuck. Everything about it is like I don't even say that it's called Chinades. It's called fake as fuck. Everything is gay and fake. Chinades. That's what it's called. Chinades. Like, I mean, and you're an older guy. Like, dude, we're like, it's fucking Chinades, man. Because Fauci invented AIDS, which was a fucking lie. And then he invented this fucking nonsense garbage, which is a fucking scare lie.
Yeah.
Fuck
I
this
hate the guy.
fuck this. Fuck. That's why I keep bringing it up.
I hate that guy. I hate that guy. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, people just are totally lost because they follow this man's word all the way. Stupid,
dude. That's what's wrong with these fucking atheists, dude. That's why we're so fucking sort of like, no, you fucking retard atheist. You worship fucking man. You worship this. You worship this fucking clown, fucking piece of shit. That fucking tried to tell you that fucking somebody ate a fucking bat soup that gave you a disease. That Fauci promoted that, and he don't want you talking about the fucking where he got his funding from.
His name ends in ouchie. His name ends in ouchie.
Fuck ouchie. Yeah, I've been trying to be careful when I talk about it. Only But no, like, dude, this shit's disgusting, dude. It doesn't. That's why all these globetards coming around now. It's like, man, it was like you were allowed to come around without fucking getting.
What's the Pleiades?
Without something, maybe in 2018, but now, dude.
Have you ever heard of the Pleiades?
Yeah, Palladians, yeah.
Yeah, now listen.
Tom DeLonge.
Hold on.
I've been promoting Tom DeLonge.
Damn, bro. Slow down for a second. Hold on. God damn it.
Sorry, bro.
Pleiades. Plates. Tectonic plates. Flat earth disk. Plate. A plate. Flat. Pleiades.
No, the Pleiades. Yeah, the Pleiades, yeah.
Yeah, they don't come from anywhere. It's flat earthers.
Hollow Earth.
No. It's flat earthers. The people.
Me? I'm a Pleiades. I love it, dude.
Yes.
Fuck
You're coming from a place to teach you of the Pleiades. The Pleiades isn't a place out off in some far distant fucking land that the government's looking at. The Pleiades is right the fuck where we're at. That's what we are. If we live on a plate or a flat disc or a flat plane, we are Pleiades.
It's dimensional, man. Like they're like there's psychological effects that are very real and lasting. That's why what's it, Bob, the science guy, has said, with PTSD, he needs to smoke his fucking weed. And it's like, oh, now we get along, Bob.
Well, you also
now you're not the pseudoscience guy, and now you're the fucking hippie guy. Like, now we get along, Bob, the science guy.
Disc cover or disc over everything. Disc cover.
Discover.
Disc over. Disc.
Yeah.
Discover. Discover.
It's that's what the thing I was just mentioning earlier about gas pressure without a container. And it's not necessarily to insist that there is a container. It's necessarily to insist that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's no container, of course. But why is there the gas pressure? Okay. And so when I say gas cycles, they get really, really mad and triggered at me when I say gas cycles. Gas pressure. There's less gas at the top. Like, it's wild. It gets wild. Entropy. Yeah, it gets wild, entropic, and then photoelectric. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're doing the fucking entropic photoelectric slide, bro, on flat Earth. And that's what none of you, like, they're like, you deny science. And it's like, literally, our whole beat is based on that. Like, what are you talking about? I just love it. I think it's so fun. I love it, man. And Happy New Year to everybody.
We're not there yet.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah. I thought you guys almost did. Because
we're not there
I'm
yet.
not trying to talk over you. But dude, like, what kind of fucking reality are we in, man? That's why I like the black swan argument. If the Earth was a ball with radius 3959 miles, you must not see the perceived horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the height of the. I mean, because they don't like the 8 inches per mile squared. So it's like, okay, we'll use your calculator for you. And I just love that. It's like, you can't explain that. We go up in the air in an airplane. Apparently the horizon where we were seeing boats fall off of it was only a mile and a half away. And so we go up in an airplane and we don't see that. We don't see any of the tilting away. We don't see any of the diminishing scale. None of this goofy fucking globe cartoon bullshit, dude. And it all comes from the globe, the Jesuits, So you wanna say I have a little cult because I disbelieve your cult? Well, guess what? Go worship fucking the Vatican some more or whatever. I don't even know what you. It's like, fuck. I don't even know what to say to you. It's fun, That's fun. That's fun when Gem Panda's server is just coming and wanting to suckle on the teat of this server. And when Bob wants to copy this server, sir.
Vedic Khan. Vatican. Vedic Khan.
Vatican. Yeah. I mean, it's like what are we in? Star Wars? Like which the Star Wars are we in? You know, like come on.
No Star
like,
Wars, man.
Like our histories of fucking. It's like somebody was super mad because I was like, okay, our histories of fucking.
There's no Yoda.
And they're like, "Are you serious? Our history's a lie?" And then somebody was like, "His story," just to like correct them. And it was like, I'm dropping all kinds of fucking knowledge on them. Like there's literally the tetragrammaton was found in 1500.
Depending on how you drop the information, they'll be like, "This guy's schizophrenic or insane." So you have to be like slow with it because like you can't be too sporadic. Because when I first started the stuff, I would be really sporadic, and I had to slow down and be like, "Look, man, water, physics, fuck off."
Yeah.
Really, that's it. But listen to this though. Like a lot of the words and a lot of shit is like die, sin, I, Disney, right? Die, sin, I.
What does that mean?
That's Disney. That's Walt Disney's last. That's Disney.
But what does die, sin, I mean?
It means you die, you sin, in the eye.
I seen
It's to bring you back. It's to bring. It's all bringing you back. It's to bring you back into this.
A Dyson's food would be the
I
same.
somebody said that the KJ to the.
Well, a Dyson eye would just be
you're
like
the pyramid earther. Pyramid earther.
Who's the
yeah,
pyramid?
but you're not understanding. There's in these words.
Somebody said that in derogatoriness because because of this knowledge that he's talking
Well, you asked what Disney was. Disney was a thing that hits children. It's a cartoon propaganda tool. It starts when you're a little bitty kid, and every fucking page they flip, every little thing, subliminal thing that they put in these cartoons is fucking crazy ridiculous, and it gets in your subliminal, and you don't know it, but you still retain the information. So they subliminally fuck you up big time with all the propaganda, the cartoons, the space shit, the whatever. No matter what.
they've done that since the '60s because Laurel Canyon.
They can do it or
Laurel
not.
Canyon, when they made our grandparents get underneath the tables for nuclear tests, right? And they showed them the little pictures, the little cartoon pictures. Remember that they filmed those in Laurel Canyon too. The little cartoon pictures of the nuclear bombs, and they had our grandparents sit underneath tables, the same way they have us today lining up, wearing our fucking face diapers. They had our grandparents fucking there.
It's just
cowering underneath tables because of fake cartoons. Because of fake cartoons. Fake fucking bullshit cartoons. Made in Laurel Canyon. Made by Hollywood. And then Hollywood, the same Hollywood.
Oh, Hollywood is the military. Military industrial complex.
Yeah, Laurel Canyon, that's what I'm talking about. The nuclear stuff, and then now take that to what is reality, what is modern day reality. So it's like we know that stuff about Laurel Canyon, and so it has never changed. It's just progressed actually further into where we have, Instagram, what influencing our influence or whatever.
It's all a movie. When you look back and they're like, oh, Fidel, this person, that person, these people, and these black and white things, it's a movie. It's a
That's
CIA.
all fake as shit, dude. I mean,
Right.
look at the have you looked at the what was it, the Chicago World's Fair, where we had electricity and like all those grandiose buildings, huge buildings that was just built there just because it was only supposed to be there for 1 month?
Do you think military
doesn't make any sense, dude? History doesn't make sense.
Do you think military groups are going to film themselves sitting there planning military shit when it's supposed to be secret? They're going to sit a fucking thing at a table and they're going to have like a dinner and shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
So
exactly. I think the military groups were there since I think the founding. I think our history is based on 300 years, and then we had foundlings, and exactly we had military groups that would keep things fucking quiet. The older,
Who is?
so the foundlings, whenever they released everybody 300 years ago out of the fucking concaves, then then the military came in to tell everybody what the fuck to do. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, there's something to that sort of script that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You know? There's
yeah,
something like there's something odd going on there.
yeah. It's a military-industrial complex thing. It's a central intelligence agency. What they do is they set up, organize things everywhere. So, like when they talk about this family, this thing, that thing, this, you're either like secretly your own group, right? And you'll kill any motherfucker, and you'll have to do your own thing. You have to be like really bad and like a mafia type, whatever, to hold your power. Because if you're not like a dynasty or a mafia type, syndicate type thing to keep the boss in power, like they show you on these fucking TVs, like this dude kills this dude to keep this from this, and to stay in power. The fucking militaries that we go around and they say, okay, well, we're going to fight Cuba. We're going to fight this person. Okay, we're going against Japan. They're not really. What
Yeah.
they're doing is scaring you, a big group of people. And if you're fucking stupid enough to want to go kill some people because this dude lobbied it to you, because what they're really doing is taking out the people they don't like and putting in power the people they do. That's what they've done forever. So every place.
That's why I came back to flat Earth, because I was like I went into politics, and then I was like, I'm going back to flat Earth.
Russia and America.
Because of the same, because I recognize it, because you sort of see where the politics are, especially here. I can't wait for Trump's new media to come out. You know what I mean? Like what he's apparently putting money into it. It's supposed to be better than fucking YouTube, and it's like we haven't even seen it yet. Like if this shit is like Instagram, YouTube, and better than YouTube,
I doubt that.
like how cool is that? Yeah, but is it going to be more like Odyssey, just some other Rumble or another nonsense shit? I love the YouTube shit. I like Discord, just Discord, because most of it here. But I like looking at the YouTube shit. You know what I mean? Like for the same reason.
Every spot on the earth that can be taken over or be conquested for like certain material and information area and locate all that shit. The CIA takes it over, and it becomes
It's
essential
done,
intelligence.
dude. Yeah, it's done
Hold
for it,
on,
and you're
hold on a
confirming
second.
for us
Hold
right now.
hold
It's
on a second. Hold
done.
on. Hold on. When I'm gonna mute my thing, when you see that little red thing go up, that's when you can not talk over me for 1 second. All right.
I'm sorry, sir.
All right. No, you're good. You don't have to call me anything. But well, I just want to be able to get in when you're getting in. All the things are the same. Africa, China, Russia, Japan, Australia, uh, India, China. They fucking put to you that they're different. They're not different. The only thing that's going on is if the fucking group of people who fucking tyrannically control everything through sex, lies, gay, fake, whatever, all this bullshit, cartoon propaganda, if they don't get their fucking way, they kill the motherfuckers or they take them over through money, propaganda, lies, whatever. They do a coup. And what the coup does is flip it to where the CIA runs it. So the CIA is really in charge of the Russia, China, America, all of it. They're in charge of all of it. Vatican, every fucking thing, everything. And what they do is play from each different portion of people to the next people, because somebody has to be the bottom man for the next group of people to get like something off of them. So there has to be a guy in a mansion with billions there has to be little guys that are poor as fuck with nothing for that guy to exist. The way that the system is set up.
Yeah, that's what this system is just. Well, you're a fucking battery. You know, Zion is a construct of the Matrix. You know, even if you think you escaped the fucking Matrix, man.
Well, you see Bill Gates and you see all these rich people, right? And you think, hey, man, this guy's rich. He made it. No, he fucking didn't.
No.
He is one of the people who is controlling the fucking monetary count, something. He's like a director of something for like the Central Intelligence or the government fortune. Like, if this dude said to be like a trillionaire, billionaire, like Bill Gates and all these other people, no, they are a portion of the government. They are working for the CIA. They are it.
Yeah, well, that's the big thing is that they have to they can't. The government can't control your thinking or your expression of thought, but they can fund, the FBI, Facebook, Instagram. They can fund that completely, and then have and hide it behind black market, like behind names, family names. So
yeah, if you say my
it can't
company's
be
going to
brought
go left,
back to Nancy Pelosi.
if you say my company's going to go left, my family's going to go left.
Why are you worth $100 million, Nancy Pelosi? Why is that? It's like, no, actually, I'm only worth $10 million, but they don't count all our stocks.
It's a CIA spokesperson. That's all the fuck the cunt is.
Yeah.
Like out here, any other of these bitches, they're all just fucking actors. They put on an actor suit. Let me see, Elon Musk, actor bitch.
Blood Diamond, actually, family.
Zuckerberg,
and actually, what's his name? There's a lot of good people, Glober people, that debunk Elon Musk, that hate him. But he is from a blood diamond family, because people are like, where does the Illuminati?
His name is last name is M-U-S-K, music. However you spell the Musk, man.
Well, Bill Gates, his mother was the person that got his
name. This dude's name is a code. Elon Musk.
It is a code.
Like the word. Listen, like the word music. Muse, sick. Muse, right? To keep you busy, to amuse, and sick. SIC. You understand?
Music. Keep him busy with music. Keep him busy with entertainment, and that's what we've seen. That's what we've seen recently. I mean, that's what's been seen.
What controls the savage beast? Music.
Only, yeah, exactly. Music. I was gonna say the savage beast is created by its own creation, but when it's amplified and they've sold their souls to sort of demonic frequencies, so you don't have to really sell your soul, but if that's what you're going on, that's why in chat and stuff we have fun. We try to have fun. I'm not trying to have demonic vibration going on. I'm trying to release the demons, but anybody who seems to have some release from the demons, I'm talking to them in the fucking chat. You know what I mean? And I think of it in that sort of like way where it's like you could teach me something, but instead, Ben, you're coming here and I'm teaching you something. And you're being taught something every day, even if you don't. Even the AI, even if they're just fake AI robots and they're coming in, they're fucking banging their head against this fucking positive vibration every day. That positive vibration is vibrating into their fucking brainstem. And that's what I think the difference is between Gem Pandas and this server. And I think they realize it. I think everybody realizes it. That's why nobody's over at fucking Bob's 24/7 Globehead chat. Everybody wants to be here because they like, what is a Globehead gonna say? Oh, I agree that Elon Musk is the coolest guy ever. Oh yeah, you believe that? Oh cool, everybody believes that. Like, that's what you have to expect over at the fucking Gem Pandas. You know what I mean? And then you come to Flat Earth thing, and it's like, actually, there's lots of things we can look out at about fucking Elon Musk, and then also, go fuck yourselves too, because you're coming here because the only reason you even exist, and you made your own shit that nobody goes and hangs out at because you guys are fucking disgusting creeps, is, all of this reality. This reality stuff is like really hard for Glovers to catch on to, They don't get it because like we could just say whatever and then reality, and we get it, we know it, because every day you wake up, you're witnessing a flat stationary reality, and then you do whatever you want to do about it. But they want to blame other people, I guess, for like the problems that they incur or something. I've done it all, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not impressed, to say the least. You're gonna have to prove that shit to the fucking globe to me, though. I'm sorry, I was talking too long, But everybody sort of loves that now and then, just that sort of little wake up call. Yo, oh, maybe pull your fucking pants up. Maybe fucking get a haircut. Maybe fucking do something for yourself. Whether you think it's worth $1 million or whether somebody else thinks it's $1 million. That's the trick. That's the key. We're just here just talking fun about a globe, and we oftentimes forget about the people behind it all. I forget myself that I'm even behind it. That I myself am there. I know Winter. I know Winter's a really good, positive person. And thank you for stopping by late night, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where your delusion is our delusion eliminated.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah! Alright, that's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. And by the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back. And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on. The fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No. Now, I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people to this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
That was a good video.
Hey, how we doing, folks? Jin CBR1 here. Nice to see you all in the chat room. There's about 30 of you in there, having a good old chat. Nice to see you. Nice.
Chatting hard, bro. Gene CBR1.
Yes.
Houston,
yes, it's very true, isn't
CBR now. Can you hear us, Jin?
G'day.
How you doing?
So swell.
How is it that you can go through the Van Allen radiation belts and not know you're going through? Please tell me.
Well,
how can you go through them before you even know they exist?
It's bloody hilarious, isn't it?
How can you go to a place that doesn't exist?
That too is another problem. So many problems there.
So many problems with that model and that story that they went to the moon. So many that have no place being there.
It seems to fall apart on every conceivable level. It's just hilarious.
Yeah, you just pull one of them and the whole thing just tumbles down. It doesn't matter which card you pull, it's bringing everything down. Crazy.
And once you pull one, they all come down.
Yeah, it's
I love it.
absolutely bloody ridiculous, folks.
I love
I'm telling
it.
you now, there's no way we can go. We don't have the technology to go anywhere from this Earth to any of those wonderful looking lights in the sky. We can't go there.
Bro, it's a painful process to build that shit back. I mean,
well, yeah, especially as they've destroyed several tons of material, apparently.
By mistake.
They didn't destroy it, they recorded over it, sorry.
Bro, they're only getting $60 million of taxpayer handouts a day. It is painful to work off of that budget to build that tech back.
Absolutely, too hard. I mean, come on, and they can't even produce one real photograph, folks. One real photograph, excuse me, and one real actual video.
Well,
why can't we have that?
It's painful to use the tech to produce real photographs, so we just need to hire people to make them computers instead.
Exactly. It's so painful, they have to give us CGI, and we've got to lump it, like it or lump it, as they say in England.
Hey, look, it looks really fake, so we know that it's real, right?
Oh, I love it. I was going to say that one. Yeah, it looks so real. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Fuck.
It has to be. It's the only way something could look so fake, is if it was real.
Yeah, it's hideous. Hideous, folks. They could never have gone. Can you imagine that they were in a studio? Stanley Kubrick was the man that was also involved in helping them achieve the deception. And now it's an embarrassing one for NASA. It's an embarrassment.
It's funny. It's a cartoon. It's literally a cartoon.
Yeah,
I'm entertained.
And the fact that they didn't mention the word Earth when they arrived on the surface of the moon, supposedly, didn't mention the word Earth. I mean, I'm in stitches. I've had to have stitches, literally. I ripped my stomach to pieces with that one. It was a joke.
And I like how they're pictured. Go on.
No, I think you heard yourself double.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was just going to say that. I just like how their pictures of the moon while they landed on it are completely out of proportion with the other pictures that they show us from the moon that they gathered since then. I mean...
You are absolutely right on that one. And that is what they call a schoolboy error, because the moon is supposed to be 4 times smaller than the Earth. But in the images, it's tiny or the same size as the moon.
But then in other images, it's huge. They just can't get it together.
Yeah, they can't get it together. I mean, it's embarrassing. They never mentioned the word Earth once. Can you imagine this? Yeah, you've left the Earth. You're on your way to the moon. You've never been there before. This contraption, everything is new. You're in nappies, by the way. So you've got a diaper on. You're not using knife and fork, a glass of wine. That's not happening. You're eating out of pouches, right? A 3-day journey in the dark. Yeah. Believe that, folks. And you're going to arrive on the moon now, and in the LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module, and you're not going to say, look at the Earth and how beautiful it looks. You're not even going to say those words.
Well, maybe they were MK Ultra beforehand.
Yeah, they were MK Ultra in the studio. That's why. I think that was a serious whistleblow, that one. I think they were whistleblowing. Because that is absurd. That is absurd, because if you send a bunch of kids in the LEM and you don't tell them anything, you don't say a word, you just say you're going to the moon, yeah? And that's all you're saying to them. You put them in the capsule, you send them there with cameras and enough food. I guarantee you they're going to mention Earth hundreds of times, and they're going to take some real good pictures. Of course they are. And then they're going to come back. Of course they are. You don't have to tell them anything, and you know that they're going to be, look at the Earth, man. You know what I mean? I mean, come on. Children. People, please, can you accept that?
They were just pumped to leave this place behind, I guess.
Yeah. You know, bloody ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a place you can land on. The whole story is just bollocks from top to bottom.
Absolutely. According to them, the astrophysicists, astronomers, scientists, physicists, and NASA, the environment itself is so dangerous, it's impossible. Cosmic ray particles, leftovers from supernovas, that's where stars have died and have exploded, bang, supposedly in the universe, shooting material in all directions at the speed of light, which is 607 million miles and over 607 million miles an hour. Okay, rushing through and they say that for every square centimeter, you're going to be 4 particles would pepper that. 4 particles of this material traveling at that speed would pepper that every 4 square centimeter. So it's like flying through rain. Yeah, you're traveling through rain at 18,000 miles an hour, whilst this thing is hitting you at, over 607 million miles an hour. Oh, it's just crazy, these numbers. How could they survive that?
Well, the lunar lander's walls had a thickness of about 4 sheets of aluminum foil, so that ought to do it.
And aluminum and radiation get on like a house on fire. So they've also had to go through the 2 Van Allen radiation belts, which was mentioned in the little video we just listened to, and a third belt that was never mentioned, never gets mentioned, that was supposedly left behind by the nuclear megaton bomb that NASA set up in 1962. The event known as Operation Starfish Prime, aka Fishboard of the Lord, aka Dominic. Would you believe?
Hey, well, it's a good thing they never knew about any of those belts when they attempted the mission, or else they probably never would have attempted it.
Yeah. It's a joke, people.
Just a lucky situation there. Just all worked out,
Yeah. And they landed on the moon, where the sun has an 11-year sunspot cycle, they tell us, and it spits out radiation to the tune of 960 rems. That was the highest ever recorded, 1972. Okay, in August, it spat out 960 rems of debilitating instant death levels. Okay, so it's an unpredictable event. NASA has no control over that. Why would you take that risk? Because that's instant death. But within the Van Allen radiation belts, that's 2,500 rems. So, the whole thing should have just exploded. And then before that those belts, there's the one nearest to Earth, the one that was left over by the Starfish Prime. That was 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts, according to Sir Bernard Lovell. Okay, now that's 250,000 rems. It says this is just impossible. How could they go through all that?
Well, they did.
I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, they did it by not knowing about any of it, apparently.
Oh, I guess if you don't know, you're safe, right? Okay, remember that one, folks. If you don't know it, you're free.
Remember, Wile E. Coyote doesn't fall until he learns about gravity.
That's right. Very true, isn't it? But can you see the absurdness of this story that they went to the moon? I mean, it's the it's the worst lie or embarrassment, let alone the worst lie ever told. It's the most embarrassing lie you've ever told. Can't be embarrassed to tell people I went to the moon when I never went.
I would say that the embarrassment is mostly on the part of the people who actually buy it.
Well, yeah, of course.
Because I almost get the feeling that the story is just so absurd and insane and impossible that the joke is really on anybody who believes it. Like they're being trolled, basically. Almost they're trolling us.
Well, yeah, exactly that. It's called gaslighting, I think, in your country.
Yeah, just that. Yeah.
And not to mention the photographic anomalies, which are like a joke in itself. Each mission they took like 100. Well, in total, I think they took about 5,771 photographs or thereabouts. And when you break them down per mission, and then you actually watch the video of what's going on, you don't see them taking the photographs of said numbers. You don't see them doing that. So the numbers they give you for the photographs that they took and the action you watch when you watch each mission live, on the YouTube, you don't see that action. You don't see them clicking away. You just don't. And remember, the camera is mounted on the chest, so there's no viewfinder. You've got to aim. It's on your chest, sticking outwards. So you've got to look at what you're looking at with your own eyes, and then just press the button, hope and shoot. Now, how many times have you taken a reshot when you've actually looked through your viewfinder on your camera or your smartphone and think, oh, that's no good, and you cancel it, and then you delete it and try again, yeah? No mistakes. Every picture was perfect. No discrepancies, no mistakes at all. Can you really believe that?
Yeah, I mean, these guys had a film studio background.
Yeah. Yeah, they had that for sure. I mean, they used those scenes so many times. It is a joke. Reckon they were traveling across the moon, but it's the same backstage and backdrops that they used all the time.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are pros. They've done it many times. They've made many movies. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, especially when they had Stanley Kubrick voted as the best film director that ever lived. Now, that's a title worth having for him because he was actually a cameraman first before he became a film director. So, and he made 13 movies, all of them stunningly wicked. You've got to watch them all. Stanley Kubrick, the man.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz and Neil were lucky they got to work with him. They're the reason. He's the reason that they got their stars on the Hollywood Boulevard.
Thank you very much. That is a very valid point. Yes, they should have been honoured to work with a man, and he let loose the truth that he was involved in the moon landings in a film called The Shining. To watch that film is to watch a revelation of Apollo and the Apollo missions. It's intertwined with the Stanley King's supposed horror, thriller, suspense, scary book, which was then adapted to the movie. But Stephen King said he didn't like that movie at all. And it's no wonder because Stanley Kubrick changed the book to reveal and what's the word I'm looking for? To expose the moon landings, or to reveal that he actually did the moon landings. So many references from the very beginning, the piece of music, the first image, everything speaks Apollo. And it's, how do you know this? If you can download or go onto the YouTube and look for The Shining Code 2. The Shining Code 2. That movie explains to you, it's an explanation of all the scenes through The Shining. And he explains exactly what every scene meant. And Stanley Kubrick, a man who is a perfectionist, he loves puzzles, deliberately made the film to explain that he did the moon landings. Absolutely fantastic. And I saw that film at the age of 19, 20, with my friends, okay? Knew nothing about the flat earth, wasn't a flat earther, believed the moon landings were real. I saw this movie with my friends. We came out of the cinema in Hampstead, London, and we said, what an effing beep movie that was. Let's go to McDonald's and have something to eat. We bought into the hype, and it was a crap film, we felt. We felt it was a useless movie. Little did we know that I found out in 2006 or thereabouts that it was a confession movie by Stanley Kubrick, The Final Key to the Puzzle. Absolutely marvellous.
I'm going to have to look at it again through that lens. That's interesting.
Yeah, please do that. It's called The Shining Code 2, and every scene in that movie from start to finish is explained, all referencing Apollo. That was Stanley Kubrick's confession vehicle, because it didn't sit with him that he lied about the moon landings. His wife was all over his back like an unwanted rash. She didn't like the idea that he was perpetuating this lie with NASA. She didn't like it at all. And him being a perfectionist didn't sit well. And if you look at all his other movies, every single movie he's produced is warning us of the powers that shouldn't be.
Yeah, totally. Eyes Wide Shut. It seems like more and more he wanted to come out with it, and they took out the 20 minutes of Eyes Wide Shut that I guess none of us have ever seen.
Right. And then shortly after that, he died. He wanted it released on the anniversary of the moon landings, the Apollo 11 moon landings. That's when he wanted it released. Another reference to Apollo. So there you have it. Stanley Kubrick, in the end, towards the end of his life, was trying to warn us of the powers that shouldn't be, and we need to really to revolt. We need to take back the freedoms and be careful, because we are living in a fantasy world that's been made for us. Hence, we are here today trying to tell you the Earth is not a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. We can't go to the moon. We are not on Mars. We do not have satellites hurtling through the universe, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, and Chandriya 1, 2, and Chandriya 3 that's coming from India. Stick to making curry, will you, India? Stop lying. Japan as well now announcing today, announcing that they're going to be sending men to the moon via the Artemis project. This is just... and they had a man called, what's his name? Mr. Maezawa, a Japanese billionaire who reckons he's on the ISS. I had to remind my students because they believed he was on it. I said, excuse me? So now your Japanese is on the ISS, but they didn't go to the moon. So did they go to the moon? I asked them. I asked them forcefully, because I was fed up by this point. Did they go to the moon? Because you seem to say that they didn't go, but now you believe. Did they go to the moon? Oh, no, they didn't. So can they be on the ISS if they didn't go to the moon? Can they be? And then they realized that I was serious. Because, no, that's right. Of course they can't be. If they didn't go to the moon, how can they be on the ISS? How? How can something fall around a round ball object and you've never seen it? You know the Earth is flat. So stop thinking about that. Stop wishing that you can go to the moon, okay? Or we can be in the space. Start living real. You're still a problem on the Earth, yeah? That's why you're not talking about it to other people, because you're still wishing. Terrible. You're not living yet. So you know the truth, but you're not living. The thing is, when you know the truth, you have to change your lifestyle. Start to live real. Did you not hear me an hour ago? An hour ago, I was telling everyone on this server an hour ago that I, for the last 2 months, have gone back to the 70s through the programs I used to watch to look at the flat Earth that I missed, all the clues. That has strengthened me. I am making up for lost time. So I'm reviewing all the programs that I watched as a child to see the flat Earth clues, and it has strengthened my resolve. That's how you live real, yeah? That's how you correct your mistake. No, you're still wishing. People are still wishing. They know it's true here in Japan, but they're still wishing. I said, your Japanese billionaire is a liar. I wrote it on the board. Mr. Maezawa is a liar. I wrote it on the board, man. And then I questioned them. Do you believe he's up there? And they believed he was up there. And I said, how can you believe they were up there when you know full well that they didn't go to the moon? So how can they be there? How? What are you thinking? And then they went quiet because they could see that I was rather upset by this point. Because I was, I took great time in teaching them about the flat Earth. The moon landings are a hoax. Vaccines are not real. And then the whole point of all this is to change your lifestyle. You're still wishing because you saw it on YouTube? Why are you not thinking logically? Where's all the information that you learned from me? What's happened?
Well, it seems like all they have to do is make a movie and present it as reality, and then they'll think, okay, that's real.
Yeah. I said, Mr. Maezawa is a liar. You know why he's a liar? First of all, he made his company that made miscellaneous goods, which you all bought, all you Japanese people, you bought it. So you made him a billionaire. And then what did he do to repay you? He told you he's going to the moon, he said. He's going to go in 2024, and he's on the ISS now. You believe all that? That's the man you want to believe? Here I am, yeah? I don't have any money, okay? I'm trying to teach you how to live on this flat Earth properly and live real. And you worship that man over there. And here's a teacher teaching you the truth. What's going on? Why do you... I said to them, why do you come here? What do you come here for? I know you come to learn English. And I told you the way I teach you English is to learn English with reality, yeah? Not just scones and teacups and, I'm going to have a picnic tomorrow. None of that shit. Let's learn some real stuff because you understand the English to that level. So what's wrong? Why can't you now apply what you are learning and spread the news to other people? What's wrong? I really laid
The
into it.
authority doesn't agree.
Sorry?
Authority doesn't agree. You are an authority figure to these because you're a teacher to them, but the rest of their authority in their lives are all contradicting what you're saying. And the Japanese love authority.
Yes, exactly that. Of course, you're absolutely right. But then I say, but then when you ask them this question, don't you want to live properly and real and peace and harmony? Okay, is the government giving you that peace and harmony today? Did it do it during the war? What peace have you had? Are they not supporting wars around the world? So what's going on then? Why do you vote? Yeah, I laid into them, man. You're just not living real. You're not living real. I'm sorry. You are not living real at the moment yet. You have all this knowledge. You're not applying it in your life. You're still in the fantasy world, Disneyland. That's where you are at the moment because you haven't changed your life at all. As soon as you hear Maezawa and then you believe he's up there. And then one student who's 24, he said, yeah, sorry. He actually apologized because of the way I laid into him. He apologized. I said, yeah, right. Of course you're going to apologize because I'm teaching you something that I never learned at your age. Yeah? You have a chance to lead your people out of this nonsense and you're busy believing still. And you, Professor. The professor was with him as well. And you.
It's just the easy route for them to take. The path of least resistance, basically. To just go with the flow and get along to, go along to get along.
Yeah, I've learned that. I'm learning that every bloody day I am. I know it already.
Well, brother, it's the Masonic hour here. It's 3:30 a.m. So I better pass out before it goes any further. But I'll be right back.
Yeah. Go on.
Thanks for the chats, bro.
Oh, thanks for your wisdom, mate. Well done, man. Excellent, great input. But yeah, I went ballistic in the end, especially with the adults who have taken through step by step the moon landing hoax and how it's impossible, and they fully understand. They're not dumb. Right, and then they've seen the flat Earth. The map is on the wall. The helium balloon has been up there for a year. It's been there floating. They've been through all that. And as soon as I said, it's not. I said to them, don't wish it to be real because it's not real. You know it's not real. I've shown you. You've agreed. And then you said you believe he's on. And then you said today you believe that he's on the ISS. The ISS is not up there.
You have an opportunity to make a bunch of money here. You bet all your students that the Artemis project gets pushed back. And since they love their space program so much, they'll say, no. I'm sure that we'll be on the moon in 2024. And
I'm going to do that.
Everybody's
going to do that.
Of course, I don't know how much a yen is worth. It's like 50,000 yen for $1 or something. I don't know.
No. Yeah. 50 yen. 50 yen is $1. 50 yen. So basically, I can bet them $10,000. Sorry, 10,000 yen.
Yeah, bet everybody 10,000 yen each.
$100.
Side income coming in as your students learn the truth the hard way.
I might do that. You know what, though? I don't think they take the bet because they know I'm too serious. That no, I don't think if you're going to bet me, they can't be going. You know what I mean? Because man, this past couple of months, when I've been talking to them about that Maezawa character and Elon Musk, because they love Elon Musk to death over here, I've just said no, the man is a scumbag. He's no good. I said shit is more valuable than he is because at least you can actually grow something. This man has no integrity, no honesty. He's a dumb fucker. He's just no good to you. Like a cup with a hole in the bottom. Yeah, you can't put anything to have a drink. Fuck. You want to big him up. Get out of here, man. But yeah, I just couldn't believe that they were wishing for that. Look, he's not up there, yeah? Maezawa is not up there on the ISS. Stop wishing. Don't wish that. Yeah, adults.
Well, you're doing good work.
Oh,
Trying to
cheers, man.
spread the truth.
Yeah, yeah. Not only that, I've actually introduced him to Flat Earth Banjo, who's been responsible where he is. He's in Aichi Ken, Aichi Prefecture, Aichi Prefecture, and he has introduced the Flat Earth where in his area. 2 people produced a book. 2 Japanese went out and published a book to educate their own people. Right? I told him about it. I said, you see, now look at these people. You see, this is how important it is. As soon as they heard it was within their power to make the book, they made the book. Now you can go and read the book and learn how you've been deceived. Honestly. And you're ready to believe anything they're telling you. Honestly. Yeah. I'm trying. I'm always trying, always. It's all I ever talk about. Flat Earth and vaccines. That's it at the moment. Because I'm checking their position. What they understand or not understand and that. And one woman was asking me the other day, I noticed you're not driving your car. I said, yeah, I have to be economical because I've lost 80% of my clientele. So, and the distance from my house to the laundrette by car is like 5 minutes. By bicycle, it's 7 minutes. So obviously I'm not going to be using the petrol to do that now. I have to use my bike and trailer. So that's why I'm doing that. But if I have to go long distance or it's raining, I then use the car. Okay, but whilst I'm not using it, I do charge the battery up once a month in winter to keep it ticking over, and then in the spring and the summer and the autumn months, once every 2 months. So no, yeah, I use the car, but because I'm doing the laundry, I'm going to be shopping locally. I use my bicycle and trailer. Keeps me in shape. I save my money, and that's what it is. Still got the car, don't worry, but I'm being economical. That's why.
I only spent 3 weeks in Tokyo, but I never saw anybody with a personal vehicle the whole time I was there. Basically,
Yeah.
Everybody walked or used a bike.
Exactly. Yeah. I've got a motorbike. I've got a car. I've got
But
one
everything you needed was
racer.
really right on top of you. There was nothing you really needed to travel miles and miles and miles for necessity.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm being economical. I said, I'm not like you. You're driving like from your house to where it is. It's probably like 5 minutes. But you're bringing your car there, and then you sit in your car running the engine because it's winter. The laundrette is warm inside the laundromat. It's warm, but no, they'll sit in their car, they'll run the engine, pollute the air just to be warm, and then in the summer it's the reverse. They'll pump the engine just to be cool. Fucking, you know what I mean? So they don't understand that they're contributing to the pollution of the atmosphere, stinking the area out, wasting the petrol. Your life is just one big waste of energy. Whereas me now, I am economical. That's what I do.
Funny.
Yeah, go on.
In the 90s, that's all I remember them talking about was air pollution. They had masks back then. That was fashionable in the early 90s to walk around Tokyo with masks because of the pollution.
Well, in Japan, it's not really the pollution. It's actually, most people suffer from hay fever, you see. That's the reason why they wear the mask, number one. Then secondly, if they've got a cold, they don't want to, they don't want to spread it around. But it turns out that that's not how it spreads. After this stupid pandemic that they've gone and done, I've now come into the knowledge now. I've now revised my knowledge from 2006, and I've learned even more that you don't get it from the sneezing and the coughing anyway. But because of good manners, they put the mask on.
We can't give medical advice, though.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to let you be careful before you step over a line, that's all.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. I'm aware of that. I'm fully aware of that. But, I'm not going to wear a mask. I never do. Only when I ride my motorbike. And that's what I've been doing for over 43 years. In London, if you ride a motorcycle in London all day long, or if you're a taxi driver, if you don't have that mask on, it's like smoking 60 to 80 cigarettes a day. Such is the pollution in London. Okay? That was back in the 80s, 90s, 2000s. There you go. So I've always worn a mask when I ride my motorbike. It's called Respro. But for this silly thing that they're talking about here, I've not once have I put a mask on to go anywhere shop. It's not being policed, but if it were, I still would not. But then again, I'd be dressed totally different. If I was in London or Australia, I would have my motorcycle armor suit on, knee pads, elbow pads, the whole shebang, helmets, because I know I'm going to get into a ruckus. I know that already. So that's how it is. You got to dress the part, and I will be dressing the part. That's me. But here in Japan, I don't have to do that. It's not being policed or enforced. You know, people are complying because that's the way it is. They want to comply. But I do ask them, why the hell are you wearing a mask? This woman, she asked me, you don't drive? I said, no, I don't drive. But I noticed you're wearing a mask. Why are you wearing it? Oh, because of the Omicron. I said, are you worried here? I haven't worn a mask for 2 years. I'm wearing shorts. So my message to you is, if I can dress like this and not get cold for 2 years, what the hell are you doing? Why are you doing what you're doing? When this man, this foreigner that you know that's not driving his car recently, is not wearing a mask, but you still see him jogging and doing the exercise in the park. Yeah? No mask though. Yeah? 2 years. So why are you doing that? Got to think, yeah? And he doesn't get sick. All right. Could it be that there's nothing wrong? Could it be? Could it be that you haven't checked anything and I've checked? That's why I know.
Well, but it's confusing as shit to try to use your brain in that situation because everything about your senses is being bombarded with a message that's false. So
Yeah.
it makes
Yeah.
it difficult. Confusion is the order of the day. Everybody's walking around dazed right now.
That's
Just waiting
right,
for
you
it to
see.
end so that they can go back to what they think was a semblance of a normal life.
Thank you. So right, so true. I don't want to go back to that shit either. I don't want it to go back to that because that was not normal anyway. That was shit as well. So you're absolutely right. You know, and
People are
I'm busy
longing for
asking
that
them.
right now.
Yeah, I'm asking them, are you going to go and vote now? So you're now going to go and vote, especially you in Australia, you Australians. You see how you're in a prison lockdown, the worst on this earth at the moment, on this flat earth. You're having it the worst. Are you going to go up and vote now? Yeah? Look at where it got you. Can you see? Now they're locking them out now. They're locking them out. If you're not vaccinated, you can't vote now in Australia. Do you know that?
Can't really do anything. My cousin lives in Perth and she's terrified because she doesn't think she's ever going to be able to leave the country now.
That's terrible when you're trapped like that. No, it's
It
going to
took
be a
her like 8
revolution.
years to get in. It was quite a process, even though she's
Yeah,
married to an Australian.
I can imagine. I can imagine the silly people. They're silly over there. Stupid bastards. Excuse my French, but they are. And there's got to be a revolution out there. They've really got to arm up now. You know, literally got to.
Yeah, where are they going to get these arms though? They already handed them over.
Yeah, well, yeah, but they're going to have to arm up. They're going to have to work it out somehow. You know, because
It's
it's
going to be
going to have
sticks
to
and
come to a
stones,
crunch.
but
ASAP. But the latest video that I watched only an hour ago, courtesy from a friend in London, through Telegram, it was just saying that the Australians are naive because they don't believe that the tyrannical government exists in their country and they're living under tyranny. So, you know, there you go.
well, even if they did believe it, if it's a tyrannical government, are you going to hear about the people complaining about the tyrannical government? No, that's not how tyrannical governments work. Their people are always overjoyed with what's going on, remember? Ask
Yeah.
Korea.
Yeah. Mind you, I've seen a number of good, solid demonstrations, especially when the security forces beat up on the women of Australia, you know, knocking down women and that, old women as well in the 70s. The men came out and lined their women up, and their women were singing their protest right in front of these security officers, and I mean nose to nose, practically nose to nose, singing their anger. And it was wonderful to watch. These men could not do diddly, because if they'd raised their hand, I'm sure there would have been death for that day. Such was the anger in the women's voices, because every word reverberated right through them. If words could kill, they would have all died in one massive heap, literally. Such was the power of the words that were being sung out, literally, yeah? They sung it out with such vigor and force, these women, and the men were just lined up in rows behind them. Had they raised they could not dare, they didn't dare raise one truncheon. They would have died. Yeah, they didn't. You know what I mean? I thought, yeah. And if you could see the women and the way they just screamed their song at them, I thought, take it and weep. You wankers. Yeah, look at these women holding you to check. You're in check because you know that's the force of the people. Now, if everybody did that, you'd pack up and go home. It's coming. It's coming, man. Don't worry. That's why I stay in shape. In Japan, I think it's going to be pretty easy. Once the world starts fucking revolting, they follow suit pretty quick. The government won't even want it to happen. They'll just fold. I mean, look, we don't even have a lockdown here, right?
Are you in England?
I'm in Japan, mate.
Oh, just right. I forgot. Yeah, but Japan's another island, so you gotta be careful because you guys import everything. The shit really hits the fan over there. You might get stuck.
Well, okay, that's a good point. That's a very good point. I won't say you're not wrong there, but at the moment we haven't had nothing wrong with any supply. Everything has run smoothly. Nothing's run out on the shelf. Not one thing. Nothing. It's like it never happened. Do you know that? Only that the businesses were asked to shut early, bars and restaurants, and in the end they stopped. Some of them stopped complying because their revenues were taking a hit. So, the government, they couldn't, some restaurants got fined, but they're not going to pay it. So they're pushing back that way a little bit, and the people have been protesting on the streets. So yeah, no. The government knows that they don't want to have their economy break down. So they're doing it smoothly but quietly, stealthily. And the actual Prime Minister, Mr. Abe, said that they didn't have the law in place to enforce anyone to wear masks. He said it. But I am asking for your cooperation during this pandemic. Sorry. It is a pandemic, though. So we're lucky here in Japan in that sense. We could go. You can do whatever you want. There's no social distancing. It's there, but it's not there, as it were.
Culture's changing over there. They used to be able to just say the emperor says, and people would just jump too.
Yeah, that's right. No, they've had a number of strikes.
That's within the living memory of some people. That's what I'm saying. Is like very old. There are some very old people that remember the days when you were just a part of the imperialist machine.
Absolutely, yeah. I've spoken to them for example, Hiroshima. Twice. I went there twice, you see, with the family. My father-in-law took the whole family over there, through one of his air miles with his business, Hitachi and that. So, yeah, we went there, and I spoke to loads of people. The old ones, the ones who survived, these old people. Yeah, and they said times have changed, And she said she was happy to see more foreigners coming in, First time she saw a black guy in her life, for real, but she was happy to see that foreigners from around the world are coming to her country, and coming to this spot. I said, yeah, because it wasn't good what happened, that's why we came to see it and to show respect and to say, yeah, peace forever, of course, if we can get it.
Japan's a beautiful country, beautiful people with a beautiful culture. It's just that governments like to get in the way of everything.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of their own people. That's what they're doing, I mean, well, to look at the kamikaze pilots, 18-year-olds, taking that last drink of sake, and they're going to give their life for an emperor that they've never seen. That's criminal. That's criminal. Don't care what anyone says, And then Guam Island, when the Americans took over the island, the emperor sent a message over the radio: don't let the Americans get you because they'll rape you, they'll do this, they'll do that. Don't let them get you. And what did they do? They jumped off the cliffs with their children. When I saw that, I showed my children. I said, can you see how stupid the Japanese people are? Look at them. Look at this video. I said, look at it. They're jumping off the rock, killing themselves. Is that correct? Is that what you do? Yeah? Is that the right thing to do? You've never seen the emperor in your life. The emperor is not your dad, your mom, no relative, and then you're jumping to your dad with your children. Is that correct? Okay, don't ever be that stupid, yeah? I don't want to hear you be like that stupid, yeah? Okay, because they are stupid when they do this thing. Then I switched off the damn video. I was shocked. Shocked, man. See the woman cradle her child and jump off the.
Yeah, I've seen it. I mean, you got to remember though too that there was a propaganda machine during World War II as well. I mean,
oh come on, man.
could it have been staged? I don't believe that it was. I believe that's a real thing, but I try not to dwell on it because it could have just been a meme. I don't know. But I would
You could tell it was
I would like
old
to think
footage.
that every mother in the world knows better than to do what that woman did.
Yeah, there were several. It wasn't just her. There were several women who did that. Jumping
Well,
up.
I didn't watch past the first baby being. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I had to show my children. I wanted them to get the message, the real message, because that's how they learn quickly. I don't want to ever be that stupid. Yeah, okay. And Daddy's going to be shouting and going against. If you hear Daddy shouting and going against authority, it's because they're doing something wrong. Yeah, that's why. Not because I'm a troublemaker. No, they're doing something wrong that's restricting me from doing what I want to do. For us. Okay? Right. So you will hear Daddy shouting. It might be at an airport in another country. You will see Daddy will change. Okay? Doesn't mean Daddy's gone crazy or lost his mind. It's that he's not complying to a stupid rule or a law, even for that matter. Okay? I've always been that person. My wife sometimes she's embarrassed, but never mind. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about what other people think, yeah? When they see us and we've gone through, then it will prompt them to do the same. At the end of the day, I'm not a sheep, not cattle. It's not why I was born. I was not born to be reduced to a cattle. Come and get your what's it called? The barcode, and then come and get your injection. Boom. And next, please. Yeah. And then where's your passport for that? Really? I already hate regular passports. I hate already, and having to go and get visas. That's an insult already. Can you imagine me getting a vaccine passport? I'm sure I'm going to get one of those. Really. I don't want what you've got, mate. You can't come to this restaurant because, yeah, keep your fucking food, you mug. You idiot. Keep your fucking food. I'm not going to go down to your restaurant. Don't worry. I'm not going to lose my life because I can't go to your restaurant. Fucking idiots. Honestly, you can't go to the cinema. You can't go to the concert. Fuck the concert then. Fuck that shit. Stupid people. Honestly.
Honestly, though, this is we are not losing high quality people when we start thinning the herd this way. So
yeah, silly though, isn't it? You can't go here unless you have this. So you can't eat in my establishment. Keep your fucking establishment. It's just gone out of control. I can't believe it. I really cannot believe we're in this situation.
I just had to walk away from my employer, and depending on how federal laws start changing, it may be impossible for me to actually earn a legal wage in the United States soon.
Well, I salute you for your stance so far. You're a brave man.
Not really. I'm lucky enough that I'm in a situation where I could probably go the rest of my life self-sufficiently.
Well, lucky you then. That's what I'm going to say.
I'm not saying I could live it. I would really have to live an impoverished lifestyle, but I could survive to the 90s, I think, living on what I have.
Well,
that being said,
bastard.
I don't know how my brain would change if I had to live paycheck to paycheck, knowing that my next meal is dependent on the guy I'm working for on a daily basis. That luckily I haven't had to deal with since my early 20s, so I feel pity for in the situation right now.
Oh, well, then you're all right, aren't you, really? You ain't got nothing to worry about.
Well, there's always something to worry about. Even if I have something, and believe me, if your neighbors are have-nots and you're a have, you become a have-not real fast.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I agree with that sentiment entirely. Yeah, you're right there. Because that's what's necessary, isn't it? You've got to help your neighbour. You know, you will. You're compelled, aren't you?
It does sound selfish. I'm trying to find a way to reduce my number of neighbors right now. The way the earth is, I mean, the world is running. I want to deal with people less and less as I become more advanced in age, and now I'm looking to like isolate myself in the wilderness, basically.
Uh-oh, he cut off. That is a shame. He cut off.
Yeah, at least until it calms down a little bit. There's just too much insanity going on. People, they let the patients run the asylum, and I don't want any part of it.
Yeah. Again, I understand your sentiment. Yeah. Mm. You want to get into a bunker? You'd be safer then. Get a bunker built.
Yeah, again, I mean, I could go into details, but I am confident on my ability to be self-sufficient and to survive most possible scenarios for the future. It's not a concern. I don't concern myself over it. Like I don't stress anymore. I'm prepared. Like if at a moment's notice, I got bags in my car, I got bags in my closet by the door, and those bags I could survive out of for over a year. So
I am like that myself. I'm ready. I'm ready to roll. I can actually pick up all my stuff and then just get out of the house. I don't even have to be in the house. I could be out in the forest and then start fishing and living in the wild, if it's necessary. We are fit to do that. No problem there whatsoever. And that's what I said to my wife now. As it looks now, if we have an earthquake that destroys the house, at least you can know that we're not going to suffer because we'll pitch the tents and we can still live good. And I asked my children when we were camping a couple of years back. I said to them, could you live in this tent for 1 year? And they said, yeah. I said, yeah, right. I'm glad. That's okay then, because you never know, it might happen. Camp life is good life, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's okay. So yeah, no, I'm ready for that eventuality if it was to come to that. No problem for me.
it's going to be a good time. Well, people are gonna suffer, and I don't think it's avoidable at this point. Just looking at the mentality of the people, it's obvious that no one is going to be able to see the end coming, even as it's racing towards their face. And they're just going to be oblivious, like, well, everything's fine, everything's fine.
Yeah, it's not. Hello, everything's not fine, folks. We're in trouble here. Red alert, red alert.
I think they want to continue the path of debauchery, and there's just too many people with morals still out in the world, and they're trying to find a way to separate us. They want to see who is capable of turning the brain off completely and who still has a soul.
Yeah. I'm the one with the soul, mate. You can tell. Definitely. I said it to the adults. I said, you're sending the children the wrong message. Adult student trying to make out that she wasn't scared of the boogie boogie, and I said, look, you're not scared of the boogie boogie yet, but you got your bloody plexiglass in your house, and you got a mask on, and you're not scared. But I'm the one that's not scared. I'm the one. I don't have anything because I know there's nothing to be scared of. I'm the one that's telling the children not to be scared. You're telling the children with your action, be scared. I tried. Yeah, go on.
No, go ahead. I didn't mean to, I thought you were done.
Sorry, yeah, that was my bad timing. Yeah, I actually shouted at her. I raised my voice because she was the one that was trying to get me to sit at the other side of her table 2 years ago when it all bloody kicked in, right? just asking me to sit at the other end of the table. Goes, look, I haven't got any germs here. I'm not unhealthy. I'm not carrying any disease. I'm going to sit where I regularly sit. I don't want your fear. Yeah, if you're scared, that's fine. We can cancel this lesson and call it a day. Yeah, if that's what you want to do. She goes, no. I goes, right. I'm going to sit where I'm going to sit. Next week, her husband's fashioned this plexiglass now. 2 years ago, right? Crazy woman.
No, I can't imagine living in a level of fear where, and it's illogical. She thinks that the additional 2 feet is somehow going to keep the deadly contagious thing that you have from killing her, or a piece of plexiglass. But that level of fear where someone is constantly all day. These are the people who are driving by themselves in a car, windows rolled up, wearing a mask and a plexiglass face shield over that, with nobody else in the vehicle. What level of fear are you operating under all day long? Your heart's going to stop.
Yeah. I've got to, she doesn't seem to understand. She's got to let me into her house, right? She's got to let me in. So she's got to come to the door, open the door, right? I say, hello, how you doing? Yeah. She's got the mask on. And then we go into and then there's a plexiglass. It's all over. If I had anything, you would have got it by the time I was at your door because your mask is not protecting you. So you would have got it by now. And then anyway, if it was airborne for real, you wouldn't be able to come out your house. Because if you covered all of your door handles, all over your car, everything you touch would be going in.
It's starting to almost sound like medical advice. We got to be careful.
Yeah. That's all right. We're just saying, we're just talking about the realities of what this virus, where it would be. It would be over everything, wouldn't it not, though? Common sense would tell you that. If it was really airborne, it's going to cover everything. Would it not? Or am I wrong here?
No, common sense is the enemy of what's going on right now. You're right.
Yeah. So, they can't shut us down for telling the truth there. Common sense is covered. By rights, you shouldn't come out your house, really. Unless you've got a hazmat suit on.
I had a guy tell me I was responsible for the death of 150,000 people the other day. That really shook me. I was like, really? That's where your brain is at? You really, truly believe that? And there's going to be a large portion of the population looking at me as I'm that kind of killer soon. This is kind of working out exactly the way they wanted to. I'm going to have no support system because of this.
Yeah, I would have said, I hope you get it right now. For those words, I hope you get it right now.
I stopped being angry at these people. I remember that because I know. I mean, they've been finding ways to scare people since as long as I can remember. But as an adult, I remember very specifically watching terrified people with little color-coded rainbows on their refrigerator to remind themselves of what threat level color they were at. Like, are we threat level blue or orange or yellow today? I mean, people are. I don't know if you had that in your country, but in America, that was pretty good for a few years. About
No, that never happened in England, and it never happened here in Japan. Not in England, nor in Japan. I know what you mean. With these terror level threats, and code orange, green, yellow. Yeah, no, we didn't have that.
My whole adult life, the government, I've been watching as everyone around me is constantly being told what to do, and their behavior is being molded by this fear of an invisible enemy. Always an invisible enemy.
Yeah, the boogeyman. That's right. Yeah, it's really, really funny that people are just not prepared to just take a little bit of time, do a little bit of research, right? Because it's out there. You look, you'll find it. But no, hook, line, and sinker. They take it on board, and now they start pointing the finger. Yeah, you're killing me. Really, you're endangering my life.
Well, thank you for the stimulating exchange, my friend. I got to run out for breakfast. I will return though. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, nice one. Thank you as well. Thanks for your wisdom and that. And hopefully we look forward to you coming back soon, my man. Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks. Yes, we're living in mad times. That's right. Just back in the tick.
Oh my god, I'm not muted. I thought I was muted. I'm so
And ye shall
sorry.
know the truth, and
Literally
the truth shall make you free.
Right into your...
Woo! The reading caboose has arrived. I'm Conductor Clark.
And I'm Ms. Janice. Hey, who wants to learn about the letter H?
I do! Now what can we do with the letter H?
We can hula hoop.
Or?
Create a massive global hoax.
What Ernie's referring to is the Apollo 11 moon landing that supposedly took place on July 20th, 1969.
To quote Neil Armstrong, this is one small step for man.
And one giant lie to mankind. Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hi, Ticket Taker Sam. Sam's been riding the rails ever since mean old Microsoft stole his formula for Windows 95.
Hey, Sam, I hear you've got a story for the kids.
I sure do, Miss Janice, and it's a real whiz-banger. Once upon a time, there was a president named Kennedy.
I promised to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Meanwhile, poor inept NASA couldn't get a rocket into space. Pew!
So, they turned to Plan B.
I'm LBJ. The end of the decade is here, and there's still no Americans on the moon. Those Ruskies are gonna beat us to it.
I'll help you, Mr. President.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Stanley Kubrick, and I'll use some tricks I learned while filming the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey, to fake a moon landing.
Good. While people think they're in space, we'll keep the astronauts busy with whores and gambling. Then we'll pay them off, or brainwash them, or kill them.
The end.
Yay! Squawk! But is there any real proof it was a hoax? Squawk!
Is this proof enough, Gully Bird?
Wow!
I used to fly to the moon all the time.
Hobo Dan!
Hey, Hobo Dan, how did you fly to the moon?
With the only real astronaut, Dr. Timothy Leary. Oh, Hobo Dan. Hey, that reminds me of a song. This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be.
Ain't what it appears to be. Ain't what it appears to be.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be because it was baked in a kiln
in Japan.
Yay! Thanks, Hobo Dan. That was fun credible. And the truth.
Uh-oh, someone's ringing the doorbell. To the safe room, kids. To the safe room.
Okay, that's all the time that we have for now. We'll be back with more reading later. Until then, the most important part of reading is reading between the lines.
Sayonara, pigs.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globe tards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies, running at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah! Alright, that's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
would they lie? Why 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 would they lie? OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Numpty dipshit soundly, Mr. Planet Orleans Parish. 16 May 2020.
Wait, what's the globe Earth formula then? Maybe I got it wrong. I thought it was 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, I have a video on that if you want to go watch it. 8 inches per mile squared is an estimation. That's not the actual curve of the Earth. No.
Oh, really? George the Pontiff Maximus of Retardia, 3 days earlier.
There's a common misconception, Tim and Professor Bell, regarding this 8 inches per mile squared. If you take the chord distance between the two endpoints, it's exact, no approximation.
Absolutely priceless. Soundly, it's an estimation. It's not the actual curve of the Earth. Then we have Numpty George. It's exact. No approximations. This is the quintessential example of Baltar doublespeak. With an added bonus, George the Pontiff Maximus of Retardia is in the very same conversation at the same time and doesn't correct soundly, waffles on about some other nonsensical bullshit.
Boy, that's real. So you're saying you created a model based on not actual reality and you got it to work?
No, I created an estimation.
So why are we using estimates to prove the shape of the Earth?
Chris,
because you can't understand. You can't understand the elliptoid.
What the hell did you just say?
You can't understand the elliptoid. That's why.
You
Who's
need to
you?
understand, Chris, that when you intersect a sphere with an infinite plane, you get a circle.
Hey, George, you have the intellectual integrity of a spry Benedict Arnold. And soundly, numpty dipshit. What in the great googly moogly is an elliptoid? You can't make this shit up, folks. Busted again. Play it again, Sam.
Wait, what's the globe Earth formula then? Maybe I got it wrong. I thought it was 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, I have a video on that if you want to go watch it. 8 inches per mile squared is an estimation. That's not the actual curve of the Earth. No.
Oh, really?
There's a common misconception, Tim and Professor Bell, regarding this 8 inches per mile squared. If you take the chord distance between the two endpoints, it's exact, no approximation.
8 inches per mile squared is an estimation.
It's exact, no approximation.
8 inches per mile squared is an estimation.
It's exact, no approximation.
And in these smaller scales, we see gravity working exactly as we expect it to. At the larger scales, it doesn't work that way. We're trying to figure out where the nuance is.
The nuance is that you're a wiki parroting imbecile. This is what we call a circle-jerking doofus okey doke. Present your fairy tale in 2 or more different scenarios or conditions, then have you chase your tail contemplating the conditions, leaving the mother fairy tale imagination unscathed. Mr. Elliptoid, Planet Orleans Parish Crayon Muncher. Gravity doesn't and has never existed. No scientific evidence whatso-friggin'
There's tons of evidence showing that the Earth is old.
Sure, and Liberace's sister was a Saudi prince, a mile fighter pilot, and tons of Sasquatch. You're just an evolutionist in ball-tarred clothing. Mountains and tons of evidence fiascos. There is no scientific evidence of the dating game. The entire topic is non sequitur to the scientific method. By the way, quantum mechanics takes your tons of dating game evidence out back to the woodshed and beats it into a bloody, lifeless pulp. Pretender clown parroter.
I'm the resident theist on the panel, by the way.
That's what the creationists never allow for, right?
What the hell did you just say?
I'm the resident theist on the panel, by the way.
That's what the creationists never allow for, right?
Say what?
So let me get this straight, Mr. Elliptoid. You state that you're a theist, but then you besmirch creationists?
It just don't make no damn sense.
So you're a theistic non-creationist. That'll give married bachelors, achromatic rainbows, and military intelligence a run for their money.
They want to pigeonhole all the evidence and interpret it their way.
That's why we love you, Unsoundly. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. OCD-like. Completely bereft of utterly ambiguous, stereotypical, baseless assertion fallacies.
And actually, the creationists,
stereotype fallacy,
like Kent Hovind, for example, are the ones that actually say, oh, well, the scientists are looking at the same evidence, they're just interpreting it a different way. Well, that's correct.
Wrong.
Look at you, big dummy.
There are no interpretations of natural science, booger eater. It's either a yes or a no, black or white, 1 or a 0. The method is empirical, i.e. objective, whereas interpretations are subjective. You'd fail 5th grade general science.
The creationists,
stereotype fallacy,
are looking at the same evidence and they're interpreting it a different way.
Ay, caramba.
But it doesn't mean one way is better than the other way. That doesn't mean anything just saying those things. You have to actually put in the work and try and figure out which side is correct.
Actually, it should be pretty easy. You simply look at the claims each make, determine whether the claim is scientific, logical, or demonstrative, then evaluate whether the claim is validated or not. Voila.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
And one thing we do know is...
Go ahead, skin it. Skin that smoke wagon and see what happens.
That we can see very clearly with radio telescopes that there are certain objects that we can triangulate that are 10,000s of light years away. That's already more than the 6,000 years that the creationists want to claim is the age of the Earth.
Wrong. Light years is not a measure of distance or time, booger eater. Unless you can show the one-way speed of light. Of course, it's impossible to measure, forever illusory. Ergo, your claim is a
fatality.
Laughingly so.
We make assumptions about the homogeneous nature of the universe, and also we make assumptions about that certain physical rules or physics, works the same way here as it does there. Sure, we make those assumptions, but what better assumptions can you make?
You're not making any assumptions. You're making an error brought on by mindlessly parroting pseudoscientists and evotards from Wiki and Discovery Channel. It doesn't have anything to do with
works the same way here as it does there,
or
the homogeneous nature.
It simply has to do with bagacking. Nonsensical drivel without any due diligence or scrutiny, Mr. Theistic Non-Creationist.
Like, hey, you can just say willy-nilly, oh, it must work differently out there. That's not science. That's just wishful thinking.
Feeble straw man fallacy. Nobody's saying that, Mr. Planet Orleans Parish.
And that's what creationists
stereotype fallacy
are doing. Can we tell what our physical location is, and can we tell how far we've traveled in, say a month? Can we tell how far we've traveled in space in a month? Sure we can.
Yes, and dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils. First, you'd have to establish that the Earth is moving, window licker. Until then, you're just pissing into a headwind. It's also a textbook example of
petitio principii, the logical fallacy of begging the question. A particular argument which commits the fallacy of begging the question, a circular argument.
I can pick something up and let it go and see that it falls towards the Earth. That's gravity. That is an observation.
Really? Drop some helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and water vapor, Gilligan. What happens then? Also, numpty dipshit. Whenever you mindlessly parrot gravity, you immediately invoke a cause. Either the 106-year out-of-date debunked pseudoscience, Reverend John Michel Cavendish C.V. Boy's gravity, or the new hotness, Einstein's bendy space-time. So far, all you've done is just observed an effect with an item you didn't identify. Not very rigorous, Mr. Elliptoid. In fact, pathetically proby. Clown. As a matter of fact, I'd bet the farm that an incoherent junior high intro to physics graduate would perform better than your dumbass. It's patently obvious that you're nothing but a sack-sniffing cretin that wouldn't know his ass from a torque wrench.
There's something that's causing this cup that I've just picked up to drop to my desk when I let go of it.
Yeah, we're told it's bendy f***ing space-time that's causing it. You want to scientifically validate that disheveled monkey? Or just continue embarrassing yourself with your half-baked Elmer Fudd sophistry?
And that thing, we're putting a name on it. That name that we're putting on that observation is called gravity. That's the name we've given that observation.
Well, I guess we got our answer. This bald-tard bonehead thinks scientific validation is linguistical.
I like putting it in my own terms because I do tend to favor intuitive explanations as opposed to technical ones, because the technical aspects will never be appreciated by flat earthers.
Yeah, you think that's going to fly after your Elmer Fudd Wit of the Century performance here today, booger eater? You'd have better chances sprouting honey badgers from your armpits.
But basically, gravity is this set of observations that we see. You know, gravity is the name that we give to mass attracting mass.
Mass attracting mass? Number one, you or anyone else can't even define the disheveled monkey mass. Number two, Martin Rees, astronomer royale with cheese, esteemed British cosmologist and astrophysicist, via princetonpress.edu, and I quote, "What causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us." End of citation. According to Professor Rees, does mass attracting mass cause gravity? Nope. Apparently, the fine professor here didn't get your mindless Wiki Discovery Channel parroting memo. Perhaps you should educate him. Number three, you're not mindlessly parroting the correct pseudoscience, you slee-stack sloth. You're just a mere 106 years out of date with your continuing education credits. The new hotness gravity is Einstein's general relativity, which wholesale replaced the mind-numbing undefined circular banjo do-si-do mass attracts mass. From Science Alert, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing,
oh yeah,
those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior.
Uh-oh!
From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein.
Uh-oh!
From Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy, Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Cheese and crackers.
Fatality.
We see this behavior happening in reality.
Yeah, it's called numpty dipshit pretender clowning. And you're the skipper.
We call it gravity. We could have called it anything else.
I know. Let's call it pseudoscience.
But the fact that this behavior occurs, and I'm not calling it a force intentionally because that's what they like to play games with that, but...
Really? Who are they? How about we find out who the game players are? Georgie friggin' Mooser from Scientific American. General relativity snapped the 1 and 2 by showing that the curvature of space-time, and not an invisible force, gives rise to gravitational attraction. From De Sitter, in Einstein's new theory, gravitation is of a much more fundamental nature. It becomes almost a property of space. Gravitation is thus, properly speaking, not a force in the new theory. From Jacob D. Bekenstein, Caltech. Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity, the prototype of all modern gravitational theories. Its crucial ingredient, involving a colossal intellectual jump, is the concept of gravitation not as a force, but as a manifestation of the curvature of space-time. From Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. From the Universe Today, in general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. From the University of California, Riverside, Strictly speaking, gravity is not a force. From Phys.org. According to this theory, gravity is not a force. From New Scientist. So although Earth appears to be pulled towards the sun by gravity, there is no such force. From Phys Libretext. The answer is that gravitation is not a force between two objects. From Physics Hypertext book, gravity isn't a force. From Cornell, Joylyn Bloomfield, PhD, Physics. So to summarize, general relativity says that matter bends space-time, and the effect of that bending of space-time is to create a generalized kind of force that acts on objects. However, it isn't a force as such that acts on the object, but rather just the object following its geodesic path through space-time. That's quite an impressive list of game players there, Booger Eater.
We have real world, actual historical measurements that show that gravity attracts gravity. That's what happens. That's the behavior of our reality.
What the hell did you just say?
Gravity attracts gravity.
Say what?
Gravity attracts gravity.
Are you high right now?
Gravity attracts gravity.
Calling all cars, calling all cars. We have
Numpty dipshit.
all cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
But basically, gravity is this set of observations that we see. We don't know what gravity is.
What? You knew what it was about 5 minutes ago.
Gravity is the name that we give to mass attracting mass. We don't know what gravity is. Gravity is the name that we give to mass attracting mass. We don't know what gravity is. Gravity is the name that we give to mass attracting mass. We don't know what gravity is. You can't understand the elliptoid.
Turn out the lights.
Pretender Clown's Face Monkey.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to do a really quick video on Bill Nye, the fake science guy. He's got a show called Bill Nye Saves the World. And this is from episode 1, season 1, episode 1. I want you guys to listen really, really close when he explains the greenhouse effect. Now, check it out.
Our factories, cars, trains, and planes, and electric power plants almost all run on fuel made of ancient living things. Coal, oil, and natural gas, and they contain carbon. And when they burn, they produce carbon dioxide, which chemists like you call CO2. Now, carbon dioxide has a remarkable property. As light from the sun goes through the Earth's atmosphere, it passes right by CO2 molecules. When sunlight reaches the surface, it warms the soil, the seas, and the plants. And some of that warmth returns right up into outer space as heat energy. You've probably heard that we call CO2 a greenhouse gas. It's not a perfect nickname, but here's where the expression comes from. When I point this small and happy infrared camera at my hand glows with infrared light. But then watch what happens as I dip it into this glass aquarium. Like, dude, my fingers are like totally cut off. It turns out that glass blocks infrared light. It's one of the ways that greenhouses work. The glass lets light through, but prevents a lot of the heat, the infrared, from escaping. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere does the same thing. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But there is a big gas dome. A big gas dome, get it? Glass dome, gas dome, are you with me? Huh? So because CO2 acts like the glass, the nickname greenhouse gas has stuck, and the heat is held in the atmosphere. Our world has always been kept warm by what we call the greenhouse effect.
Now that makes total sense. It explains how trees grow, how grass grows, how flowers grow, how vegetation grows. It all makes perfect sense. None of this could happen on a spinning ball with nothing covering it. Now the cool thing about this is Bill Nye said a glass dome, and I want you to notice is right as he says that, either the producer or the director, somebody to the right of him said something to him really, really quick, and if you notice, he gets pissed off and he says, okay, I know. Now check this out, I'm going to show you, I'm going to play it back for you.
But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay.
So as you can see, he tells you the truth right there, then geniusly covers it up. Now here he is on another show called Big Think, and he actually tells you that there's no place to go. You can't leave the Earth. Take a listen.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw your trash. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not you, but your kids develop ways to mine our landfills. Just let go of the idea of throwing stuff off the Earth.
So there you go. Just wanted you guys to see some more truth right in your face. Anyways, thanks for watching. Everyone have a good night, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was just on my lunch break and wanted to make this video for you guys real quick because something really cool happened with a guy that I was working with a few minutes ago. And it's really chilly today. Every now and then you'll see the sun, so it's pretty cloudy. But we're sitting there and he's kind of sweating a little bit because there's no clouds at this point in time. And the sun's on him, and all of a sudden this cloud goes over the sun. He starts getting chilly because, of course, he's sweating. So when that sun disappears behind that cloud, well, he starts getting chilly. He's like, man, how can that happen? He's like, how can it go from, how can just that cloud make it cold by going in front of the sun? And I looked at him and I said, there's only one way that can work. I said, with that being, that means the sun is not 93 million miles away out in outer space. He said, well, what do you mean by that, man? I said, well, here's what I mean. If that little bitty cloud just moved in front of that sun and took its heat from you, there's no possible way it could be out in outer space. And here's my point being, if you are in your yard and your neighbor has a bonfire over in his yard, you could still see the light of that bonfire from your yard, but you can't feel the heat from it. No way possible at all. Now you walk over there and get about 3 or 4 foot away from that bonfire, and I'll guarantee you, you can still see the light and feel the heat from it. Now, let's get to what I'm getting to. If that little bitty cloud can pass in front of that sun at way out in outer space, 93 million miles away, and all of a sudden change the temperature right over your head in that one spot that cloud's going over, well, that'd be like if you were standing in your yard, and like I said, the bonfire is in your neighbor's yard, and somebody stands in between you and the bonfire in your neighbor's yard. Ain't gonna make a difference, is it? Not that far away. Now you go over there and stand 4 foot away from that bonfire and have somebody stand in front of you, and I guarantee you, you don't feel the heat once they move in front of you because they're blocking the heat just like that cloud is blocking the heat because the sun is low right above us. Bam! It's really simple. Anyways, there's your thought for the day and your answer. Everyone have a good afternoon. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You think the earth is round cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah! Alright, that's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
They're the ones you should be arresting, not me.
Why didn't you say that before? What do we got here? Cam, this is William Klein. He was wrecking an office.
But I just wanted to meet them face to face. I wanted them to admit what they were doing.
Who is they? He was in the office of the Trilateral Commission. Trilateral Commission? Yeah, the Trilateral Commission. All right, what is the Trilateral Commission? It's an organization founded in 1973 by David Rockefeller to bring together business and political leaders from the United States, Europe, Japan, so they could work together for better economic and political cooperation between their nations.
Well, that's what they'd like us to believe. But you see, what they're really up to is a scheme to plant their own loyal members in positions of power in this country, to work to erase national boundaries and create an international community, and in time bring about a one world government with David Rockefeller calling the shots.
I take it they're pressing charges?
Yeah, well, he broke a globe and some UNICEF artwork.
Well, they're in on it too.
Okay, Mr. Klein, if you just...
I'm telling you, our whole way of life as we know it is in jeopardy.
I appreciate that information.
But I have the documented evidence. It's all in there. Show him.
Well, he's got these magazines here.
Conspiracy Review? Suppressed Truth Roundup?
The whole master plan is exposed.
Yeah, well,
You're still not convinced, huh? Would you like to hear the names of just a few of the people who have been on the Trilateral Commission?
Not particularly.
James Earl Carter. Heard of him?
Look, Mr. Klein...
Henry Kissinger. You heard of him? Walter Mondale.
Who? Mr. Klein, this is
John Anderson, George Bush. Now, you remember at the convention, everybody thought it was going to be Ford for Veep. You know what happened? David Rockefeller just picked up a phone, put in a call. Hey, Ronnie, forget Jerry, it's George. Bye. So, no matter who won in November, they had their man in the White House.
Are you through?
Hey, Bruce, we can get on out of here.
Thank you. Here you go. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Guess you think I'm just another crackpot, huh?
No, I think you voiced some legitimate concerns.
Really?
Sure. Any large organization of powerful people, even if it's not conspiratorial, is open to excess and abuse.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah. All right, that's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
A single idea from the human mind can build cities. An idea can transform the world and rewrite all the rules. Which is why I have to steal it. He's hiding something and we need to find out what that is.
We gotta break out of here. Give him the kick! This one's not a part of the plane! Wake me up! Wake me up!
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think.
As the galaxies go whizzing by over the glass domed ceiling. Now tell me that doesn't work for you.
If it's true, does it change how I live my life? This is something that is not an easy answer because of the magnitude of what we're talking about here. How it will change your life, first of all, when you understand it, is dramatic, to say the least. Will it change you from having to go to your job every day and the things that you typically do every day? No. But when this knowledge becomes more mainstream and these agencies are starting to be held accountable, and you understand that they're all participating in this, not just the United States government, not just NASA, but China, Russia, India, all of them have space programs. They all have the same symbolism. They're all doing the exact same thing to their citizenry. And the first thing you have to understand about this is that the deception goes all the way to the top. And when I say all the way to the top, you have to kind of get rid of the notion that the people at the very highest levels are working together. Why would they do this? Why are they trying to hide the fact that we are on an infinite plane or on a flat earth rather than a ball? Well, if you isolate people into the idea that they're on a blue marble that's in the middle of a universe that is really insignificant and there's thousands or millions and billions of other worlds and possibly other civilizations, that makes most people think that we are insignificant and that we did actually come about as some sort of an accident. Now, when people believe that, their minds are much more malleable into being given the idea that there is no God, there is no creator. And because of that, that also gives the controllers this fertile soil to build other deceptions on.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that.
It's about total control, mental, physical, spiritual, every way, shape, form possible.
You have to remember how big of a conspiracy this is. This isn't talking about just the JFK thing or isn't talking about just 9/11. It's on an umbrella kind of system to where it is the biggest deception that there is. It actually exposes every other deception, and nothing else brings down the power of the elite because it really exposes education, science, the economy, television, museums, universities. Think of all the things that have been fooled. I feel worse for the people that are out there building satellites, the people that are out there actually working for these space agencies, the people out there teaching in schools as professors, because they would all come to the conclusion eventually, once this gets out, that they've all been contributing to the lie.
Why do you believe what you believe? Prove it without using NASA or any other space agency. the government or military of any country in the world. Why would I say that? NASA has been proven to be liars time and time again. I could spend a whole weekend here showing you the lies of NASA. How many of you believe your government is 100% honest and can be trustworthy? And how many of you know the military answers to their government? Okay, so if those three sources are all proven liars, why would you trust them? Fool me once, right? Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I say, continue to believe pathological liars and you're an idiot. But that's what we've all done. And so, I look at these stuff, we've all seen the textbooks, we've all seen the videos and movies and all these things, and there's so much of it. Do you know what the budget NASA has? You know how much they get? How much money they get? Have you seen the movie Gravity? Okay. That's made for about $100 million, give or take. And if you saw the movie Gravity, that was pretty impressive. I saw it on IMAX, big screen, like, wow. I mean, I felt like I was with Sandra Bullock flying around in space, freaking out myself. Okay, this is what they're able to do with $100 million. What are you able to do with tens of billions of dollars a year since the 60s?
Now, in my opinion, we're being lied to not only about the shape of the Earth, we're being lied to about the very nature of reality itself. In 1954, Admiral Richard Byrd, a highly decorated naval officer, conducted an interview where he alluded to the idea that there may very well be land beyond the poles.
Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous
So there's a lot of adventure left.
Well, do you hope to see that?
We don't know. That's the big problem. We don't know where we are. Okay? That's what we're all trying to figure out here. But there is the Antarctic Treaty where 53 or so nations have signed saying that no one's going to lay claim to Antarctica and that there are massive restrictions for travel there. You can't just get up and go to Antarctica on your own. You have to have a tour guide with you, and there are only certain entry points, and there are limits on where you can go search.
Personally, I think the Antarctic South face is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000-foot sheet all ice. That's never stopped before. Welcome.
No, I just want to stand on top of the wall and piss off the edge of the world.
What difference does it make? What difference does it make? Yeah, that's their favorite line. Got a lot of people, what difference does it make? You can't figure out what difference it makes? If you can't figure out what difference it makes that the people running your world are lying to you over and over your whole life, if you can't figure out that someone lying to you is trying to control you, suppressing of information, of knowledge is control. Deception of information and knowledge is a form of control. So what difference does it make? It makes a big difference, because once they start omitting information or lying about information about where you live, they're doing it to control you, period. Why am I having to explain this to critical thinkers in the truth movement? The way you control billions of people is to keep them divided and fighting each other. Flat Earth is not a psyop. Flat Earth destroys the psyop. Every psyop that's been used to control us for as long as they've known about it. So this system has been in power and control for hundreds of years, ever since they convinced the rest of the world that they didn't know where they live. It created this fantastical scenario to make people feel insignificant and to follow those that appear to know better. Why is the flat earth so important? Because it shows the deception. And if everybody would just come together and demand answers, they would be in checkmate. They would not know what to do.
Train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. I believe that's why we have so many who are indoctrinated to still believe and fight so hard for the heliocentric model. The reason being is because we've been taught the globe model since before we had the ability to think for ourselves. Think about that. Before you could think for yourself, before you could form rational thought, you've been taught that you live on a spinning ball, although your five senses tell you something totally different. Our senses tell us that the earth is flat and stationary, that the sun and moon and the stars rotate above us just as we see, that they make their annual cycles in such a way that we can calculate days, months, and years of the passage of time, just like in Scripture. The earth in itself works like a well-designed timepiece, and we all know that any timepiece that we can think of has a designer. What if the lie is to hide the existence of that designer? What if they're lying to us about this because they're hiding God?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globe tards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
That's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah! Alright, that's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
Is a lie. Nothing is real. The bird is a lie. There is nothing I can feel.
I don't want to be presumptuous here. I can call you Buzz. Okay.
That's a legal name. Passport,
Okay.
driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Uncle Coney.
Well, let's talk about this, because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was...
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. Because there's no gravity. And I'm a diver, a scuba diver, and when you get down underneath the water, you're floating. And that's just like in space until you start to move, and then you make waves or...
Zoe, what do you say?
Thank you.
You are very, very welcome.
I'm sorry, Jay.
No,
I'm sorry.
I can see that how that would affect your Christmas.
I made that whole thing up.
What?
I'm sorry. I guess I just wanted to seem interesting. I guess there's a real danger of that on this show.
There's a pressure.
Well, yeah,
yes.
people come out and they've run out of anecdotes, you know, and they just start making stuff up.
Yeah.
Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story. Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Word is a lie. Nothing is real. The word is a lie. There is nothing I can feel.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to answer this question really quick because I keep getting it from several of my friends. But the first guy that asked me this was a friend of mine on Facebook, Jeff. He asked a question. If the ice wall circles our entire flat plain, how can the elites possibly monitor every mile of the perimeter to keep anyone from getting access? Well, Jeff, and everybody else who's asking, that's really simple. I'm going to explain it to you guys really quick, okay? Check this out. Now, what you have to understand is this is a naval ice patrol ship. It's also an icebreaker. It can get through places no other ship can go, and even if it tried, it would be crushed into a million pieces, okay? This ship is designed to cut through the ice and come and find you. It has a sensor on it. You also have buoys on the ocean that have been there for a long time. I think maybe even all the way back to maybe World War II. But anyways, check this out. Even if you can go under the radar of the Navy, they have these buoys that set off signals that will notify that icebreaker, and he will come and capture you quicker than anybody else can get there. That's his job. That's what that ship's made to do. It can break through that ice and find you very quickly. There are not any other Navy battleships that can do that. We got some tough battleships, but only a few ships hide behind this ice and wait for you to get there. Now, check this out. Here is a Google diagram of how it works, but you got to cut out the satellite because those aren't real. It's just simple towers. The buoys are like towers on the ocean because the ocean is flat, so they send a signal to each one. And as soon as that signal goes off, when the waves get just a little bit rough, they know exactly where you are. And if you've ever seen a Navy radar, you would know that. Look at it. It's a flat, round disc. Shows the whole Earth. Now, I'm going to show you guys something. They even show you how they can find you without using radar. They hit it in the movie. Check this out.
Harbor here. We're approximately here. And they, whatever they are somewhere in the middle. We're trapped out here. What we know right now is we can't target them unless we have a plain line of sight. Without radar, we have no way to track them, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they can't see us and we can't see them. And we have no way to hit them from a safe distance.
There is a way.
A way?
A way of seeing them without seeing them.
You're going to reference Art of War right now, aren't you? What are we supposed to do? Fight the enemy where they aren't? Move like water?
My way is much more simple. We've been doing it to America for 20 years. Water displacement.
How do you track water displacement?
Tsunami buoys.
Tsunami buoys.
You have them surrounding your islands, transmitting displacement data. We hack into their transmissions, form a grid.
You can't track anything without radar.
I don't need radar. Just the radio frequencies. Turn off Aegis radar, please.
Who is this guy? Chief Moore.
Sir.
Secure spy.
Secure spy, sir.
Display no data.
No idea.
That's correct.
You heard him. Display no data.
The hell is that?
It's a buoy. If it gets hit by a wave, it transmits a signal.
Bring up chart plot.
Chart plot. Bring it up.
So we can track without radar. We would practice it as a contingency plan.
Dirty, cheating, sneaky.
Rough world.
I like it. Captain.
Like I said, the buoys are like towers. They give off a signal, people. So no matter where you are on that ocean, they know exactly where you are. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Wait, what's this? Is this like a live stream? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
So
Whoa.
what is this channel?
I do not know.
So what do you guys think of Santa Claus? I think he's a pretty cool guy.
So fantasy stories. I see.
Hey, give me a sec. Oh shit. Oh, that's funny as fuck. They're like interrogating people over there.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This
My
isn't as
question is,
fun.
what is up with this live stream thing?
Yeah, I have no idea what
I'm
this
highly
is.
confused.
Strange, but I guess it is what
Yeah.
it is.
I'm very confused. My head hurts. People
It's like the
try.
Red Room. We're gonna get tortured.
Dude, I just stated that I believe that the Earth could possibly spin.
Yeah. Can men get pregnant? Google yes. That's a funny meme.
Streams on YouTube? Oh, what a vibe!
So it's a live stream on YouTube?
That's not
Oh.
live YouTube.
Oh, I have some interesting things I could say. Don't think I want to. Wait, I want to see if I can watch the live stream. Wait, how the fuck? How do we do
Wait,
that?
yeah. I'm gonna watch the live stream. I want to
I'd
see
be
this.
very interested. I'd be very interested in watching the live stream. Do you guys know how to do that? Why are we
Who's-
the only ones VC verified? What the fuck?
Yeah. I'm so very confused.
It's not up right now, apparently.
Oh.
So everyone can hear you spiral out of control and deny reality. Yeah, I'm coked up right now. I'm on meth right now.
Oh my-
Methamphetamines and cocaine.
But like, we're not like spiraling out of like control to deny reality. We're just like, it's just something that we might simply believe in.
Well, it's a good start if you can like just admit that it's something you believe in. A lot of people can't even manage that.
Yeah. It's like, oh shit.
I'm not gonna sit here and say everyone else's opinions are wrong.
It's not
Like,
about opinion.
And for all we know, the Earth could be flat.
Right, but opinions are kind of irrelevant, right? Because anyone can have an opinion about anything. So we're more about evidence and what we can prove and verify. So,
How do you guys feel about random question? How do you guys feel about abortion?
Why are you asking about abortion?
It has nothing with this server. It has nothing with this server.
Stay on topic, or you're just gonna get muted.
Hey, what's up?
That what you ask has nothing with this server, for example.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just trying to make conversation.
Yeah. You can start with this server, for example.
With this server.
Yeah, like for example, you ask about what? Abortion. You can now ask about recipe for food, and then you can go to the meteorologic letter, and after that, you can ask something about flat earth.
Yeah. Alright, I'm trying to think of a question I can ask. Give me a sec. I don't have many questions, actually. I feel like a lot has been answered. Yeah, I don't have many questions. I've already heard a lot about the other side, so So wait, what shape is the Earth? Because it's not a disc or a plate, right? What is it? Is it just like
Nobody knows.
The best word to describe the shape of the Earth is without form or formless, because one, it says it in the Bible, not that I'm a Bible guy, but it antagonizes the people that hate the Bible. So without form is a good way to describe it, because we do have tall mountains, we do have low valleys, and in everything in between. So we can say that the Earth is without shape or without form, and that just pisses people off that don't believe in the Bible. But it is actually true. The Earth, the topography of Earth, is not level and consistent. We have peaks, troughs, we have flat bits. So it's formless.
Okay. I mean, that
Fair
makes
enough.
sense.
Well, then there's water, which is, even in the globe model, most of the surface is actually water, not land.
Yeah.
And water doesn't
yeah,
really have
most
the
of
same
it's-
topography, valleys, mountains, and all that. So
Yeah. Oh, it does have a lot of different shit under the water though. Like there's constant like dips and what do they call? I guess like kind of mountains.
well, like on the seafloor and stuff. Yeah, sure, it's elevation and stuff. That doesn't
Yeah.
really affect the surface of the water, though.
No, it doesn't affect the surface of the water.
Can
It's
you
like
draw
how
like a dip? You could draw like a dip in a mountain on paper and make a sphere out of it. I'd like to see it.
Wait, what do you mean?
I don't know. What do you mean?
No, I just wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
Take a pen, put it on some paper, draw a mountain,
Yeah.
dip, and spheres. Mountains and dips. Make your ball and your flat water. Show us how your ball looks.
Like a little bit dented and stuff.
So you have a pointy, dippy, straight sphere. I just want to see how that looks on paper. A straight
Yeah.
sphere that's skinny and pointy with mountains and dips.
Yeah. But then
Does
the
that
same
make
can be
sense to
said
you?
about. Yeah, it could be the same with the flat Earth though. Like it wouldn't be 100% flat. It'd have like a bunch of dents and stuff. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and we get different level reservoirs, don't we? We have reservoirs at the top of mountains to provide drinking water for the citizens. And we have low level, like ponds and lakes and stuff that are pretty much at sea level or not much above it. So we've got water all over the place at different levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you show us how a sphere would look like that? Straight water.
No, it doesn't work on a sphere, does it? Because every time you start going up for a mountain, to come back down again, you've got to have cliffs everywhere. Proper drop
there's
steep.
no curves? Oh.
No curves, no.
Dang. I was just wanting them to like draw it for us. Draw their curvy, dippy, mountainy, pointy, straight, flat Earth.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Earth is just so much bigger, though. It like makes
Well,
it's almost
draw
like
it. Just draw it.
too tiny in comparison.
Listen, you can say a car is as big as you want, but you can still get on paper and draw it. You understand that, right?
I mean, I could draw it, but it'd be so tiny you wouldn't see it.
Now it's going to be so tiny. First it was so big, now it's so tiny. Can you get
But yeah,
your
compared to
story
the
straight?
Earth, it's tiny.
Can you get your story straight?
Well, yeah, that's what I've been saying. It's tiny compared to the Earth because the
It was
Earth is so
big that
huge.
you couldn't fit it on paper. Now you're saying it's so tiny.
But you
can't
didn't
fit it
you
on
didn't
paper.
know how big the Earth was, though, right? You're still saying it's huge.
Well, yeah, compared to mountains and stuff, it's huge. It's like comparing a person to. It's like comparing a person's mole to a building and saying,
Right,
"Okay,
but
put it on the building."
the point is, you can't say something is too big or too small for something to happen or not happen if you don't know how big or small it is.
And if you don't even have the presentation of such, you're just saying words. You're just saying words. Globe.
What?
No, he didn't say that it's globe. Still, are you believe that it's globe?
How many flat surfaces are there in a sphere? What do you mean?
Yep. What do you think about that?
Wait, what do I think about what?
About
Like,
Earth?
how many like flat surfaces will there be if there's like a sphere, and like how many can you actually count?
Well, I guess on foot, all of it, because it's like the curvature happens over such a huge amount of space where it feels so tiny. It's almost like it literally feels flat.
The problem is, though, it's quantified, isn't it? It's measured, right? Or not measured, it's calculated. And we know the values to it because they tell us. If you stood at the beach, they tell us that the horizon is about 3 miles away, depending on how tall you are. Well, that's based on geometry, right? And we can test how far away the horizon is, right? And we can put things that are like boats. We can vary the distance, or we can measure. Like, we know the distance to say lighthouses and stuff. And just by seeing whether the horizon appears behind or in front of the horizon doesn't tell you how far away it is, but you know the parameters, the scale involved with respect to the target that you're looking at. So, for example, if there's an oil platform at a set distance away from the horizon, but the horizon appears behind the oil platform, then you can say with absolute certainty that the horizon is beyond the distance to the platform. But when we test the claims of the globe, we know that we can test them with oil platforms, lighthouses, and the horizon is often behind the horizon, the target thing in the distance. And it's been an ongoing topic for a long, long time. We can see it in the live stream chat now. We've got that the two platforms, Platform Habitat, Platform Hill House, 9.41 miles away, 6.21 miles away, and you can see the horizon appears behind both of them. Yet the camera is only 1 foot off the ground, and the horizon should be 1 mile away. Yeah, we can see the horizon at around 15 miles away. So we can easily debunk the claim of the geometry of the Earth because the horizon does it for you. It's very easy to test.
But then, how do we know the fucking, horizon actually is? How do we know how far away that is? We can't really test it.
We know how far it's not. We know that the two platforms are in the middle ground, and we know the distances to the platforms, so we know the horizon is at least beyond the distance of the two platforms. But it should only be at 1.2 miles away. And when we account for the Earth curve refraction values, it moves the horizon from 1.2 miles to 1.3 miles and falls short of the 15 or so that we actually see the horizon.
We see 10 miles, right?
What's up?
20, but we see 10 miles horizon somewhere. 20 miles.
Standing at the beach, you can disprove the globe very easily if you've got the right things in the distance that you can see where the horizon is relative to them.
Simply saying, there is no curvature in reality, only on TV. That's it.
Yeah. The other thing that you can do at the horizon is you can prove that the horizon is not a geometric function. It's an optical function caused by the air. So when Galileo used his telescope to observe boats going over the horizon, as depicted in many of the pro-globe Earth videos that you see debunking the claims of the flat Earth, you realise that the horizon, because it's not an actual geometric physicality, you realise because it's optical, then the boats can't actually be going over anything, because that would be implying that, or expressly stating that going over the horizon would be the leading edge of a sphere. But when you realise it's actually an optical phenomena caused by a variety of factors, the eyeball being one of them, angles, the atmosphere, the temperature, the humidity, the pressure, etc., that focal point that we call, or the convergent point that we call the horizon, is actually a convergent point on a plane. That's literally what you're looking at. But they just make you think that it's the leading edge of a sphere because they tell you that boats go over it. Doesn't make it actually true. You can verify it for yourself.
I have one question. This one's a bit like similar to the last questions I've been asking in the other chat. So this one's kind of out of nowhere, but so what was his name? Fucking Christopher Columbus, right? He discovered America because he wanted to, because he was like, okay, so the Earth is round, and he wanted to go find another way to India. Discovered, quote unquote. Yeah, they did find people there, but he thought he discovered it, and then the books say he discovered it because
Right, so he basically circumnavigation, right?
Well,
yeah, so he wanted to travel to India. Wait.
Yeah, hang on.
So he wanted to travel.
Just one sec. So before we do that, right, the claim is that Christopher Columbus discovered America, but we all accept that we're already Red Indians there. So what does that... Do you accept that claim that he discovered America cannot be true because there were already Red Indians there? Do you accept that?
Oh, yeah, no. Well, I mean, my dad's always made it very clear to me since I was a child. He's like, oh, Christopher Columbus didn't fucking discover America because there's already... Well, according to my dad, I don't know if it's fucking true. This could be bullshit. But there's apparently, like, the reason quote-unquote discovered America is because there was a map he found, which the American, it was showing both where they were relative to his shit. I don't know where the fuck he found it. But then he took that, he was like, oh, I'm gonna go try to find another way to India. And then they just went to America because they're like, you know what, free land, and we can shoot these motherfuckers. And so then he went there, free land, shot those motherfuckers, and then that's what I've been.
But who made all this architecture in America before all these Indians?
What do you mean?
All this architecture, who made that before all these Indians?
Well, I don't know who made it, but I'm guessing it's the same people that made the map.
I think some very good developed civilization, human civilization made that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm guessing, the same civilization that made that map that Christopher Columbus found, which then he used to go to America. But then so then how did he make his way to America? Because the way that he was going, he would have ran into India. Wait, sorry, dumb question. So how did he find America on the way that he was heading instead of actually showing up to India? That's the same question, but doesn't matter.
Because on the way, it's America.
It's because he had a map on him that he thought was a globe, and because maps don't work on globes, he had a globe map. He needed a flat map, otherwise he'd have got to where he was going.
Yeah.
I'm jesting, by the way.
I'm
not even sure. I'm not even sure that story that he thought he was going to India. I'm not even sure that's true. It's a bit like the Eratosthenes one with the sticks in the shadows.
Yeah.
No, because my dad's always been like, no, wasn't it called India?
That's the story that he will go to find a way to India another way, how to say, that's the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sort of believe the story my dad tells me, which is the one where he found that map to Americas, and that's why he called it America, because where else would you think that name of? And there was already like a civilization there and shit, and they just shot him.
I don't know. Guns. In the story, they reached the land or islands. I don't know.
Sorry, what?
If they reached the land or islands, I don't know what Columbus reached. That's the story, man.
Yeah.
In which part where he really was, in Bolivia, in Brazil, or in Mexico, or in USA.
Yeah.
But that was new land for them, nothing else. He didn't discover anything.
Yeah, it was just new land for Britain.
Yeah, let's say like that. Even what's strange, I think that you can find that land in some oldest map than Columbus. I'm not so sure. But some old maps, you have lands. Antarctica, for example. Barely of something like that.
Ooh.
Indubitably.
Indubitably indeed. Anyway. So everyone else
water is level, man. 70% of water they're saying it's the globe. That's it. 70% of water level. Where is globe?
I got pinged. Give me a sec. Is level curved? What do you mean by curved?
The water is level all the time.
Water curved.
Water is behaving like that. If they're saying that 70% of Earth is water, how is that curving?
Well, because it's so vast. There's 7 seas, for God's sake.
Yeah, but why is not curving in reality or real? When we go to check.
Because we're too small to see it. That's the problem.
Again. Okay, we are too small. How big is the Earth?
Really bloody big.
Actually, I think.
Do you know that map is there? It is sphere. It must be there. It's 25,000 miles circumference. It's 3,959 miles radius, and
Yeah, the
with
radius is 6,371 kilometers.
yeah, and with
And I'll tell
that
you
given
that.
math, and with that given math, with 5-6
means
feet,
it's
you
not
can
too
see 3
big.
miles. That's it, and then it
It's
starts
not
to
too
curve.
big at all. If we have it measured, how could it be too big if we know what it is and we have it measured? Too big means
Because
you
then
can't
we're
measure.
small.
No.
Because then
You keep
we're
saying
not
words
even
big
1
and
kilometer.
small, big and small. So is your reality to these words big and small? So it's too big, it's too small, it's too small, it's too big. What does that even mean? What
It
does
all
that
comes
mean
down
to
to
you?
perspective.
If I tell you that you're too big, then I tell you you're too small. Where are you going
Can
to
I
go at
ask,
the end of the day with that?
Nick, am I too small to take a Nikon P100 photo camera, good camera, to go on the beach and see how much distance I can
Global
see?
curve.
Am,
I don't
am
know.
I too small to do that?
Yes. Fuck.
To
Wait.
check how much distance I can see? Am I too small to do that?
No, you can see how far away you can see, but
Yeah.
the problem
And the
is we're too small.
yeah,
We're too
Guinness
small to see
record.
the curve from the floor because
Yeah,
it's like
Guinness photo record is 273 miles, I think.
wait, what? So how far
The
away we
Guinness
can see? Did
photo,
you say
the
or?
Guinness, the Guinness photo record, it's 270 something miles.
Yeah.
And the guy is on some mountain shooting another mountain, you know. And between that point A and point B should to be something like I'm not sure, but between 1 and 3 miles of curvature.
Yeah.
That means that mountain, what he's shooting, should to be like 1 or 2 miles behind the curvature. But he made a shot of the mountain, entire mountain.
Yeah.
That means where is curvature?
We're too small to see the curve from the floor, so it's boats going over the horizon then.
Why he
Oh no, we
shot
can
the
only see
mountain?
them disappear. That's about it.
Why he shooting? Why he got the Guinness record photo? For what?
I don't know, because he shot it from real far away.
Mans must
Why we gave him that award?
because he had a real
He
camera.
shot the furthest picture because that's what the record was for. That's why we gave it to him.
Yeah, but it must be curved there for 2 miles of curve. We should not see that mountain.
Well, how can you tell how far away it is though? Because then, all right. So
because
the photo of that.
Okay, let's say like this: why we gave him award? Why people was lying about this to 270 miles? Why when they saying that is world?
Because it's manipulation, dude. It's for the indoctrination to keep slavery going. These people who are running the world are sick in the head, dude. They're Satanists. And it's gonna stop soon anyways, dude. The whole world's gonna realize what they're doing.
But it's not that photo. It's all observations showing the same. You can see more than you should see. All of them.
No, wait. So like we see boats disappear from the horizon. We don't actually see them disappear. We just see them fucking go from the floor up. Because I mean,
yeah,
it's
but
going
that doesn't.
a bit down.
But that doesn't happen in reality. That's what they are saying now. That is only a story.
Horizon isn't the physical limitation. Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, horizon, of course, is not physical limitation. Definition of
that's
horizon, apparent location when the sky meets the ground. But in globe model, it must be geometrical location. Listen, it must be.
Yeah.
But it is not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
It's ball on TV, it doesn't matter what is in reality.
Toasty feet. Make your point.
Oh, he can't talk. He's not verified.
No, he is. There.
Oh fuck yeah.
The more truth you release to the public, the weaker these global elites get.
Jesus incarnate, are you a Christian, Catholic?
Listen,
The horizon
dude,
has to be physical on the
I think
sphere.
all religion is mind control. I think our TV is all mind control. A lot of the shit that is provided to our eyes is a lot of it's mind control from these higher up people.
Do you not watch TV?
No, why would I? It's all mind control. The media is all even the media. The people who are supposed to be bringing you news, they control your mind and they get it. These news articles, they get around each other with bias. It's bullshit, man.
Bestie, the news is just boring. No one watches the news.
Exactly, and they all lie. All they do is lie now.
Boring.
What I watch documentaries.
I doubt the media can mind control us if all their shit is boring and no one wants to watch it.
Yeah, you're not the one who's watching it. It's the general mass population who's watching it.
Yes, the old ladies. The old ladies of the world.
And
tell you that one.
All the young people who got indoctrinated.
So the horizon has to be physical in the sphere? No. The horizon isn't a physical thing. It's literally just the curvature of the Earth going right. Because the horizon is just as far away as we can see.
So if the horizon is a physical location,
how about
I have
we
no
say
idea.
that?
So what do you even mean by that question? Like, is the
But
horizon?
if you say the horizon is curvature, is that physical or not?
Fuck, I don't know. I guess.
Man, if I say that something is curving and it's sphere, I will on the end say, okay, that is physical, that is obvious.
Okay, do you guys believe that the moon is like round?
Like we don't believe anything. Do you believe that the moon is round?
Yeah, we see it every day.
Can we not use the word round? Can we not use the word round?
Oh, yeah, spherical.
You mean sphere?
Well, we see the moon every day, and
It's going into the topic. Don't worry, it's going into the topic. But like,
great. Do you?
I'm
Let's just avoid the word round.
Point that
Listen.
the
Let her
Earth
talk. Okay.
might be round. So let's say it's the. Well, hold up. The moon is like possibly like a circle or a sphere. Let's say we took away all of the trees, all of the mountains, all of the oceans on Earth, and I believe that it would look like the moon, and it would look like a sphere, and it would be curved.
Are you saying that the moon is a sphere?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because we can see it like every day.
Really? Can I
Yeah, it's
post
right
one
over our
GIF?
head.
Can I post you one GIF and you will tell me which one is sphere?
Alright, sure.
I post.
Is level curved?
Can never know.
Okay.
They post this waffling gifs.
Which one is sphere?
It is just like not
is sphere.
loading for me.
One on the left.
It is not loading for me.
Okay. How much we have no sphere and how much we have sphere?
You can see them in your
Wait, see, the problem is though with that
Dude,
one,
it's not
there's no texture on those spheres. The moon has clearly craters and shit, and you can see different craters as it goes by.
Oh, really? Can you see other side of the moon?
Well, yeah, once it's
Can you see other side?
once it's gone over.
Oh.
Can we see other side of the moon?
I think we can. I mean, I've never really seen the moon all that much, but I know that I've seen different craters.
No, we
and it's
cannot.
not always the same one.
No, we see only one side of the moon.
Why is that?
Why is that? I don't know.
It's dark for me. I can check.
You know
Everyone,
Pink Floyd, dark side of the moon. Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd. Oh yeah.
Great album.
Dark side
10
of
out of
the moon.
10. I don't know. I want to know why it's dark side.
Man, you cannot watch on the circular
Isn't
thing
it,
on the sky and say that it's sphere. You don't know if you don't go around.
You can see more than just the
understand what you're
side. You can see over 50%.
I showed you the GIF when you're looking in 4 spheres. But only one sphere is there, not 4. We can make an example. That means if we see
4 things in the sky like that. We have three things that saying it's not a sphere, and 1 thing is saying it's sphere. Why we will have conclusion it's a sphere?
Wait, could you repeat? I'm paying attention.
I'm asking. I gave you an example where we have 4 spheres, but on the end we realize that not 4 spheres, it's only 1, and 3 are not spheres. And now we will come to a conclusion. Only watching the moon is the same. Only have some. You can even say that how you say the surface of the moon. You can only assume that it's what it is. Create. How you call it in English? Craters.
Oh, craters. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can tell it's something on the moon because it's always on the moon. I mean, if you just zoom in with your telescope or I guess your camera, it's clearly on the moon. So that's the textures of it.
Your camera will not tell you is that 3D or 2D or whatever it is.
Well, no, but you can tell while it's moving around the Earth. You can see like different craters it's spinning. It won't show you the complete opposite side, but it'll show you like more than half of it.
But you cannot, with your eyes, realize is that a crater or maybe another shape, circular from the top.
I mean, with the telescope, you kind of can, because you can just see it's a different like I guess quote unquote texture part of the.
No, you cannot come from the angle. You are watching from only one point. Let's say from this is like a topographical view.
Yeah, I mean no, because it's as the moon that goes around the Earth and shit.
Yeah, but this is topographical view. You cannot with the optics go to some angle and to realize is that crater has the height or something.
Hold up.
Yeah. Oh wait, what? Yeah.
The same example with the Earth. If you are, let's say, space, and you are making the picture, watching the Earth, how you can realize that there are mountains there?
There are mountains where?
On the Earth.
On the Earth.
Watching from the 2,050,000 miles. How you will realize?
You can see the if you zoom in enough, you can just see that there's a difference in fucking like tone.
But when you are watching topographical, you are not watching from angle. Do you understand me?
No, I kind of don't.
Something topographical from the top,
Yeah.
But if you watch something from the top, let's say building from the top, you will see the square. You will not see the building, man.
Yeah.
How we will know that it's a building?
I mean, you can't know, but the difference is it's a building. A crater is like a huge hole.
A crater is a huge difference from a building.
Yeah. A building is really small. A crater is fucking huge.
Yeah. I'm telling you because you know what is crater, but how you know that it's crater on the moon from that view?
Because it's
a crater.
Moon.
Huh?
Yeah, there can be craters on the Earth too, dude, and it can look just like it's on the moon with some paint, with some coloring, with whatever, dude. I can send a nice bomb, color it up, and call it the moon. Post it on YouTube. Hey, here's the moon.
See, but is a triangle curved? No. Straight lines. My main points still haven't been answered though from the previous thing. Like, no one has answered to me how the moon appears to have like different, well, not appears to, like appears to form different shapes as the sun goes around, because then you see a crescent moon turning into a full moon. How does that work when the moon is up above the sky?
Do you know what many people will say here? Do you know what many people will say for that question?
What?
We don't care.
Listen,
so you can't answer it, so you say you don't care.
Even that, yes, I don't know what is moon doing, yeah, and how that will form the. Now my question will be how that will form the.
No, I did answer the level if level is curved, and I said, "What the fuck?"
That question always pointing to my question, like how that, if I know even the answer, how that will form the curvature in nature.
Well, because the reason that there's it looks like
you didn't listen to me again. We can speak now about moon, how moon is behaving, blah blah blah. Then when we finish that conversation about like the 6 7 hours, and we realize, or maybe not realize, what is going on with the moon, we go to the beach again.
Yeah.
And let's see if Earth is curving in reality. Because okay, moon is doing what it's doing. That's great. But if moon is doing whatever it's doing, now it will be globe. But if we go to the beach and check the mat of the globe, there is no curvature. What shall we do with that?
I mean, then again, I keep saying this, but it seems like you guys can't seem to see. We're too fucking tiny to see a curvature on the floor.
Again, man, is it? Can you imagine the basketball?
If you think you can see the moon from an
Can
image,
you imagine
should
the
be able to see
basketball?
the curvature from an image too, with a long enough distance.
Well, but the moon is huge. That's
So
the
is the
difference, and the
Earth.
moon is right
Again,
above us.
moon. But why are you
And we're
speaking
no,
about
but the
moon? We
thing
are
is,
speaking about Earth, man. You're tiny.
Well-
That's all right. You're small. That's good. But if
While
you're
we're-
standing on the beach, and 30 miles, 50 miles from that beach, Earth should, or water should start to drop down. Is that true or not?
wait, I wasn't listening. I was looking at Santa Cut's message because it makes no sense.
Earth has the dimensions. It's 40,000 kilometers around. It's that radius, or 25,000 miles. It's a 3,900. Okay, it's very funny. It's 3,959 miles. And then every, 1 mile, it's going 8 inch per mile square,
Yeah.
That's the globe map. Do you understand that? This is the globe map, globe model map. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, that means you can be like a giant of 100 meter, or you can be the ant that is the mat. Doesn't matter how big you are. Okay. Now you go to the beach. You are, let's say, 5 feet. With that 5 feet tall, you can see horizon 3 miles, let's say, not more. But we see horizon like a 10 miles, 20 miles.
Yeah.
Wait, okay. So, if the Earth is flat, what about tides? Because
So
I was not finished. I was not done. I was not done.
You will not be done till I don't finish with because you said if Earth is globe, if Earth is flat, if Earth is globe, man. Again, because I was speaking about dimensions of the Earth. No tides. We can speak about tides now, like with the moon, man. Listen, this. We can speak about tides, like for 1 hour. Okay, we have tides, blah blah blah. But when there are no tides there, is it possible that we can find the sea that is not tides? Maybe a little. When it's quite good, sea, how to say, weather, everything. Can we find that in reality?
I'm confused. You're saying, can we find tides in reality?
Can we find the sea when it's without tides? Sometimes.
Hardly no.
Hardly no.
There are places on Earth where there's no tides. So your story about the moon causing it's a story because you can't prove that. Never, right? Can you take the moon out of the equation here? Can you take it out and then prove that it was the moon causing the tides?
Yeah, I mean,
look at tidal.
What else would be causing the
So begging the question then. So begging the question. One second. Begging the question then saying, well, we see the moon, therefore tides. There are tides, therefore the moon did it. Right? That's an affirming the consequence fallacy. Right? Again, there is no empirical proof that the moon causes it because so you concede that you cannot. 1 second, Luca. You cannot. So you concede that you cannot take the moon out of the equation, right?
Well, yeah, I'm about to talk about that.
Okay.
So picture. So picture you're looking at a clock, right? Okay. So when the sun would be at 3 and the moon would be at 6, that would be low tide, right? But then when the moon's lined up with the sun, because the moon rotates, same as the Earth, right? When the moon is also at that 3.
That's your story, yes. You have no evidence.
Okay, when the moon is also at 3, then the high tides happen. So
that's so you are aware that there are 2 tides every day, right? Even when the moon is at the other side. How would you explain that?
Because the moon's gravity is still affecting it.
Yeah.
It's at the other side. It's at the other side of the ball.
Because the Earth is also moving. Like
Luca, can you tell me one thing? Who proved that moon gravity?
He can't. He can't because he can't take out the moon out of the equation. Whatever the moon is doing.
It's 3 a.m.
So whatever the moon is doing, you have to be honest. I'm not finished. You have to be honest to yourself. You don't know, right? You haven't been to the moon. You haven't taken out the moon out of the equation. You don't know. Right? The only thing you have is the Earth. I'm not claiming that the moon causes tides, right? That is your story, which you have no evidence of. Okay?
I just gave evidence.
You gave a story. You used the model to prove the model.
Yeah, you just say it.
Yeah, that's cool. So how did you prove that? How did you take out the moon out of the equation to prove that it was the moon causing the tides?
You can't take the moon out.
Okay, so you can't prove it then, right?
But
it's a story. No,
it's a
story.
The Earth and the moon.
Luca, you should learn some simple mathematics.
Luca,
if P, then Q. If not Q, then not P. Okay?
Yeah, wait.
Luca,
Toasty Feed has a good point here. So, if the Earth, if the sun is right above the Earth and shit, how the fuck does light go on other planets? How can we see other planets' lights reflecting off?
What we see are lights in the sky, right? We see lights in the sky.
What lights in the sky?
Again,
that's not true.
You again have to be honest. You have never been there.
Fireflies are in the sky.
But then, if there's lights in the sky, how come there's nighttime for us?
Let's be honest. Like you. Do you see planets or you see light in the sky? Let's be honest now.
I'm asking
all of you in the server. Do you see planets or you see lights in the sky?
You see planets.
Planets if you look through the telescope.
How do you know that?
Because you use a telescope, you can see it. I've done this shit when I was like 9 years old, 8 years old.
With telescope you can know that it's a planet.
Because it looks different from a star, from a little point up in the sky.
If I put my hand in your telescope and say it's a planet and it looks like a planet, are you going to tell people it's a planet?
Well,
no, because you can definitely see the
fucking hand.
Yeah.
But if it looks like a planet,
what are you trying to argue? What are you trying to argue with that?
That makes no sense.
That's just dumb as shit. That's a dumb fucking argument.
No, it's not. I can make it look like your
Luca, I think. Okay, calm down for a second. Listen, guys. I want you to listen for a second. Okay, so planet. Another word for planet. The word planet is a wandering star. So instead of talking about the lights in the sky, let's go back to the Earth and first let's establish whether or not they've lied to us, right? Whether or not the Earth is curving. Can we do that? Then we can go further and talk about all these other things that we can't verify. Because would you agree that we cannot verify the light? We can't verify the moon. We can't verify the stars.
We can.
Yeah. The point for that one is
go there and we can't test them.
The point for that one though, like the Earth seems to be the only flat object because then we look up stars and they seem to be round or spherical. Because you can look at planets through your telescope, and like you can tell they're planets. Because then if you look at you can just tell. Like if you've done fucking, third grade science, you know what a planet looks like.
I go to school for physics at university, dude. I know exactly what things look like. What you're saying?
That you can tell what a planet looks like, right?
I know that you're. Okay, yeah. Ask him. I just want to ask him this, see how honest he's going to be. Would you agree that that when you make observations and you see things optically, that they can be deceiving, and unless you can actually go there and test it and touch it, you can't really definitively say what it is.
Yeah, well, that could be the same thing for the horizon. That's why it looks flat. See?
That is a fucking great point. That is
Because again, it all comes down to perspective and shit. That's what I've been saying the entire
beautiful. Fucking beautiful.
Well, look, I'm not gonna argue that the horizon looks flat. It's definitely horizontal. There's definitely no curve, and when you measure it, there's no curvature. So there's no absolutely no reason to ever think that it's curved.
You can look up to the moon.
Have
and
you
see
ever
the curve
measured
on
it yourself? Can you tell me that one? Yeah.
We've got some measurements that we can share with you, but I believe Sleeping Warrior was wanting to ask Snake a question.
Snake. You said something about you can look at the planets and you can tell that they're planets with a telescope. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you can sort of tell what planets look like.
We've done it.
Okay, so
exactly.
Do you agree with me that they describe in current science, they describe Jupiter and Saturn as so-called gas giants? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
I don't do much astrology, but I'm guessing so.
So is that a yes?
Yes.
Yeah, let's take it as a yes.
What not?
Can you give a demonstration of any other scenario where gas can form a globule of a planet-like thing, a substance that's like a ball of gas pressure?
Now you're going into
especially when you're in a vacuum.
Right. Here's the answer to your question.
The sun is one of them.
It's a star. So how are gas giants not stars?
The sun, the stars are made from gas. That's what they are.
They're different elements entirely.
But the question is, can you demonstrate gas pressure in a vacuum in any other scenario other than this fiction that you believe is called planets?
But they're real.
The gravity,
you can literally see them in a telescope.
That's how it
Toasty feet.
Can you demonstrate? Not observe. Demonstrate.
Oh yeah, hold up. Let me just get some magical powers and go into space and just bring them back for you.
So you admit that the planets are magical. You admit that planets are magical in the sense that we cannot create gas pressure in a vacuum. No problem. No further questions. Thank you.
Well, no, we can't create it because we need gravity for that.
And
gravity, it has to be big mass.
Please, guys, before you continue
don't have any
with
gravity
science,
anymore, though.
You know, gravity's not necessary.
Yeah, we don't have it when it's too small.
Guys, only one thing. Before you continue with science, can you please the redefinition of pseudoscience, and then we will speak about science, please.
And that's great and all, but doesn't that?
If you read the definition of pseudoscience, then we will understand what is science. Then we will move to the science.
Nice. Well,
then we will see, is it that what you are speaking pseudoscience, or is that what you are speaking science? Is that okay?
How do you distinguish between the two? Do you know how you distinguish between the two?
Yeah, you need to find a way to distinguish between them. And pseudoscience is basically just like a fake science shit.
No, there is a way. It's in the definition. If you don't know, we'll tell you. Speed up the conversation if you don't know.
Science that sounds like science but doesn't apply to the typical scientific method. That's pretty much pseudoscience for you.
Correct. So scientific method requires experiment by definition, does it not?
So if you're gonna go take a picture of a light in the sky and call it a planet with mass, you're going to need to do some further investigation to clarify that, and not just say, oh, because there's a light there, because I can see it, because it looks like a planet, therefore it is a planet.
Well, I mean, that's all being done for us, so I don't have to do it.
There's a whole thing of a mathematical process.
When was it done?
If P, then Q, if not Q, then not P.
I don't know, the scientists did it, but...
Use any mathematical
Who was it that proved that Saturn and Jupiter are gas giants?
So wait, are you saying that they aren't? Or are you like what?
We're saying that you can't have gas giants in a vacuum without some kind of containment. They've got to be contained to have the substance that's called gas.
Or if you can prove they're real, then you prove it.
Well, we don't even know that they're real. They might be metaphysical light.
If they want
to
say it's real,
is there proof that they are fake, though?
Oh my god.
They can't be gas pressure in a vacuum, can they? Because there's no evidence that that's attainable.
Okay, can you prove that I'm not a millionaire and I have all the money in the world?
Okay, so why... Okay, so you're saying that yours could be not true, right? So you're saying
it's whatever until you prove it.
It's almost 4 a.m. I don't want to
on the
stay on here.
It's just claim, isn't it?
This is just like a belief for you right now. this whole thing.
The burden of proof is with the person with the positive claim. So if the positive claim is that Jupiter and Saturn are gas giants, which is the claim of science, then the people in science are going to have to prove that that's actually true. And the only thing that we can do is look at them.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the same thing that you do with the Earth, though. You kind of look and you're like, oh, the horizon's flat. And you say you take these...
Not really, no, because we can at least measure the distance to the horizon, and we can validate or invalidate the model of the globe Earth, which claims a geometric function at just a few miles. We can invalidate that very easily.
And I just want to point out that that's twice that you've admitted that the horizon is flat, that the Earth does appear flat, right? So what you need to do is, well, listen, if someone is going to tell you that it's something other than flat and level, then they're going to have to provide you with some evidence for that.
Yeah,
right?
I've seen plenty of like fucking shit on it. I mean, I've even seen one where a flat earther tried to do his own measurements for it. He tried to do the method that he'd been told, and he'd been like figuring out, and it turns out that because he was shining a light through like a hole, and then
okay, and so let's talk about what we can do, what you can do, and what we have to present you right here. I don't want to talk about what other people done or anything like that. So,
but then you asked me who provided me the evidence. So that's
the evidence of the globe. Is that what you were doing? I thought you were talking about a flat earther.
Yeah, well, no, I'm talking about a flat earther that tried to prove that the Earth was flat, and then accidentally stumbled upon figuring out that it was actually curved. Because the experiment is like
that's your perception based on what you saw in the video that was not correctly representing what actually happened at the time. And he has explained it numerous times, but he's not here to defend himself. So let's not talk about him while he's not here.
I could show you the
I'm curious as to which misrepresentation you're referring to. Are you referring to the one with the stripes on the flag, with the horizon still yet behind it?
No, it's so what they did, they had like a platform and they poked a hole in it, and then they had a light flashing through that hole, which would like stretch out for like very fucking long. It's like a couple kilometers. I can't remember how long. And then
which movie are you on Behind the Curve?
Wait, what?
Are you on about the movie or the documentary called Behind the Curve?
I don't think so. I think it was just some random YouTuber who was like a flat earth and tried to do it himself. But what happened was that there's this platform, light shining through from a small hole. It was like a laser type thing. It was just a laser, and then they held up like a platform that would go up, and if it were a flat Earth, it would be exactly flat, so it'd be at the exact same level. It'd be at the same height that the other one was at. And they tried it, and it was lower than it was supposed to be, and it was lower by exactly the same amount of degrees that people have been saying the fucking curvature goes by that amount of distance that it was at. So it's like, I don't know how much it was, but it's like, so that dude figured it out. He was like, oh shit, this shit's a bit strange.
Okay, and well, let's talk about this, how far you should be able to see and the distance that the horizon should be. So you said that you didn't know how.
From what I just,
what
that's
size.
different from what I was just saying, though.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself. So would you agree with me that if he's not here to defend himself, what's the point in talking about this one test that one guy did or didn't do correctly, in your opinion, on telly?
I mean, you can just watch the video yourself. I mean, that's the best thing I can give you.
We have done, and we know the guy you're talking about, and we also know what his rebuttal to it was, which was not shown on telly. You don't know that, so it's not really fair that
do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about Jaron Campanella.
I don't even know like what his name is. I just saw it on fucking
That's kind of the point. You don't know what you're even talking about, so I wouldn't be trying to use that as a proof for yourself, right?
Oh no, I just don't remember the name because I wasn't.
You understand.
I just didn't care to remember the name.
Line of sight can be used to test curvature of the surface, right?
Yeah.
You understand that in principle. Okay, well let's discuss
but you're gonna
that
use
line
measurements,
of sight.
though. Because
So
using your naked eye, it's fucking difficult. Because you know.
So what about lasers? What about lasers?
Lasers, I think they could work to measure.
Okay, so do you know of any laser tests that have detected curvature of the Earth?
I mean, the one that I was talking about?
No, that wasn't a laser test because the laser broke and they didn't use it. See, if you knew what the test was that you were talking about, you would know that. So other than a flat earther, because you're claiming right now a flat earther is the only person who's ever measured Earth to be a ball, do you know of anyone who's ever measured Earth curvature with a laser?
I think a lot of people have. Well, not just using a laser. They use more.
Could you provide us with one measurement with a laser that detects curvature?
I mean, I haven't looked at this shit because I don't really need to look at a video to prove the Earth is round.
If you didn't look at it, how are you going to say it's a fact and not even understand what's going on behind it?
Because it's like first grade shit.
Okay,
no, it's
yeah,
not first
I can tell
grade
a
shit
first
because
grader
you
that
don't know
I'm
of
black
anyone.
and I'm really white, and he'd believe I'm black.
Hold on, Jesus.
What kind of statement is that?
Position to argue from a position of ignorance.
Guys, let me just quickly get this from Snake, right? So Snake, you just claimed, I'm sure loads of people have done it. I asked you, show us one, and you said, I can't, because I don't know.
Can you let
and then
me
we
say
asked,
something?
so how do you know?
I said, I'm sure.
And you said, well, because it's
Here's
first grade
a
stuff.
good piece
so
of
you don't know. Hey, Jesus,
chemistry
can you
and-
chill for a second? Jesus,
Yeah,
can you chill
yeah,
for a second?
alright,
I'm
sorry.
speaking to the guy. Right, so Snake, you just said it's first grade stuff. Did you skip first grade?
No, I went to first grade. Did you skip it?
So then why can't you show us the one person or any person who's ever measured curvature with a laser, like you just said?
I mean, I could if I just looked on YouTube, but I have to fucking find
Well,
a
why
good
don't you
video.
go and look
I don't
then?
want to.
Why don't you go and look then and find one?
Honestly, it's
Let's
like
see.
3
Curtis
almost.
Bow, how I proved
and
the Earth
see.
is round with my bike and 2 sticks. Here's one.
A bike and
I
2
haven't even looked
sticks?
at
I
it.
thought you
but-
said laser.
Oh my
I thought you said a
God.
laser.
Well, because that's a different experiment I'm talking. I have no idea
we're
what the fuck
talking
it
about
is.
line of sight. We're talking about line of sight, and now you're talking about 2 sticks. You're really talking about 2 sticks.
Well, he also raised
Because
the guy with the bike.
I can't find the video I'm trying to look for.
Because you can't find one. Yeah, that'll be why.
It was
'Cause they
4
don't
o'clock.
exist.
Can I ask you one question, Snake?
What?
Why you think that what do you think
Yeah.
why I'm thinking that Earth is flat?
The what?
What do you think why I'm thinking that Earth is flat?
What?
Maybe
Did I tell you? I spoke with you like a half an hour ago. Did you remember me speaking about dimensions of Earth and everything?
No.
Something like that. Like, can't really remember though, but
Yeah. And listen, that mean maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. If I check the dimension, that math, if I check that in reality, and if I find out that is not true, am I crazy?
No.
Do you want to look into that?
Well, let's see.
Do you want to look that other people will show you other observations? Do you want to look that?
Let me just ask Snake a question, Sasha. So Snake,
Okay, sorry.
Let's go over a distance of about 10 miles. How much curvature do you think there should be, according to the globe model you believe in?
I do my research on this shit. I don't know.
Okay, well, just guess, like centimeters, feet, meters.
Do you think it's a good idea to have a conversation based on ignorance?
Hey, Snake.
Hey, hold on. Let me get an answer.
Well, I
from him.
mean,
Let me get
it's
an
not
answer
based on
from you
ignorance. It's
guys.
based on basic knowledge.
Keep
And it's only because I mean, I kept
Snake,
using other shit.
You can just tell us. I know you don't know this because school doesn't teach you this, even though for some reason you think it did in first grade. School doesn't teach you about this. So if you actually want to know, you have to do the research yourself. But let's just say over 10 miles, have a guess. How much curvature do you think there should be? In feet, what do you think? Like centimeters, millimeters, meters?
I'm trying to help you. I'm posting a chart for you.
Well, let's just let him guess first.
In 10 miles, you say?
Yeah, 10
Wait,
miles.
how much
What do you
is
think?
10 miles in km. I don't speak in miles. 60
You
kilometers.
said that we were tiny compared to the Earth.
Maybe
right?
like, yeah, we are.
Okay,
maybe
10
like
miles, what, 16 kilometers, maybe 15, 16 kilometers?
maybe like 10 centimeters or some shit like that.
10 centimeters curvature over 10 miles. Okay.
Maybe. I don't know.
So what if I told you that according to the globe model, it's 67 feet?
67 feet. Let me find out.
That's a big drop.
What would you say? Answer his question. Regardless of whether the number is right, just answer the question. What would you say if it was 67 feet or whatever the number was?
Wait, Snake, what's
Big damn, that's like a foot per kilometer.
What's the
Right, so
Wait, Snake, how many kilometers was it?
Surprises you, right? Because you
could
said
believe it.
what 10 centimeters. 10 centimeters is what you said.
Yeah,
but it's actually according to what you believe in, which you obviously don't know what you believe in because you thought it would be 10 centimeters. It's actually 67 feet.
Well, yeah.
So if I'm standing on one side of a lake, if I'm standing on one side of a lake that's 10 miles wide and you stand on the other side, presuming you're about 6 feet, according to your belief, you're supposed to be hidden beneath 60 foot of curved water, right?
Yeah, wait, give me a sec. I'm just doing something, trying to find out.
That's also really fucking annoying. That's also really annoying that he said that he had no clue what you were talking about, and you told him to guess anyway, and then you're using his guess as proof, even though he had no idea what he was talking about.
It's okay, just chill. I'm speaking to Snake. We'll get to you.
Wait, so
Snake.
apparently, so for 16 kilometers, it's like 10 meters that goes down. I'll put that into miles and that for you. Wait, give me a sec. So,
yeah, 52,000
feet.
Mm-hmm.
So for 52,493 feet, which is like 16 kilometers, if that's how far away something is, right? Well, we'll compare that. Let's see. Feet for you, I guess. Again, or inches, feet.
So Snake, if you're on the other side of a 10-mile lake, if you're on the other side of a 10-mile lake, should you be able to see your friend?
Depends on how tall they are.
If they're 6 foot and they're standing on the side of the lake, you're both just standing on the edge of the lake.
Wait,
should you be able to see your friend?
Wait. I just discovered. Okay, so
why can't you answer the question?
Wait, give me a sec, because I'm looking at something. So distance to the object. So my friend is standing 9.942 miles away from me, and I'm looking at him. From that distance, the curvature goes down 0.0062 miles, or 663, because rounding it up.
So what's that in feet?
It's a lot of feet.
33 feet. It's not that much, actually.
So how do you see him unless you're both?
No, the geometric drop is 66.6 foot over 10 miles, right? But either way, you agree. Yeah. You agree that on the other side of that lake, you would not be able to see your friend because he's supposed to be hidden by Earth curve, correct?
Well, but do you know just how far 9.9
no, just answer me.
miles
you
is?
Understand that, yeah? You're supposed to be below the foot of curved water, yes?
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to see them.
Okay, so if we take a telescope or a camera and we zoom in, do you see our friend? What does that mean?
You wouldn't see them, no.
No, I'm saying, what happens when we zoom in and we do see our friend on the other side of that
There's
lake?
no curvature. That's saying if you see the friend.
Yes. So if you see your friend, there is no curvature, right? Yes, we have endless examples of this. This is exactly what people are doing all over the earth. This is why we're here, because we've done this. Do you understand? Yeah. There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's literally like a photo from above.
No,
that's a photo from above. That's like right? That's a photo from like
a distance. She
showed you the
distance. That's showing you the stretch of water that they're doing the laser over, right? If you look at the link just after it, there's and open that up.
And that's huge fucking platforms. You know how big those things are?
Yeah, and
they're more than 10 feet.
Is the horizon in front of the platforms or behind them? The horizon in front of the platforms or beyond them?
The horizon.
Yeah, where'd you see the horizon?
If you look, you see the back one is clearly lower. Well, no,
Where's
but if you look, the back one is clearly lower than the front one.
Yeah, it is. Is the where's the horizon? It's beyond that platform, isn't it? Yes.
Behind
okay.
them, yeah.
So why is it behind them when the globe model says it can only be in front of them?
What?
Yeah, the globe model says for a observer height,
one thing.
the horizon can only be 1.22 miles. No, dude. Just answer the question.
You can't be listening to
I know you don't
listen
want
to
to.
what
I
he's
know you don't
saying.
want to answer the question, but just tell me,
it's hard to
why
listen
is the
when-
horizon
I'll try to do that.
seen beyond the rigs? Why is the horizon seen beyond the rigs?
Because it's far away.
Right, but the globe model that you believe in says that it can only be in front of the rigs. So why are we seeing it beyond the rigs?
Where does it say that?
What do you mean?
Right.
It can only
So if you go
be in
onto
front of the
Google,
rigs? Where does it say?
you go onto Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator.
That
right?
really
Can you do that? Go onto Google.
No, but that's for the human eye.
Type in distance to horizon calculator. Because the horizon's supposed to be a geometric point on a ball, right?
4.65 kilometers or some shit like that. But that's for your eyes.
That's if you're 6 foot.
Because, I mean, we
This
can't see very
observation
fucking
is
well.
taken at 1 foot. Guys, can you stop talking while I'm talking and actually listen? Right? You came here to speak to us, so we're telling you. Found. So if you want to know,
But, I mean,
listen, and we'll tell you, and then you can respond. So this is a simple question, right? Why is the horizon that we see there beyond the rigs when the globe model says geometrically it can only be in front of them? Because that's where the curve of the ball is supposed to be.
It doesn't say it's...
Yeah, it does. Okay, it's okay. So it doesn't say that. Okay, could you go on to Google distance to horizon calculator and put in 1 foot observer height and tell me where it says the horizon should be in distance?
Distance to horizon calculator.
Yep. And just click on any of them and then put in a 1 foot observer height.
How do I infuse? Yeah.
Right. Put in 1 foot observer height. And what does it tell you for horizon distance?
1.2 miles.
1.2 miles. Right. So where do we see the horizon in the rigs image? Beyond the rigs. The furthest rig is 9.4 miles. So we see the horizon beyond 9.4 miles, at least. When the globe model says it should be 1.2 miles. So why is observable
But then you can't really
reality
tell if it's
not matching the model?
You can't really tell if the observer's at 1 foot because there's no photo of them actually being
okay,
like
so there's a video.
on normal grounding.
Right. See, look in the chat. I'm about to post you the video.
Is it of the same photo?
Yeah. This is the image is a still from this video, right? I'm about to show you the GIF as well. So look, the still is just from this video, and he puts the camera down on a camera tripod just on the beach, on the shore, and he zooms into those rigs, and you can see the horizon beyond them, not in front of them. So the question is, why is observable reality not matching the globe model?
Give me a sec. I'm watching the video. I mean, he's kind of holding the camera. It doesn't seem like it's on a platform.
Yeah, so
right down
clearly
to the
moving
ground.
it.
So
doesn't matter. You could be 20 foot. You could be 20 foot, and that wouldn't work, right? You can make it 5 foot. You can make it 6 foot. Whatever you think, that still doesn't work. That horizon should never be beyond those rigs, but it is. So who's right here? Is Earth lying to us?
I mean,
or is the US military
you can
talking
clearly
shit?
see. You can see in those photos. In fact, one of them that you sent, the one further back is quite a lot lower than the one up front. Like in the photo that Bro Ken sent.
Yeah.
The
something gets further away from the eye, it decreases in angular size.
That photo
That's
clearly showed, like both photos show that it's clearly lower.
So Bro Ken is posting this image.
Wait, wait a second. So now he's saying that it does look like it's going down, bruh.
So I'm saying, look. So Bro Ken is posting this image that he thinks is showing the globe, but he's so dumb he doesn't realize that the horizon is supposed to be geometric curvature, which means that the curvature can't change from day to day. The globe isn't growing and shrinking in size. It means the horizon is optical, not physical. And since it's optical, this means boats aren't going over the horizon, which is the lame globe proof that they've given us for 2,000 years. Aristotle saw boats went disappearing bottom up, therefore we live on a ball of water.
It was
Let's lap it up. But we see the horizon go beyond those rigs. So why would the horizon be beyond those rigs one day and in front of them the next if the horizon is the curve of Earth?
Well, because it's taken on different angles and
No,
different
it's taken
heights.
at the same height.
You can see the water.
the same height.
I mean, if you look at
it's the same height, dude.
The water clearly looks higher on the right photo because it's taken from a lower angle. You can clearly tell that. And then the one on the left is taken from a higher
Because the
angle.
horizon
If
is
you
an
look at the
optical
water,
position. The horizon is an optical position, not
it's
physical
on
one.
a completely different level. No,
So
it's like if you go
do you
into a
agree?
skyscraper and look. Wait, give me a sec. Give me a sec.
To a
It's like if you go in a
skyscraper, they're on the
skyscraper and you
beach.
go up all the way. Oh my god, I'm trying to explain something.
Just guys, just let him explain,
It's like
please.
it's like if you go to a skyscraper and you look at a sunset there, it looks like it's going. It goes
you
away,
get
right?
pissed at us when we talk, so let us talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you go up on a skyscraper and you look at the sunset, you can watch it go down. But then you go back down straight away. If you go back down to the floor immediately, you can see the same sunset again. How the fuck does that work?
Okay. So why is the horizon beyond the oil rigs?
Well, because it's taken on a lower angle. It's taken a different
No,
angle.
because the globe model, remember,
Yeah.
Google at 1.2
Because
miles.
look at that.
Why is it not there?
Because look at that. Look at those
Snake.
photos. It's clearly taken from a different angle.
Yeah,
No, Snake.
So have you watched the video, Snake? Have you watched the video?
I've actually stopped on a frame on it, which is platform habitat 9.41 miles, platform hill house 6.2 miles.
Okay. So you've watched the video, you've seen the dude dropping down on his belly, right? And he zooms in, correct? Sasha, you're hot.
Okay, give me a sec. I didn't watch all of it. I just watched a bit of it.
Okay. So it is the video shows the guy panning around on the beach. He walks to the beach, he drops down on his belly and zooms in. We see the horizon clearly beyond the second oil rig. Thus, Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959. Because imagine yourself on a basketball, right? And you are an ant and you have a friend and this friend is walking away from you. At one point, you wouldn't see your friend anymore because the physical basketball would get between you and your friend, right? The number, the radius number has been given, 3959 or 6,371 kilometers. We can calculate where this geometric limitation of the ball Earth has to be at a certain observer height. This observation has been done from 1 foot observer height, right? So the geometric horizon, the leading edge of a sphere, has to be at 1.225 miles. And the images that Bro Ken just sent you also shows an horizon way beyond 1.225 miles because he's dumb. He doesn't understand this, right? He doesn't understand this. The horizon is an optical phenomena. Listen, the horizon is an optical phenomena which changes day by day, hour by hour. It is not the leading edge of a sphere, right?
Well, because but the other dude just said that it doesn't change.
It does change because we see the horizon move. You can do this yourself, right? But
so
if
we got someone saying that it does change, we got someone saying that it doesn't change.
If you're on a ball, listen. If you're on a ball, the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. This is the geometry, the physical attribute of the ball Earth. It cannot be further, right? The ball cannot expand. It can come closer because of fog, right, or rain. It cannot extend. The ball cannot inflate, right? So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, this horizon cannot be further at than 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. Is that getting clear, right?
Well, sort of, but still makes no sense because I mean,
so if a pregnant lady with triplets laying on a bed and she moves her hand over her belly, at one point she cannot see her hand anymore, right? Because her belly is in front of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine this belly being the ball Earth, right? Her belly cannot inflate, right? It does inflate in 9 months, but when it's at its max, it cannot inflate anymore, right? It cannot be bigger. The Earth cannot be bigger, right? So this.
But then if you take if you take a camera and go up above her head, you can't see the hand again.
That is perfectly. That is perfectly fine, right? On a flat Earth,
yeah.
Because if you increase your elevation, you increase your angle of view. You can see more.
That's exactly what happens in
the horizon. Listen, the distance to the horizon is based on the observer height, right? So if you change the observer height, it's going to change. However, there is a limitation to where it can be, and if ever it extends beyond that, then it's not a globe.
Well, no, but the same works for a globe, though. Like if you elevate it, you can clearly see more over the curve because then you have more angle on it.
Yeah, but in the video, the guy's at 1 foot, the whole time.
Wait,
Snake,
what microphone are you using?
Snake, calm down.
Wait,
Snake.
Wait, could I do
is the horizon geometric? Do you think?
Horizon geometric? Like, I mean, yeah, because it's because of the curvature of the Earth.
So for a geometric horizon at a 1 foot observer height, where does it say the geometric horizon has to be again?
It says 1.2 miles.
Right. So why, when we look at 1 foot, is the horizon beyond 9.4 miles?
Let me see. Let me look at the video again. Sorry, give me a sec. Scrolling up. So it says over here. Oh my fucking god, where is it?
I'll post the image for you. You can.
All right, let's see. Hill House. It's about 6.25 miles. The other one's about 9.41.
Just for the avoidance of any doubts, you're in the same position now with the horizon that you were in before with Jupiter and Saturn gas giants in a vacuum. You didn't notice it then. I'm not sure if you realize it now, but the exact same position is the same for both arguments. In other words, you're cornered.
Wait, how does that work?
Because you can't have gas pressure
how does that work?
In a vacuum, in the same way that you can't have a horizon at 15 miles away when it's supposed to be 1.2 miles if it's a sphere.
Yeah, Snake, you just said it. You just said it's geometric and it's supposed to be at 1.2. We're showing you that reality isn't matching that. And the question is why?
I mean, you can still see it even if it's not zoomed in.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about the horizon beyond the rigs. You just said it was to do at 1.2. Because that's what the globe model says. And you think it's geometric, right? It's the curve of a ball.
Yeah.
So how could that change unless the ball is changing size?
The problem is we're all not educated enough to know the answer to this.
No,
I can tell you now, we're all not educated.
Yeah.
You
are uneducated. We are not.
Intellectual tap out.
This guy's an idiot.
Okay. Snake.
All right, everyone calm. Everyone fucking...
Chill. Right, so Snake, yes, I know that's your default to fall back on. No one knows now because you've just seen proof that the geometric horizon does not exist. But we actually do because we've researched this. It's like when you said you learn who measured the Earth with a laser in first grade, and then you realize, wait, I actually don't know anyone who's measured curvature with a laser. We've done this research, you haven't. So that's why you should be asking
Well, have
questions.
you done this yourself?
Yes, all of us have tested the horizon distance. It's very easy to do. You can do it yourself now that you know where the horizon calculators are. Go to your beach, type in 6 foot. You can get 3 miles-ish as the horizon distance, a distance marker on the water, and test it. And you'll find the same thing that we're showing you now, right? The horizon is not geometric. It's optical. It changes. Do you understand?
Well, no, it is. The problem is I'm
because remember,
not
if it
educated
is,
enough to tell you why.
Right, but if it's geometric, it means 1.2 miles. Now you're just going back on what you're seeing, right, Snake? Because you said it's geometric at 1 foot. That's 1.2 miles. But we're showing you.
It's easy to just zoom in on anything, though.
Yeah, and it's easy to deduct. It's easy to show that the geometric horizon is not matching what we're seeing. That's what's easy to show. That's what we're showing you now. Do you understand?
No, not really.
What don't you understand about the horizon beyond the rigs?
Well, because you can clearly tell by different photos that, I mean, if you look at this one, there's constant photos where the one in the background is lower. I can't tell you why the horizon is in front of it or behind it, but I'll tell you what.
Right.
You can clearly
but you can
see
tell
a
us that it's
difference in
not
elevation
always
between
in
the two
front of it.
rigs.
But you can tell us that it's not always in front of the rigs, can't you? Because you can see that, right? And that's not what the globe model says. The globe model doesn't say it can be at one place one day and another place the other day, because it's supposed to be geometric, like you just said, based on the size of the ball, right?
Sorta.
Yeah. So now you know that's not true, because the horizon is in front of them one day and behind them the next. And the rigs aren't moving.
Well, no, but it also depends on your angle that you're looking at.
Yeah. It depends on your elevation angle. That's what we're telling you. So you can look at it from 1 foot.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And that's because of the curve.
No, it's not. Because if it was because of the curve, then at 1 foot, it would be at 1.2 miles. But it's beyond the rig.
It's based on observer height due to angular resolution. And he asked you, I'm sorry, I just want to remind him that you asked him earlier that if you had a friend on the other side of a body of water on one shore and he was on the other, and if he was able to see them, what would that mean? So why is it in this case that you understand that the horizon should not extend if it's going to be a sphere the size they claim it is,
because it's a rig.
miles based on a 1 foot observer height, and you see it 10 plus miles? Why can't you come to the same conclusion?
Because that's a way bigger thing than a human. That's clearly more than 10 feet. So you can still see it because it's more than 10 feet.
About the size, dude. About the distance.
Yeah, it's about distance to the horizon, Snake. Because remember, you Googled it, you checked what the globe model said, and it said 1.2 miles. But you
Look
can see
at
that
this
it's not
fucking picture, for
1.2
example. I can't send the picture, but if you look at the pictures up above, you can clearly see that
it doesn't matter,
the
dude.
rig behind it is lower.
Listen,
I'm gonna ask you.
Man, what aren't you getting, bro? God.
Stop, guys.
It's not the height of the rig. It's the distance to the rig. It's 10 miles away, bro. God.
Snake, I'm going to ask you a question because you're not answering it for my friend here, and I want you to answer it. He's asking you when the camera's at a foot height and you've checked the maths and it says 1.2 miles. Why is the horizon 10 times further? Answer the question, please.
I mean, because you can still see the fucking horizon when you zoom in.
Why is it 10 times
Zooming
further?
around corners with that camera? That's a cool camera. It'll be the first one in
Why
history.
is it 10 times further, please? Yeah. Just answer the question. Why is it 10 times further than it should be if it's a sphere?
Well, I can't tell you that because I'm actually not smart enough. I'll tell you that. I'll admit I'm not fucking educated enough.
Right. Okay, guys.
I'm not educated enough, but I know that it is fucking round because of all the shit I've seen.
No, you don't know it's round, because if it was round, it would be at 1.2 miles.
Because I've been on an airplane, I've seen the curvature, I've been in a fucking boat.
Yeah.
If it was round, it would be at 1.2 miles, Snake. It's not at 1.2 miles, so what does that tell you? Modus tollens, come on. If the Earth's a sphere, horizon must be at 1.22 miles.
The reason we can't get it is because we're all fucking dumb.
Dude,
we're all fucking dumb here.
Stop projecting, Snake.
No, it's because we all don't know fucking what's going on. We actually have to
what's going on.
Study this shit.
Right,
because if you go to physics, you'll understand this shit.
No, Snake, we've gone to their model, right? We're checking what they're telling us. We googled the calculators.
Well, have you gone to a physics class?
There might be a physicist in the room.
What's physics classes got to do with it?
Yeah, did they teach you about the
that will show us a lot of shit about like fucking what's going on, because I have no clue because I'm not smart enough to go.
What is the claim? Right. All we need to know is what is the claim, and the claim is for an observer at 1.22 miles or 1 foot, the horizon is 1.22 miles, and in real world we can see it's 10 times further, and we're asking why. Now you acknowledge that it's 10 times further. You don't want to suggest the possibility that it might because it's not a spherical object, but you'll just excuse yourself by saying, well, we don't really know. Well, it's not really good enough.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And now you're playing the ignorant card again.
No, because I don't know, because I'm fucking dumb. I don't know, like, I'm not educated enough to tell you exact physics and shit. But I'll tell you what I see with my own eyes.
Yeah, I guess we're back to the question I asked you right at the start, which is, do you think it's wise to have a conversation based on ignorance if you're not intelligent enough by your own admission?
Because I've seen the curvature, so yeah.
You have not.
And the questions I've asked before haven't been answered yet.
You have not seen the curvature. So
I haven't answered one question, and you guys haven't answered like 5. That's the difference.
Nick, after all this conversation, you said on the end, your conclusion is I'm not so intelligent, I'm ignorant, but I saw the curvature. That's beautiful.
Yeah. Where did you see the curve?
The same way that you guys say you've seen the flat Earth.
Listen, you're the one of the 10 person who saw the curvature in real life. You know, congratulations.
Most people have seen the curve. If you
go, nobody see the curvature, man. If you're honest, nobody saw the curvature. Come on, be honest, be man, be human.
Listen, they tell you. Listen, Snake. So we've just shown you what the globe model says for the horizon distance, right? So we've taught you that. So we can also tell you what the globe model says for when you should see curvature, and they don't say that you should see it from a plane. They specifically say you wouldn't see it from a plane. They say that you wouldn't see curvature from any altitude that any member of the public can access. Right? Someone posted the Neil deGrasse Tyson clip of him saying you can't see curvature.
Yeah.
Right. So Snake, what's that?
Well, have you posted the actual clip or just a screenshot of him?
No, there's a clip. Roger,
the only problem is we can't. The only problem is.
Listen.
The only problem is.
Let me take you through it. So we have the Felix Baumgartner jump. 1 second. So let me explain. Right?
I do have to cut you off because I love you guys, but it's like 4 a.m. here.
Okay.
And like I don't want to be here any longer. But
okay, well we can move.
I'll leave it off with like.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
you put me on. You put me wrong with the fucking curvature for the fucking. Wait, give me a sec.
Yeah, let's give.
You caught me on the fucking. You caught me on the fucking rig one because I have no idea how that shit works. Because I'm dumb. I'll admit that I have no fucking clue.
Okay.
I passed through fucking high school being stupid. And
Snake,
certain shit.
Do you think you should call yourself dumb? Do you think that's wise?
Well, it's funny, and I don't really give a shit.
Funny, sure. Let's just stop laughing for a second. Let's just stop laughing.
No, but just give me a sec.
Do you think
I want to leave because it's 4 a.m.
Let him leave.
I want to leave because it's 4 a.m. and it's like this shit was fun as fuck. It's fucking testing me because I have no fucking clue what the fuck I'm talking about half the time, other than like the shit that I've sort of studied, but that's like only in class and shit. Which
what microphone do you use?
AT 2020.
See, that's a really good microphone for a guy that doesn't really know shit, right?
Oh, man, because I worked for it.
Yeah, but why would you have such a really good microphone if you don't know shit about internet?
Because I used to know shit. I used to actually give a shit. But
it's just interesting that a lot of these pro ball earth protagonists all seem to have fantastic microphones.
Right, can I just
Wait, really?
Just very quickly say to Snake, it's okay. You can jump off in a minute, but I just want to tell you, right? You're not dumb because you don't know this. You're not taught this at school. No one's taught it at school, and there's a reason for that because they don't want you going and testing it. We know about it because we taught ourselves about it. We went and found the information, right? So that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do as well. It's not a case of being dumb. You're actually smarter than most because you've managed to realize I can't argue this point because I've not looked into it. So you should come back anytime, ask questions, research, look at the additional information on the server. There's loads of resources and links that you won't find on Google because they censor it for some reason. Because for some reason they have to censor something that's so crazy. But yeah, we'll let you go. We can move to one of your friends or whatever. But thanks for stopping by.
We can move to.
I just want to go to sleep soon. I'm not
go
gonna
to
lie.
bed. Welcome.
That's cool.
I'll tell you what. It was fun as fuck. I'll still believe the Earth is round, and let you still believe that the Earth is flat. One thing.
The horizon isn't geometric, right?
Snake, flat Earth isn't a belief; it's knowledge based on measurements. So, go to sleep. Think about it. Come back, right? If you want to talk about it, come back. You're welcome 24/7. We're now going to talk to, I guess, Toasty. Yeah, Toasty Feet.
Yeah, we don't want you to believe. So try to do an observation for yourself. And
wait,
just,
one thing.
Think
so
about this. Hang on. It's not just that this one observation where it's 10 times further than it should. It's for as far as you can see, the horizon just continues to extend out. So there's never any curvature found anywhere. It's not that it's in the wrong place, that it's too far away, so that it doesn't exist. Keep that in mind.
Yeah. One thing, my friend got banned apparently.
He didn't get banned.
No, I'm speaking to him now, Snake. I'm just telling him if he's calm now, we'll let him back into the discussion because he was swearing at moderators, right? That's why he got muted. Because he was getting upset, right? Because what we were showing you, he knew he couldn't argue against either. And this is what happens. People get crazy. People start swearing and trying to insult us just because we're saying, look, there's the horizon. As simple as pointing out the observable horizon, people are getting crazy. So we'll leave it at that, and we'll unmute your friend. And if he wants to join, he can come back anytime. Okay?
Oh, I don't think he'll join tonight. I can't be fucked. It is 4:30 a.m.
We're here 24/7, bro. So
I only wanted to be here till like 1 a.m.
Good night.
It was fun as fuck, though. I mean, it was a bit of banter. I'm not gonna lie, but it was fucking hella sick.
Yeah, it's good, really, right? It's interesting because they don't teach you this in school. So
I may come back one day if I've done any more research.
Sure.
I doubt I will. But
okay,
because I think arguing is fun as fuck.
We're not just here to argue. We're here to figure out where we live. But yeah, have a good one.
I will leave now because I need to fucking sleep.
Good night.
Remember, every time you get into an argument, Snake, it's always better to know more and be able to debate both sides in the argument. That's how you get good at arguments.
Yeah. Wait, someone just sent me a sticker. So, goodbye, old dude. All right, goodbye,
Later,
everyone.
bro.
Goodbye.
I might
Dream
see
about
you
flat
later.
water.
Yeah.
Dream about flat water.
No,
we have
make sure it's
toasty.
tilted. All right,
So we
see
have
you guys.
Toasty Feet. We also have I'm gonna unmute Michaela.
Yeah, Michaela, May, whatever you want to call me, honestly.
1 second, I'm gonna get you out of the.
I'm back.
Yes. Okay, so
I'm dying of tiredness, so I'm just gonna say something else. It's not live right now. I don't know why the bots aren't live, but it's not live right now in case any mods are in the chat and want to fix that.
What's not live?
The stream.
Oh, let me check.
It's live, but it's just on a different channel.
Yeah, Helios is down, but Rogers is up.
Yeah, mine is up.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go too because it's literally like bloody 4 a.m. for me as well, and I'm tired as hell. And I got up out of bed for this. Yeah. Good night.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
So, Toasty, you're gonna go?
Yeah, I'm dying.
Okay. Well, good night.
What country is it? 4 a.m.
I think Australia.
Yeah.
USA. America. Australia. Yeah.
Australia. Aussie.
I think she's in New Zealand, though.
Oh, well.
Yeah, they're still Aussies to everybody else. They hate it.
Oh, don't say that to them.
They hate it, though, don't they?
Well, I'm. When people call me German, it's. I mean. So we also have Ace. Ace joined us. I don't know if he wants to ask a question, or we can move to Broken. Broken is here was here like a week now. Still holding on to his globe religion.
Hey Roger, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I do like Twitch streaming. I just started. I'm wondering, like, if I play games while it's on, will you be mad if?
What?
You're very quiet, man. Turn up your volume a bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit better.
Hold on. Let me replug my headset.
Sounded like you wanted to know if you was going to be mad at him if you played a game.
Yeah. Because I just started streaming. I'm wondering if you're gonna be mad or something if I stream while I'm in here.
No. So this has been live streamed to 2 YouTube channels, 24/7. So if you want to stream, that's all right. We would like it if you told us. Then so it's
that's kind
awesome.
of what I'm doing right now.
Sure. Well, nice.
Yeah, I wanted to ask earlier, but everyone was talking, and I just wanted to make sure you're not going to be mad if
no.
It's pretty much all they're going to be hearing you in the background pretty much. Right?
That's cool.
That's fine. That's fine. Hey guys, how's everybody doing today? Truth.
I literally only
Roger.
have 2 people watching here right now.
It's all fine.
Gaming.
Yeah, we also have Andy level up. I don't know. If he has a question or Ace, or maybe Bro Ken can finally show some measurements of the curve, that would be awesome. No? Nobody want to defend the globe?
I mean, I can show you photoshopped images, but that's pretty much it.
But I'm at the edge of my seat. I'm waiting. It's like I'm anticipating one of them to just come out with it.
It's a bit like a delayed pregnancy, isn't it? Like, you know the baby's coming eventually. There's going to be some idiot coming in claiming ball, but it just takes an awful long time. These idiots are everywhere, but they don't like coming in.
Yeah, because I think if you listen on the live stream, you start to realize, like, hey, they're not just gonna like let me say shit. You know what I mean? Like, no. You actually have to back up what you're saying. Like, you can't just say shit. You have to think about what you're saying. It has to make sense to all of us.
I think it's important to keep in mind too, when they come in by themselves, just one single person, it's easier when they start realizing that there's validity to it and that there's no evidence for the globe. It's easier for them than it is when someone comes in with 3 or 4 of their friends, because then you have the peer pressure of the ego and
Of course,
you know,
of course.
all of that. So when you get that dynamic, it's kind of, you almost have to mute the others and just single one out.
Yeah, that makes
And
sense.
then they know that they're listening, so they're still not gonna. They're just not gonna be, even if deep down they're realizing that, you know, hey, the Earth isn't a globe. They're not gonna admit it right there. Not the majority of them. There may be, I don't know. You may have your rare occasion, you know, where one will, but it is gonna be rare. They do.
Yeah, my favorite part of the server is like when the light bulb actually goes off and they're like, hey, that doesn't make sense. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Yeah, but that kid was being intellectually dishonest, right? So that's the problem with a lot of them. Because well, the thing is, he couldn't understand. That's what I notice a lot of them. When people say observer height, it doesn't register. It never registers with them. They don't get the 1 foot between 6 foot height thing. They can't figure that out, because it's hard to just figure that out without having some type of visual stimulus. So I mean, that's what he was struggling with, and when he finally got it, then he bowed out. I'm not intelligent enough to figure this out.
He did do that intellectual tap out where he basically said, well, we're not that intelligent. Yeah, you are absolutely right. And we all spotted it.
Well, what I heard when he said that was, I'm not intelligent enough to come up with a better argument to counter it. You know, that's what I heard when I heard him say that.
Yeah, that kind of breaks my heart though when people say that. You know, like they've already like thrown their hands in the air instead of like just, you know, buckling down, having a think, like, you know, trying to figure out where could I be wrong here? Like, you don't have to accept that you're wrong yet, but just the intellectual honesty to say, where could I be wrong here? Did I make an assumption there? You know, did I just believe that? Or like, is what they're saying like more grounded in something that I can actually take a look at and grasp and hold on to? So that's what gets me when people call themselves stupid. I'm like, you're not stupid. You didn't digest the subject matter. You know, they actually have no clue how many requisite hours we've put into the subject. So it just seems like we're just talking. I'm like, no. We already sat by ourselves and did the work. That's why we're here. So it's like it's hard to show them the research on our end that we've already done, because maybe they've already looked for a couple of hours or maybe a couple of days, but some of us are years into this topic already, so we've heard all of the arguments already. It's hard to bridge that divide.
Yeah, I don't think he truly felt that he was dumb. I think he was pretty confident with his intelligence.
I hope so.
He was just not able to come up with an argument to counter it. So.
Nah, he just thought that we were all fucking idiots. We don't know what we're talking about. And then when he was forced to think, and then, oh shit, this shit makes sense. That's when he realized, wait a minute, this is more than I'm ready for. You know, he's like, I'm not ready for this. This has validity to it. You know, you could see that he accepted that, but he didn't want to say that. You know, he realized
that's
that
the first
there's
step,
truth
right?
in it.
I'll take I don't know how to argue this over just mindless repetition of the same points, because that shows to me that he gets it on some level. He at least gets it enough to realize he can't argue with an observable horizon. And that's not going to leave his mind, right? That's a brain worm. Because now whenever he sees a horizon, this conversation is going to be in his mind, whether he wants it to be or not.
I think he's that arrogant.
He's got a little fire kindled in his brain. So
yeah, that's a good first conversation progress, I would say, even if it's a little bit annoying to get to that point.
Sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you're giving him far too much credit. I think he'll just instantly forget this conversation, and tomorrow he wouldn't be able to recite any part of it. I think he's that smarmy, arrogant guy that thinks he knows everything because he's left high school or whatever, completely ignorant to the reality.
He said he's dumb, right? So he's not overflating his own intelligence. He's in the opposite. He's downplaying it. He's saying, "Well, I'm too dumb to understand this." And I disagree. I don't think you can look at the horizon the same way after you have this conversation and you realize, well, it is flat and it's not geometric. So, but
remember, he did have a pretty good mic. I mean,
yeah, that's half the battle.
Have you noticed?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, they all have really good mics. Have you not noticed it? There's a definite correlation.
I'm jealous, man.
Yeah. We're all there scratching around with little bottom bargain basement microphones because we can't afford a decent one in the gaming club that think they know everything. And they're all on like diamond microphones.
Super crisp audio.
Yeah. It's hard to argue against a good microphone, but
only the best for Homeland Security.
Yeah. It's a dead giveaway for me. I hear it straight away. If they come on and they sound pristine, it's like, yeah, smell a rat straight away.
He's a military age and he's overseas. That's what I'm figuring. The guy's probably not involved with intelligence, but he probably thinks he is.
Yeah, he's just a gamer. All the gamers will have good microphones.
Well, American.
So we going?
I got a gaming microphone. Does mine sound good?
No, you sound shit.
What's up, Warrior?
Hey, man.
Yo, Elijah, what up, bro?
What's going on? We was just talking about you over at Betty's server, talking about
where are you now? Well, hopefully good things, hopefully.
Well, no, Sleeping Warrior, we were talking about with Cuddles about how we could go about taking legal action. Yeah, my idea is that we should definitely be hitting academia because they're the ones that are passing this stuff off as factual with no evidence. And even if it weren't to, like, regardless of how far it went, I think people need to understand that this conversation is more serious than YouTube online.
How would you propose infiltrating?
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more, but the problem that I envisage is that for me, flat Earth as a topic within our own circles isn't actually ready for it yet because we're too divisive. We've got too many people that are causing divisions by claiming nonsense woo-woo stuff, passing it off. And what we need to do is we need to have the basic 10 commandments of our topic to be confirmed and agreed by all parties to get some collective unity. We don't have enough collective unity.
Well, I kind of disagree. Because all we need to do is go for the claim that's out there, the claim on reality that they put forth, and give evidence to the contrary, which also obviously proves that the Earth is level. But that's not the claim. The claim itself is actually their claim that we're challenging.
For me, the problem that I see is there's not enough. It's going to cost a lot of money to be able to do the legals, and because we don't have the collective unity, we can't create the funds. That is the problem.
Can't never could do anything.
You got to beat the champ to take his belt. They're the popular opinion.
Yeah, it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy with Flat Earth, right? You figure out Flat Earth and you decide, right, well, I'm not going to go and trust anyone again or get into any kind of collective groupthink. But then that means when you're trying to organize amongst Flat Earthers, everyone's got their own ideas and everyone's like, nah, I don't know about that. So it's almost a bit of a catch-22, but
So maybe the thing is not to try to get everybody on the same page. Put your page out there how you want it to be, and whoever's willing to sign up to that, let them, because you're different, and so just put it out there how you want to present it. And then whoever's
And
on
that
board
is
with.
what I think. And I think that is what happens. But I think that's what Sleeping Warrior is getting at. It's like we all do that, but then there's all these kind of disparate groups with different ideas, different opinions, and then they'll fight amongst themselves. So I see it from both sides. But yeah,
but that's only if you're fighting to get an ideology into the system. Like
but without
that's not my angle. That's not my angle.
No, you're right. But without the collective unity, how can we get the funds to do the legal litigation that we need?
Well, let me get Cuddles.
I like
let me get Cuddles in here because he was talking about lots of things that we can do that wouldn't or shouldn't cost us a dime. So maybe he could be helpful. Let me see if he's over in the other server.
Truth, can you do me a favor? Can you drop and rejoin? For some reason, your mic doesn't sound good today. It sounds all broken and gargled.
Is that me?
Who, mine?
Yeah, Truth.
Does it still sound like that? Okay.
It sounds good to me.
Oh, it might be me. Let me rejoin.
Cuddles and disappeared somewhere.
Should be back.
Yeah, because now you don't sound good.
What?
No, give us a mic check. Give us a mic check, Truth.
Check 1, 2, 3. Am I good?
Sounds all right. A little bit breaking up.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds pretty good.
Before it was all broken, as if you had a wireless signal connection that was breaking and not being strong.
Go ahead, Eli. Sorry.
Well, yeah, like my main thing is to drive awareness to take this out of the realm of no one should be thinking about it because it was just a couple of flat earthers, nothing to see here. Like people think that we're trying to give them a religion. Like people don't understand, which is why I think if we took some kind of legal action, if we could, and if it made sense, what we're doing is just challenging the system that's already in place. Like that's it. We're not making any proposals.
Let me give you a brief outline. Let me give you a brief outline of the legal system in the UK so that you can understand where it is here. We've got the Education Act 1996, Section 406 and 407 prohibits a partisan teaching of any topic in the school. We have the lead case of Dimmock in 2008, Dimmock against the Secretary of State for Education, that stated it was to do with Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth video, and the judge decided that the Al Gore An Inconvenient Truth video was, quote, largely based on current science, and therefore was allowed to be played. Well, if you compare that to something like Newtonian gravity, for instance, that's not based on the current science anymore, by applying the Dimmock case, you can see that the Newtonian position should not be getting taught because it is not the current position. So we've got the law and we've got the case law to support the position. The problem is we don't have the money to be able to do it.
So it's possible, but we don't have the money.
It's legally correct, but we don't have the money or the unit. I mean, most people in Flat Earth hate me because I don't agree with Bob Nodell on his downwards incoherent dielectric nonsense. So that immediately divides me away from that group. But ultimately, I can't turn a blind eye to it like Jaren does because I don't agree with it. It's not scientifically valid. It's not credible. It's not something that I can support. But we can demonstrate that things accelerate in the medium and we can cause it. So I push that point because it's demonstrably true. But in doing so, it cuts my nose off to spite my face in the opinion of some people because it divides me. But I'd rather push something that I can demonstrate to be true and criticise something that's not got any supporting demonstration than push woo-woo stuff that doesn't have that supporting evidence and relies on people to just accept and believe it because that makes us as bad as them.
That's a religion when you just believe for the sake of believing.
Yep.
What's your take on it, Sir Vagabond? Are you still there?
He just dropped out.
I love the way he deals with, you know, that guy, who was it now? Wolfgang Hope. I love the way that Wolfgang deals with these people. I lose my temper with them when they're just intellectually dishonest, like that guy was. He holds his position really well.
Yeah, definitely someone
Thank
to
you, guys.
model your behavior after.
Yeah, I tip my hat to you because I just can't control myself when they just do that. I see it straight away and I just go, "You fucking liar!" And you're there going, "No, you haven't answered my question."
You were backing me up. I mean, this is my take is to try and I'm trying to be like on their side to a degree, right? And take it from a position of yes, I was told the same thing as you were, but look at this. Because when they're like oppositional and they're in the mindset of I'm debating, you're not like they're not even going to be open to finding some mutual ground. And what the key to this discussion is just to present the observations that we can all go out and do. That's the mutual ground. But if it's coming from like a no, you're wrong, I'm right, then they're just less likely psychologically to even be open to it. So I try and take it from right, be chill. Let's talk about what we're told and then compare it to what we see and just discuss what that could tell us. And, open questions like, what does this mean? Rather than telling them this is what it is.
Brilliant technique, mate. It's a pleasure listening to you talk to them the way you do because I can't do that.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean, it doesn't work with everyone, and I don't have the patience for a lot of them, but at least if they're able to have a cogent conversation, I feel like it's pretty easy to get someone on the same page if you keep it very simple. You start talking about the curvature, the natural physics of water. These are things we can all wrap our heads around. Because a lot of these concepts, especially for somebody who's not looked into it at all, it just goes way beyond them. So you need to try and keep it really simple, really chill, and come at it from their position as well, right? Because we've been in this for a long time, so it's different for us. But we need to remember what it was like when we were first looking at it and get that through to them in a way that they can understand. And remind them that, listen, it's not a case of you not being smart enough to figure this out. It's a case of you were never taught this the same way we weren't. We had to go and do the work to figure this out.
So true. And you're right, that the weight to the state that when you said that line, there's a reason why you weren't told this, and it's because they don't want you to go and test it. That is such a powerful statement that really needs to be echoed because it is all to do with what we were taught. The reason why these people like that bro Ken in chat, the reason why these people push the ball earth narrative is because they weren't told that gravity is no longer considered to be a force. It's because they weren't told that Newtonian concept is gone out the window and it's been replaced by Einsteinian. Regardless of whether we agree with Einstein or not, we weren't told that he even exists. That's the reason why all these kids exist. Such a powerful statement.
No, thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's totally it. It's like we're coming at this from our kind of foundational education for the most part. No one's really going out and just looking at it for themselves. Because once they do, they start coming around to our position. But as well, even just getting into the gravity side, I try and avoid that because once you start getting into the kind of more difficult to define physically and observably, it just gives them too much wiggle room because they're already just arguing from imagination. So I just try and keep it really basic. Water, curvature. Can we see? What have we been told? And ask the question. Basically, sorry, maybe Elijah was trying to get in.
You first had to remove the presupposition of the sphere. When they go into talking about gravity, it's that's still there in their mind. So you got to take the sphere away.
Well, you want to talk to Bro Ken? You want to try Wolfgang?
I'll take on Bro Ken.
Yeah, let's Sleeping Warrior. Go for it.
Hopefully he wants to talk.
Remember, Anthony, no fucking liars.
Yeah, I'll try. It's more like I don't like how quantum eraser speaks to people, even on our side, but I find myself doing the exact same thing, so it makes me really hypocritical, but I totally understand where he's coming from. But Bro Ken, are you there, dude? Can you hear me? No, he's pleading the fifth.
Broke my gang, 2022.
He's calling. He's begging for a name change here. Check this one out. That's better.
To be fair, Bro Ken Mike is hilarious.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, he was waiting for that one, was.
We've also got Irish Leonard. Are you here, Irish Leonard? Guess not. Anyway, I'm going to make some dinner, but it was lovely hearing from you all, and I'll catch up with you guys soon. Have a good one.
See you later, dude.
Peace.
That is the angle that we should take. We should take the angle, well, you weren't taught this in school. Here's the reason why. Because if we take that angle, it should make them inquisitive for why they weren't taught it in school. I think that's probably the best angle we can go with, because the teachers are lying to kids. It's black and white. I heard Professor Phil saying that he was going to teach his grandson about Newtonian gravitation, and I said, are you going to tell your grandson that it's out of date and it's no longer considered to be the current science? And he said, I'll teach him when he's ready that there are both models that are useful. And I was like, so you're going to lie to your kids, that your grandchildren, aren't you? You're literally going to lie to them. He didn't want to call it lying. He wanted to call it educating. But it's, if you don't tell kids that Newtonian gravitation is no longer current science, and if you don't tell kids that Einstein is the current science, that's lying by omission. You can deny it, you can defend it, it's still lying by omission.
I think the point is to get people thinking in secular terms, because for some people, the flat earth still represents some fallback to some sort of religious, non-secular idea. As long as they're thinking in secular terms, they don't care if it's updated, gravity, space-time curvature, they really don't give a shit. It's just basically whether or not it's secular thinking that they're indoctrinating the children with at that point.
Whether it's secular or not.
Flat earth is... My bad.
I was just saying, whether it's secular or not, it still does not change the fact that Newtonian gravitation is no longer the current position, and all the children are still being lied to.
Particle physics right now.
Is there a hot mic? Who else is speaking other than Sleeping Warrior? There's somebody cutting in.
Somebody said something about particle physics.
Oh, well, silent. Keep going, Sleeping Warrior.
I was just saying that that is the fundamental problem, that no matter whether it's a secular teaching, whether it's a religious school, whether it's some other kind of school, it doesn't change the fact that the position in science is Einsteinian. And not telling kids that is lying by omission. It does not change that, no matter how you dress it up, no matter how you justify it or qualify it, it's still lying to kids.
So even though the flat Earth appears to be a viable option, an increasingly viable option with laser tests, long distance imaging, and infrared, people are going to have a zealous hate boner for it, because they're going to be like, oh no, this sounds like it's going back to the biblical cosmology that's flat or something and covered by a dome. You're going to get real zealous, especially from the materialist atheist camp, that are going to vehemently oppose it on those grounds alone, whether or not it has actual scientific or logical or academic merit.
Which is why I think it's best when you're discussing this topic, to stay as far away from religion as you can.
It doesn't matter. We could stay away as far as possible, but they're still going to bring it into it because they're going to see the obvious implications. They're effectively not going to care. It'll be a hell of a fight.
I do like teasing the the guys that are clearly anti-Bible. I mean, I'm neutral when it comes to the Bible. I can take it with a pinch of salt. I don't argue it. I don't think it's necessary in the topic. But I don't really say we shouldn't do it either, because even though I think that we don't need the Bible in any way to prove the shape of the earth or not prove the shape of the earth, I think I just enjoyed winding them up when when the guys that are clearly anti-biblical I like to describe the Earth not necessarily as flat, but without form or formless, just because it says it in Genesis. That really chives them, and I like doing that because it just chives them enough to make me feel as though I'm doing a good job.
And like you say, it's best to just talk about the laser test and stuff like that with such people if you're going to try to play fair with them. But ultimately, I think on a spiritual level, they're going to sense the implications, and like some demon from hell, they're just going to rise up against it on a spiritual level anyway, even if we don't even mention anything like that one way or another.
I agree with that. Because what they've done is they've materialized everything. I can understand why this person acts this way, because psychology tells me that their body is going to have this sort of reaction, and biology is going to tell me the chemicals that are running through the body that's going to cause this reaction, all the while forgetting to mention that psychology is studying the spirit and the body having turmoil with each other in the form of the soul.
Or at the very least, the non-material interacting with something material.
Exactly.
Even when, you're dealing with like philosophy, there is something like that, yeah.
So then when we get into the non-physical and we're out of the physical, what is the baseline that we're going to use to describe the non-physical?
The only thing that you can use to describe the non-physical is revelation, essentially. Something from that non-physical realm saying, hey, here I am, be it God, some demon from hell, or something else. Revelation, and after that comes scriptures and something quasi-religious in some cases, or just metaphysical assumptions. We're just going to assume that there's something here because it helps us talk about it, and just go from there.
So then we wind up back at the level of objectivity. Which one is telling the truth?
Which testimony can we trust?
I think once you get out of the physical and you're out of it, and you're already there, right? That's how I understood you to say it. Once you get out of the physical and you get into the metaphysical or spiritual, however you want to put it, like I don't think there's going to be any need to explain it, because it'll be self-evident at that point.
Well, I guess the trick is explaining it to others who might not be there yet. They'd have to decide whether or not to trust you or go where you're leading, or just rebel and turn away.
Is it something that you can explain, or is it something that they need to get to on their own? And when they get to it, then they'll have their own.
Just while I've got this on my mind, forgive me for butting in. I don't mean to be rude. It's just in my mind, and I'll forget. Patricia Steer's doing her first show tomorrow. This time tomorrow, it's I think she said she was doing it 5 p.m. Texas time, Central Time, and I think for us that's about 11 p.m. In the UK. So just bear it in mind for tomorrow, because she's doing her first show back, and I think that's fantastic news because some shackles have been removed, it would appear. So spread the word, guys. Spread the word.
Elijah, you have someone interesting about shadows of the moon.
What?
You have the guy on the chat interesting about moon shadow or earth shadow or whatever. You prefer that topic.
I mean, what about it?
Maybe he can explain. Broken mic.
He thinks he can see the Earth's shadow on the moon.
Okay, what about it? Wait, look. Listen, you have to get out of the mode of telling people things, right? Like you're already ready to. He thinks this. Let me tell him this. I'm not here for that, because I need to determine whether or not someone is here to have a genuine conversation or whether they're just going to be 5 years old. Because I don't have to tell them shit. They can just go on thinking what they think. You know?
Yeah, great. I thought that maybe if you're interested.
If he gets on mic and I don't.
Okay.
His name is Broken Mike. He's not coming on the live stream.
All right, he can think what he wants.
I think they were just nominating you, Elijah, because it's about the moon, and you like to talk about the moon.
I know if he wants to get on and say something about it, I'm here.
I'd love to talk to that broken Mike. I think his name indicates that he's not going to talk because he's got a broken mic, but I don't believe that's true. Do you want to mic up and let's have a talk about some of the things that you're posting in chat? See how if your assertions from the flatearth.ws, see if those assertions can stand up to scrutiny. Or you can just hide if you want to. Yeah, he's going to hide. Loads of chat
Shadows
skanks,
are
isn't
not
there?
demonstratable in a model. I've asked that nobody can show me this happening ever. No way to duplicate it.
What's that?
The tiny ass shadow, and then over the scaled distance, even creating a shadow over that scaled distance between the moon and the Earth, and what it should be doing.
Yeah, shadows
Not even to
diffuse
mention the motion. Not mentioning the motion at all. Just the fact that you could cast the shadow.
We should see casting the shadows from all the other planets as well, because the background to them is lit. It's not very bright, but you should be able to see the casting of shadows by things like the moon all the time. We don't. We should see the casting of shadows. I have heard some people claiming that you can see the casting of shadows on Jupiter. Has anybody ever come across that? They claim that some of the moons on Jupiter cast shadows on Jupiter. And I was like, really? Can I see some evidence for that? I've heard them claim it, but I've never seen any evidence to support it either way.
I'm afraid you're stuck with it for a bit. Ken, Broken Mike. Or at least until you can open your mic and speak in the VC. So I do have a question though. I'm wondering why you're asking even anything about shadows or the moon or Earth's shadow, because you posted the word Selenalian, and if you've looked at Selenalian enough to even post the word, then you should know that it's also called the impossible eclipse, which means it's impossible with an heliocentric model. So it's like, it's kind of ironic that you posted something about the Selenalian and then continue to ask about Earth shadow.
Yeah, I mean, what he posted was that cartoon from flatearth.ws. So like, he doesn't even understand. The problem is that we see the whatever shadow, if you want to call it that, on the top of the moon. But that doesn't work if the moon's being refracted to just sort of kind of appear above the Earth, because it would be the top of the moon that's lit up, not dark. So they can't even make a diagram to show this properly.
So what are you considering challenging in the legal system, Sleeping Warrior? The education, the fraud that they're teaching in the education system, or NASA, or
teaching Newtonian gravitation rather than teaching the current position in science of Einstein. They don't have to teach them all the maths. They can use the many visualization aids that are out there already to show us how the curvature of the fabric of space-time occurs. The visualizations are there to explain it clearly to children, and they can be told that gravity is not a force anymore, and it used to be thought that way, but it's now an archaic understanding. But obviously it needs a bit of money, and we don't have that money. It would be
Well, I
great,
mean,
though.
even when they weren't saying that it was a force, they were saying that you can think of it as one, even though it's not. I think the fact that they, haven't demonstrated or validated, they haven't proven it, it's not past the scientific method at all. Like any sort of gravity other than specific gravity would be a fraud.
Specific gravity is just a way of hiding the fact that they. I hate it when they bring up specific gravity because that's what they conflate the relative density argument with. And they say, well, specific gravity, we know about that. Well, yeah, you might know about it. Doesn't mean that it's applicable, though, because it only applies to the medium of water. But there are two mediums that we live in, air. And it applies to that. Really, we have things that move the same in air as what they do in the medium of water. But specific gravity only refers to stuff that's in water. So it's like bringing it up for stuff in air in their own model. It's a false equivalence. It only applies to water.
So why doesn't it? It's the less dense things, the things that's lesser dense than the medium that it's in rises. The things that are more dense than the medium that it's in will sink. So why doesn't that apply to the air?
It does. That's why helium balloons don't go down. Helium balloons go up. But they don't reference the air. They only reference water, call it specific gravity, and then claim that it's addressed for. It's not. It's limited only to water. Can you imagine if it was the case that they changed the teaching of kids so that Newtonian gravitation became an archaic model that was previously last believed to be true before World War One, and in that context, it would contextualize. These idiots wouldn't be. I mean, it'd take a few years for it to come through, but they wouldn't be coming in here arguing for what's it called, Cavendish experiment, if they were told in school that it's an archaic position. Can you imagine how much easier our life would be if they were all being taught the same thing now because it changed? That is where we need to take the argument, in my opinion.
Well, and if they were taught initially to critically think and to require some verification before they accept something as fact anyway, then if that basic fundamental was taught, the rest of it wouldn't matter, because if it didn't fall into that category, then it'd just be rejected.
Yeah. They need to be taught the definition of science as well. Anything that's not got a scientific method to validate it is pseudoscience. And we didn't get taught that either in school. Why? It's really important that we know what is pseudoscience so we can spot it. You don't know what it is, how can you ever spot it? And if you don't know what it is and don't spot it, then you're going to believe shit that's science that's not science.
You couldn't sue on that basis, the fact that pseudoscience is not science but is being taught as science?
In England, I would say probably not. Maybe. See, the lead case is Dimmock, and it said that if it's fundamentally based on current scientific position or scientific fact, it was the phrase it used, then it will be acceptable. So if it's not based on scientific fact, then it shouldn't be. So if it's not based on scientific fact, in other words, scientific method, it should not be taught. Yeah, maybe there is a good angle there. Yeah.
Where in the law is scientific fact defined in England? You guys got
the term science. It requires observation and experiment. If it's not science, then it doesn't have observation and experiment, so it would come into the definition of science.
Exactly. They're going to try to say that scientific fact means something else, but I'm sure
they'll say there's no scientific facts because science doesn't prove anything.
Yeah. The doublespeak will begin immediately.
Yeah. Just to confuse the judge. And let's be honest, judges are humans, right? Would I trust, or could any of us trust any one judge on any one day and instantly get their head around how science is basically, it changes definitions at will? I mean, when we talk about a scientific theory, it doesn't mean the same as an ordinary theory, right? Could you trust that a judge would be able to understand the difference if he was never presented it before and he didn't know it as an argument? I couldn't. I definitely could not.
Even if he did, could you trust that he would rule honestly versus with some kind of an interest group?
No, I don't, if I'm honest. I don't think that judges do behave honestly. I think that judges behave based on their own preconceptions and their own biases. And it might be that you get a judge that's genuinely honest, but believes that we live on a sphere. And based on that bias, he'll just not accept anything, even though gas pressure cannot be demonstrated in a vacuum, even though we're in a gravitational field, and we should be able to demonstrate it. If he believes that we live on a sphere, his bias is going to be, well, you haven't proved your point. And he'll just say that as a get out. They always do it. If they're not sure which way to go, they'll just say that you haven't proved your point. It's just an easy get out for any judge. And let's be honest, you've got to be quite intelligent. And I know judges are intelligent, but you've got to be scientifically literate to be able to understand these arguments, right? Well, they always accuse us of not being scientifically literate. Yet, when we ask them, where's the demonstration, given that we're in a gravitational field, of gas pressure forming a gradient, or even just gas pressure forming its own self in a vacuum chamber in a gravitational field, where is that? And there isn't any. And they don't think that's a problem. They think that we should be able to just accept that the gradient can form all by itself. And they think that we're crazy. I mean, how difficult would it be for a judge that's never heard the arguments before, isn't familiar with them, and probably thinks it's stupid in the first instance? Could you trust that a judge is going to realise that you can't have gas pressure without a container just because we say that there's no evidence to support that you can? Can you trust that a judge will understand that? I couldn't. Honestly, I couldn't.
I agree 100%. Judges like their job. They like their position. Why would you even bring that into your own life, that headache of the possibility that you're going to change the fundamental way that people, and it's such a shit show from the start, because it's not random. It didn't happen by accident. There is some kind of a guiding force here. So it's going to be difficult to overcome this. But people just forget.
I wouldn't be so sure that they.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just thinking, because I remember watching, and this is just in the Senate committee hearings, right? This is with the politicians. But I mean, these guys, some of them know about science, some of them don't. But like they understand. I wouldn't be so sure that they wouldn't understand the scientific method and what is verified and what's not, what's validated and what's not, and what is like objective and what is just based on assumptions. Like what lacking evidence. Like I wouldn't be so sure that they wouldn't be able to figure it out.
We teach it to 8-year-olds though, so it shouldn't be this difficult.
It's not difficult to teach it. It's really difficult to apply it.
Right. I expect that you should be able to understand the scientific method and understand what does and does not conform to it. That is not, if you can't do that, you should not be in any position where you're making a decision where somebody else is affected.
Yeah, but the trouble is, it's not easy to apply. I don't think the average judge, if you got the average Jim Smith judge, right, and you tried to tell him that, Your Honour, these are begging the question, I don't even think he'd know what begging the question was. He'd act like he did, and he'd probably behave like he did, but the reality is he probably's never heard anybody ever say someone's begging the question before. Maybe he has, but what's the chances of you getting a judge that's switched on, like, psychologically, to logical fallacy, to faux pas within, like, claiming scientific method when there isn't any scientific... I mean, there's a lot of facets to this topic that take years for you to learn, right? Can we realistically and reasonably expect a judge to get all the dots lined up, all the stars lined up in a row in one hearing or one hearing? I don't think we could.
Yeah, why not? Why not? A judge is not there to argue like a baller, right? The only reason we can't get answers out of them is because they like to answer questions that they don't ask. I mean, that we don't ask. That's very easy to point out to a judge. A judge isn't supposed to be arguing like a baller, which would be evident if he was. Like, language is the easiest thing to understand when, if you're both speaking English, is like, I know you're saying, well, he wouldn't understand what a begging the question fallacy is, or or red herring or any of these other things. But yeah, I think you would, because
do they have
it wouldn't
debates in law school?
All the time. They're called moots, MOOT, and we argue stuff that's just for the sake of arguing. We argue stuff like an old car might come back into production because reasons, and even though you're not actually arguing it because you believe it, you're testing your ability to argue something anyway, even if you don't support it. So you're testing the ability to argue, and then you're responding to people that counter your arguments with reasons why that's a silly idea, and it's to see whether or not your acumen for arguing is actually on the ball, as it
Right,
were.
but I think that the point is that the judge is not the one you have the argument with. So he's basically like the listeners we have here. If they hear us debating with some glober that's making up nonsense, the judge is like the person listening, thinking, I don't know what this dude is saying, but.
Yeah, but Martooth, put yourself in the position of a judge and he's presented Black Swan, and you say to the judge, Your Honour, the horizon is 10 miles away, but it should only be 1.2 miles away. We had the kid in here just 10 minutes ago, and he was saying all the right things, and he was sounding intelligent, but for some reason, he couldn't join the dots for why the horizon was 10 miles away. You're going to get the same kind of...
But that's irrelevant, isn't it? His understanding is irrelevant. Yes or no is all that matters, especially when the claim is that the horizon is geometrically based on the radius of the Earth. If that's the question and that's the answer, that's easily debunkable. There's nothing to say after that, unless you're an anti-flat earther. But there's no way a judge can be an anti-flat earther and a judge at the same time.
His opposition will be an anti-flat earther.
Okay, so when his opposition, because this is what happens. So you ask someone a yes or no question, the answer is yes. They say no, but they justify why the answer is yes. This is very easy to point out to a judge. If we say, well, the horizon's supposed to be geometric, yeah. And there's like tons of PDFs and things that you can just Google, blah, 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 blah. Everything pre-2020, it's all there. And then they say, okay, so what's the argument? Well, yeah, that's true. It is geometric. However, it's not. Like that's not going to be a good argument for the opposition.
Refraction, Your Honor. Oh, the refraction. All right. Case dismissed.
Yeah. That's the problem. They just need to blurt out one word. If the judge thinks he understands what refraction is, even though he doesn't know it's based on an R that they can't prove, he may just accept that because it's one word answers, and that's
okay. Based on so he would have to give an example, a real world example that doesn't have.
The judge just makes the decision. He doesn't have to make.
Your Honor, the defense is denying refraction reality now. Why are we wasting our time, sir?
Objection, relevancy.
The defense would have to give an example of refraction, right? But they can't because it doesn't exist in reality.
Yep.
We've wasted time with these ballers, but if I were to say to a judge, okay, sir, and then we're not even talking to the judge, we're just talking to the people or whoever. Maybe we are talking to, I don't know. And you go, look, you have a mountain, not a mountain, you have a hill obstructing you. And then, because of the change in the weather that day, you appear as though you were in front of the hill because the hill now appears like it's behind you. Is that an example of something you've ever witnessed before? No.
Objection irrelevant. The Earth curve is not a hill, Your Honor. They're trying to confuse you.
Earth curve is definitely a hill between point A and point B.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't even get that far as
the body of science, Your Honor.
They would, they're trying to, like, the relevancy wouldn't be there because they're trying to explain, like, use that for an explanation other than the fact that the horizon actually is as far as it is away, to use refraction, but refraction doesn't extend your horizon. So they would have to first define a type of horizon that would do that, and they can't. So it wouldn't even be.
I agree. If you define horizon and define refraction, which is Snell's law, then they're not going to be able to There's nothing that even exists that would help them. There's no citation that they could go to. This is just something they say. There's nothing in real life that exists that would help them make that case.
Shit, if you opened it up with that, they first must establish the ground for like the very first measurement, of Earth curve. They couldn't do that. So
problem is if you think of like, even if you had a judge that was a flat earther, just randomly you just happened to drop on someone that was a flat earther, but he was on, say, I don't know, one of the many factions, the divisions within flat earth, and he didn't like just say it was a Nathan argument and he didn't like it, even though he's on our side. If you were to argue something that he didn't like on our side, would you expect him to go with it? Because it was like, I couldn't trust a judge to do it. I think when it comes to this, I think they're pretty much scientifically illiterate.
Yeah, but we're not having a back and forth with the judge. The only thing we're doing in front of the judge is presenting what the claim already is, because we don't have one, and how the claim is obviously and demonstrably false or demonstrably false.
I think in this scenario, the judge is the arbiter as well. He's not just the overseer.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, I think it would be a lot better if there were like 3 judges, because then you got like you can rule out a little bit of bias in one judge on one day. But if you got 3 judges,
the bias in what? It depends on because that's what happens when we let the ballers run around for like 4 or 5 years and entertain their conversations. In actuality, okay, I come up to the stand and I'm like, yo, Your Honor, they told me that Aristotle was one of the earliest people to know that the Earth is a globe because the shadow of the moon during the eclipse. Well, that's
right.
obviously not correct.
It's in this textbook, established fact. Next.
No, it's
so
not.
don't forget
there was an eclipse just last week. What do you mean it's an established fact when you're looking at both of the things that are supposed to, okay, so you have the light source, the sun, and you have the moon above you in the sky. And then the shadow is appearing at the top. What do you mean?
So don't forget that it's already been. This has already been in, like, there's been a couple cases already, flat versus globe, in court, and the judge found in favor of flat because globe didn't have any evidence, failed to produce evidence.
Where was this?
Well, technically it's in favor of Zen Garcia because his challenge was like to prove curvature, and the guy couldn't prove curvature because he was using computer models and other shit like that.
To be honest, that works massively against me. That works massively against me, because I said I wouldn't think that a judge would accept logical fallacies like reification using a computer model, but in Zen Garcia's case, that is exactly what decided the case. The judge recognised that it was reification and decided against the ball earther who was actually reifying his model. So that works massively against me. Maybe there is more faith in
How does that work against you?
Because I said I wouldn't
saying
expect the average judge to recognise logical fallacies like reification, for instance.
Stroke a watch and like the day. I guess it is possible. Go for it. There's no stopping you, Anthony. You can do it.
Well, there's 3 cases that this is what I'm hearing. One of which the guy won because the globe proponent didn't show up. But the other 2 were straight up just flat earth wins, so to speak. So but I wouldn't expect a judge's, even if he was speaking fallaciously, if you were to point out the fallacy, the judge couldn't deny this. Like, this isn't, we're talking about court in a level of language that
but listen,
there's a
let me
standard.
Let me explain
They
to you.
understand burden of proof.
Mind you, they do, but let me just
on this Discord, like talking right now.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I paid.
The person talking now is called Felicia's Rip. No, what is it? It's Felicia's Rip.
So I paid a barrister. Listen, I paid a barrister for a legal opinion on this point. I said, given that the Dimmock case says that you should be teaching the current science and not the old science, and that's the reason why Al Gore was allowed, because he was at the time he was preaching what was considered to be the current science. I said to the barrister, I said, given that law, should it be the case that Newtonian gravitation is still taught? And the answer he came back with was, yes, the current Newtonian position has been replaced by Einstein, and yes, the Dimmock case said that. However, and I was like, what do you mean, however? If the Dimmock case said no, because it was the current science and it could be taught because it was the current position, then how is it okay that they teach Newtonian anyway? And it just couldn't go into this person's head. So I tried to speak to them and to say, look, the Dimmock case says one thing. This is what's actually taught, and that's inconsistent with it. It should naturally follow by application that this is what would happen. And it just didn't go in. And it was like, on the one hand, like the money that was paid for the barrister was a waste of money. But on the other hand, it taught me that no matter what amount of evidence you give them, if they don't want to accept it, they'll just weasel out of it. So that's the bit that really put me off, because even with the evidence and the case law to support it, it still went the other way in the opinion of this one person, which I was absolutely gobsmacked at.
But you can't. But that's not that. Like we don't look. We don't need permission to use the legal system. What? Who cares about this barrister's opinion?
What is a barrister?
I agree. We don't need permission to use it. We can use it. It is there for us. However, your argument is miles more credible if you get a barrister to make that elocution for you, because it sounds a lot better and it is more persuasive than the average Joe blogs. So when I have a barrister and I explain to her, well, this is the legal position, and she agrees with me all the way up to the final hurdle where I say, so Newtonian gravitation shouldn't be taught in schools because it's not the current position in science, and she says no. I'm like, right. So obviously that person couldn't join the dots, even though that's the one job that she needed to do. So what that taught me was that if we get a judge like this barrister, we're in shit streak straight up. And there's costs that come with this, right? It's not free. You got to pay and we don't have the money to pay if we lose. That's the problem.
Am I understanding that a barrister is like a paralegal? That's what we consider a paralegal?
No, they're both. So the solicitor is the secretary that takes the matter to court and does all the paperwork to get it to court, but the barrister is the one that talks the talk on the day, making the actual legal point for you, because they've got the elocution, they've got all the poise, the finesse, and the very well spokenness. They're the ones that you're paying for the money.
Right. So they're good at formulating the arguments and making the arguments. Their specialty is not burden of proof, as the judge would be.
No, their specialty is making the arguments with the burden of proof considerations and all the legalese, all the legal things. That is their specialty. That is the one thing that they're supposed to do and get right. And when I paid for them to do this, I was like, I can't believe that we've got yes, but the last bit was no. And I was like, I mean, it's only one person's opinion, but if that judge is the same on the day, we've wasted a lot of money.
Well, I'm curious. Why is it that okay, I'm not criticizing. This is your thing. If it's something you want to do, I'm just trying to understand, and I am curious as to why it's on. Like, teach the old pseudoscience or teach pseudoscience instead of that pseudoscience. Why isn't it? Don't teach anything that's fraudulent. Like,
because
the fraud of the claims.
Because the lead case said that if it's based on current scientific fact and consensus, then that will be considered to be okay. Now, whether we agree with Einstein or not, he is considered to be the current science, even though we say it's not science. So we've got a choice. Do we argue that it's not science and shouldn't be taught at all, which I think we would lose? Or do we argue that, well, it's the old science and it was replaced by Einstein, which I think we would win? We should win.
It's fraud. It's straight up fraud.
I agree, man, but we're dealing with people that these aren't judges are often referred to as eccentric.
I think we've been tricked by the people that have been sent out here to take up our attention. I don't think, because whenever I do speak in the real world, there are some family members who do end up seeming like Kosho or seeming like any one of these characters, right? So that does happen, but for the most part, like when you show people that you're not saying something and it's actually coming from, like for instance, if I show somebody, like I Google, okay, Google the distance to the horizon. Okay, yep. Okay, all right. This modus tollens. This is just a logical consistency argument kind of deal. Okay, that's easy enough. Okay, yeah. Okay, great. But the horizon is never 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. Never ever. So what does that mean?
I
And
kind
it's
of feel,
like, okay, and it's like again, you hit them with the same thing. The guy is like, well, what a lunar eclipse is in the textbook. Okay, well, I'm looking at the textbook. It's describing to me one thing, but during the lunar eclipse last night or this morning, it was entirely different from what this textbook is describing. What's up with that? Like literally everything we can say what's up with that because there's nothing up with that because it's all fraud.
well, I kind of see what Sleeping is going though. I think it's like how you gotta peel through the crust first, right? You gotta go a little bit at a time.
We've never hold on. I'm sorry.
So
We've never
you just gonna
actually
interrupt me?
tried. My bad. But consider this. We're only responding like this because of the anti-flat earthers that we've been dealing with for the last few years. The couple of times that we do know of that it has touched court on some level, whether it be person to person, but well, it has just been person to person. They've always won. Where do we get this idea that these people wouldn't concede? We've never spoken to Neil deGrasse Tyson to know whether or not he would concede if he was pinned against the wall. We've never spoken to Bill Nye. We've never spoken to any of these people. We haven't went into universities and said, you know what? Obviously, I'm paying 50 grand plus a year for my kid to be here. So I want an audience with you, and I want it to go on public record because there's something in here that I don't agree with. This textbook that this person is teaching, this professor, and I would like a public audience. No one's doing any of that.
Yeah, well, but the thing
so
is,
where do we get this idea? Where do we get this idea that no one would give us the time of day?
Well, this is the thing, though. The teacher isn't the one that could actually do anything about it, right? Because I mean, he can't. He has a curriculum to teach. It has to start where it has to. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. It has to start.
What does that have to
wait,
do?
let me finish.
Before you finish,
Holy
tell me what
shit.
it has to do with my point. That's
But
like every time I make a point.
You said we haven't gone to the teacher or we haven't gone to the Neil deGrasse Tyson. They don't have any control over the curriculum. Now, what Sleeping Warrior is saying is, okay, fine. We'll start with let's see what the Varger says, and then if he says, well, yes, you got a legit point, go to the courts, and the courts could be like, hey, kind of set a precedent to say, hey, this can't be taught because there is a legal definition for it.
But I feel like they've laid this path out and made it look like this is the only path he's got. And I don't think it's probably not the only path that he's got.
But you totally missed my point. I'm talking about the legitimacy of all of our arguments and this idea that we wouldn't succeed because of the mainstream pressure. That it's not even real. Because my main point was the couple of times it has been in court, whether it be just a person suing another person, we've had the win. Like, so where's this idea that, we would have to go through this, but should we argue it this way because we might fail? Well, where's the precedence for that failure? Has anyone else ever tried? Is there a court case that we can look at?
I think it's just the lack of trust in the legal system. My own.
That's not answering the question. That's why I'm getting frustrated. What you're attempting to answer right now or offer up has nothing to do with what I just asked.
True.
Yeah, but true. But I was trying to make a point first, and then you interrupted what I was trying to make. So yeah.
Yeah, but all you're doing is saying the same thing that Sleeping Warrior is saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't understand what's your point where, okay, you fight against the person, and what's that going to do?
You're not fighting against anybody. What do you mean by fight? Again, we're not talking about anti-flat earthers. For instance, if we're talking about making this thing public to where people know that we're not playing around, or we're not just losers on YouTube that have been tucked away on the corner of the internet, we could do other things other than take legal action, such as be involved with our children's professors and demand a public audience. I don't think that that's unreasonable, but for whatever reason, instead of saying, yeah, that's a good idea.
What is that going to do?
You gotta. What do you mean? What is it good? So
yeah, what is that going to do?
Why be here then? I'll tell you what it's going to do. Since so that I'm not dodging your question, what it's going to do is bring more legitimacy to the topic. Because why? People think what? That we're proposing some other religion. No. I woke up only wanting to know the answers to very specific questions. And here I am 5 years later arguing against anti-flat earthers all over the place. And those questions have never been answered. Remember those 3 questions? Who measured the curvature of the earth? How do we know that we're moving? Who's detected it? And how do we know that the vacuum of space is a place that we can travel to or even exists as they tell it?
Well, it would have to be, I think it would have to be in the legal system, in the court, because they wouldn't have any way out. They would have to be a judgment. Because if you do it that way, then they're just going to say, well, if you don't agree with the curriculum that we're teaching and you're going to disagree so strongly, then perhaps you should just send your child to another school.
Exactly.
But the curriculum is the same, not even just in America, but across, its many neighbors.
But they just pass the buck.
That's why it has
in the
to
court
go
of
to
law.
the
They
court
can't. There has to be there'd be a judgment, but I don't think it would. Like I'm curious as to why it's only the avenue of going from one pseudoscience to another, and instead of just
truth. I think it has is you have to start with one thing, right? It has to start with like I said, like back for better terms, the crust of let's say an onion or whatever, and then start digging into one. Once you get through one part, I think that's going to give you more validity, and then people are going to be like, "Whoa, well, we got to listen to what this guy has to say." Now.
But if you're arguing for like one pseudoscience that's not been validated against another one that's not been validated, then it's like there's no way of verifying or establishing the truth of either one because neither is true. So you have a chance of losing if you go with something that's concrete and that there's verifiable, objective truths that can be established. Then you don't have a chance. There's not much of a chance of losing, and it would set precedents because if you set a bad precedence in the beginning, then it'll make the ones following even harder.
Well, it's kind of a tactic. It's not proving one over another. It's Sleeping Warrior using an angle of the law that's already been put in place so that he could kind of out Newton because of that law. So it's like, well, if this is not the current rhetoric, then technically you shouldn't be teaching it. I mean, because even though Einstein, like he says, we all disagree with Einstein. Well, you if you have no force of gravity, like you're ruined.
Yeah, let me just address that. So, Truth is asking why let either of them in if they're both pseudoscience. It is tactical in the sense because on the one hand, you're absolutely right. Both Newton and Einstein are both pseudoscience because none of them have got experimental validation. Einstein does claim that he's got experimental validation through the application of the Eddington observation of 1919 and the LIGO. 1.1 billion US tax dollars money went into LIGO to scientifically validate gravitational waves. So on the one hand, we say that's pseudoscience, begging the question, affirming the consequent nonsense, woo-woo nonsense, right? But on the other hand, they do say that they've got some science. So it does add some credibility to the idea that Einstein is scientific, even though we don't say it is. On the other hand, the alternative argument is it better that we remove Newton from the teachings so that it becomes an antiquated position, so that kids are not being deceived by Newton, which is the biggest problem, and let them accept that Einstein is the current position, whether that's scientific or not, is kind of a subsect from it? Is that a better position than throwing both of them out because they're both pseudoscience? And then, well, what are we left with? And it's a totally valid question. Maybe we're left with relative density.
I think it's good because you can't connect the dots with Einstein. Like, that's not going to help you understand why you're on the underside of a ball. You know what I mean? Like once you take away the Newtonian part of it all, like you can't connect the dots, and it kind of crashes the paradigm from within if you take that key component away, I think.
I don't disagree.
Okay, so I kind of get what you're saying. It's more akin to like in and yeah, I'm gonna go biblical because it's the only example that I've got. But it's like a king, has to follow his own rules, right? So if they make the rule and they say that this is what we're going to teach, and they don't do it, then you can, hold them to their own, to their own degree, I guess is what you're saying. But when it comes, like, there's so much wiggle room, though. I mean, it's like maybe there's. What if there's some like fine print somewhere else? What if there's a clause or I mean, it's like really, I would. So if you're going to use your time and efforts and money, it seems like it would be for something that you could have like a strong foundation on, instead of holding them to their own decree, like a strong foundation on some objective truths that would. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's my only concern, because it's like once you do that and you get these energies expended on this, and they have any wiggle room or whatever, because you're just the only thing that I can see that you're trying to do is just hold them to their own decree. Yeah. And so if they come up with some kind of wiggle room.
The question is, where do you draw the line? Because if you're right on the one hand, they're both pseudoscience, so maybe we should go for the attack where both of them get thrown out. But on the other hand, if we throw both of them out, what are we actually left with? Where does it go from there? And I don't know the answer. But what the alternative view is, well, at least throw Newton out. Because if Newton's thrown out, the kids aren't going to be coming away thinking gravity's a force, right? If they believe and accept Einstein's woo-woo nonsense, we can laugh at them. But is that important? Because nobody really accepts Einstein. So is it better that you throw both of them out the window because they're both pseudoscience? Or is it better that you throw only Newton out and get and say, look, Newton's gone. It is Einstein now. Whether you agree with Einstein or not, that is the current position in so-called science. And that kind of makes it reduces it to a farce, in my opinion. And I think that's a better way to go than throwing both of them out. But it's only my opinion, and I'm not going to argue it strongly because I can see both sides.
So do they not have anything about fraud? Like, I mean, do you not have any other avenues to get it into the court system other than, is this the only one? Because it seems like this is a door that they have created for, like, a picture door. Like, hey, if you're looking for a door, right here's one. It's like they're kind of or something. I don't know. Maybe they're not, but
I think that the reason for the education law in the UK was originally because at the time in 1996 there was a lot of political stuff, political maneuverings that were going on within government to do with the people that were in power at the time, and different people were having different views on different parts of society and what should be and shouldn't be in the curriculum. Like, for example, religion. Should religion be taught in schools, or should it be not? And the issue is, should creation be in? Is that a science or is it a belief? And if it's a belief, should it be in? If it's a science, it should be in. And they were arguing about it from different perspectives. But ultimately, they used Al Gore, and it was Al Gore's video Beyond an Inconvenient Truth, which is all about global warming and how if we didn't stop the carbon dioxide levels, we wouldn't have like ice on. What was it, the mountains in South Africa, whatever, the Kilimanjaro. And if you look at Kilimanjaro over any 12-month period, there's ice on it. So it's like, yeah, that was clearly wrong. But ultimately, it's like, it set there as a trap? No, in my opinion, I don't think it was a trap. I think it was to stop people from pushing heavily political stuff. or indoctrinating kids into believing things like global warming, because that is the topic in that video. But it was ruled if it was fundamentally based on current science, it'll be okay. Well, Newton's not fundamentally based on current science, but that's taught. So how is that okay? And that's the $1 million question. And I don't know the answers. I'm not going to argue it strongly either way. You're right, but both of them are pseudoscience. But if you throw both of them out, what are you left with? Which is it better? Is it better to throw at least Newton out and then be left with woo-woo, and we can laugh at Einstein's woo-woo? The problem with Einstein is if you throw Newton out and keep Einstein, then you're kind of condoning the funding into the space exploration program. So Boris Johnson's been on telly saying that England wants to be in the forerunnings for space exploration and all this nonsense, right? So there's a bigger argument, in my opinion, that if Einstein is the current science and it's took more than 100 years for that to trickle through the school system, what is the point in exploring space if the kids never get to learn about the recent developments in space because you don't bloody well teach it to them? So you run the risk of opening the floodgates to the expense associated with space exploration by not throwing both of them out. Do you know? So I'm kind of with you on that.
There's even more of a risk than that, because just from my experience of dealing with the legal system and the courts. So you're planning to take these people on, right? You're getting ready and getting prepared to come out of the gate, right?
It's the money. The argument there is the money,
right? Well, you're preparing to come out of the gate, and you're looking to see what tools you can equip yourself with, and what weapons that you can equip yourself with. And if you equip yourself with the wrong weapons, then or you have like the wrong goal in the end. Okay, so I'm not going to say wrong, but what I will say is, if you come out of the gate and you have all of your energy, like this is going to take a lot of your energy. It's going to deal with your spirit a lot, because like one of these endeavors could actually break your spirit to where you don't even have the motivation or the gumption to ever try it again, right? So you're going to be expending your energy. You're going to be using your patience. You're going to be using and when you get through it all, if you don't pick the battle out of the gate wisely, then when you end, that'll be it. It could very well be it. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying you'll be weak and you'll have less tools.
It's so. This is why I say about the division within the topic is so, for me, disappointingly devastating, because we've got people on our own side that are basically pointing up walls because we push things that are not scientific and tell people that this is the way things are. And then if anyone challenges that and say, hey, that's pseudoscience, you become villainized, demonized, you become the enemy, even though you're pointing out the exact fault that their side do. So there's walls that are up, and we're not unified. But if there was the unity, there would be the funding for it. But there's no unity, so there's no funding.
Well, that's why we don't have a group think. And the only thing that we do all agree on is what is verifiable, what has been established as verifiable. Outside of that, I think it would probably benefit you and everybody to kind of be concerned less about what someone else does or says, unless they do it within your presence. And when they do it within your presence, address them and then move on. Don't let it affect you and what you do. I just see it to be a waste of your energy. That's just my point of view. Other people may disagree with me. I don't know, but you're not trying to take on individuals within the community. You're trying to take on the system, right? So if one individual, it's not like we're all one hive mind. We're not all saying the same thing. So if there is an individual doing or saying something, then I wouldn't worry about it. I would focus on you and within your close proximity of what goes on within you.
And that's why the person who's arguing is key. If you were to take something like this on, the only thing that you have to take on is the claims that are already out there. Like the guy just said, it's in a book. Yeah, what's in the book is not what's out here in reality. And that goes for pretty much every argument that we can make. I understand what you're saying about the division and all that, but that's like a side topic that could be addressed at some later date or some other time. But when it's go time for coming at these people specifically, it's just as simple as there is no Earth curvature. There's just not.
You're right, but I think you might be missing the point that the division means that there's no funding. So, yes, the division is not that big of a deal, but it is if it's required for funding. Because how could we get it moving off first base?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because you're okay. So, but we're just talking about one person. One person.
No, there's not. There's more than one person
out here saying, okay, yeah, but if you look, that's on that topic. This is not even. This doesn't have anything to do with what that one individual is saying and who is agreeing with them and who disagrees with you on that topic. This has only to do with you taking them on. So whatever the thing is that you're taking them on about, like once you lay it on out there, I mean, they can disagree with you on the other topic and still agree with you on this one. So I wouldn't like write them off so quick as to say that there wouldn't be any funding for it. Because if you're,
I honestly, I struggle trusting anybody in our topic because it's so fragmented.
Well, I don't blame you. I mean, I wouldn't trust anyone either. A bird in the hand is better than two in the bush, always. But if you like, this is another reason. See, there's so many different reasons why I could just keep adding to them, a list of them. Why it needs to be something that is on some hard, concrete, objective truths that you have a good foundation on, not just one pseudoscience versus another. Because if you do that, like if it's on that, if it can be against like a fraud, on the basis of fraud, and your argument is based on and founded on objective truth that is verifiable, that they have no evidence for, there'd be plenty of funding. I guarantee it.
Cuddles made a good point about, legal fees and this, that, and the third. And he's like, that makes no sense. He was talking about not having to pay money. I don't know. He's into all that stuff. But he is basically saying they already get paid through our taxes. Like, what the fuck is this extra pay when they literally wouldn't have to do a damn thing and they'd still get paid because it comes out of our taxes already anyway? And I'm like,
I totally agree with you, but unfortunately, the way that a lot of judges view it is, if you hadn't have brought the legal claim, they wouldn't have asked to waste the government time, money, and effort to defend it. So that you're going to pay their fees, even though the fees are already paid by the state. I completely agree with you.
Wait. That's circular though, isn't it? Because if no one wasted time and no one went to court, then what do they mean? Like, wait a minute.
It's assuming fault too, really, because it's like punishment.
If you come to court and waste our time, then it's gonna cost the money that was already set aside for the thing that you came here for.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. You're totally right. But do you see my point though? When I say that the judge, if you don't win, they're likely to say, "Well, the government's wasted all this money defending this claim that you brought, and you've lost." Right? That's what they'll do. I'm not saying they definitely will. I'm being a little bit cynical, and maybe I should be more positive and a bit more pro the legal system.
I think you're trying to be realistic, but you are on a little bit leaning towards that side. But I think you're just I think your intentions are to be realistic.
Trying to be realistic, yeah. I could go into it with the rose-tinted spectacles, and I could always argue that what judge is going to say that and yeah, the reality is not many judges are. If you point out logical fallacy, judges are pretty astute, but it only takes that one judge on that one day to be the wild gut judge that because a lot of judges are quite eccentric. They're very odd.
Yeah.
Societal misfits, right? But they've got this particular way of thinking that's very black and white, and I've seen judges.
Well, and yeah, but you're faster than all of the other runners, and you could definitely win, but you're not going to play because you could sprain your ankle out the gate.
I think you're jaded, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know you on that kind of personal level. I'm only going off of. You know how you said you don't like how John argues. It's downright rude and it's unnecessary, and it hurts more than it helps, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
But I've also taken on that energy, and you said that you've also found yourself kind of doing the same thing. And
yeah,
I think that we see through this lens of dealing with the anti-flat earthers. I don't think this is like I don't think there would be all of this if we honed in on just the arguments and taking the argument to the people that it's supposed to be argued with. Like we've wasted time arguing with the people that were just available because we were just trying to figure shit out. We kind of happened to stumble into this position where now we've grown into the topic. But the reality is, we've never attempted to have the conversation with the people that it was supposed to be had with.
You're right. You're right.
What people are that? Is that?
not rug heads like you and me, like just like this idea that I can't go up to the school and waste the professor's time and all of these people that get paid with government funding or even better funding from people who want to see the well-being of their children. Either way you go, like we just have this idea that we shouldn't, maybe we can't waste time here, or maybe we couldn't do this. And it's like, well, we have examples of people going to having civil disputes, and it's gone to the way of the flat earther. We don't have any precedent of a flat earther challenging the state. That's what I'm asking for. I don't think that exists, and I'm like, there's no reason to think that. Say again.
We do definitely need it. I completely agree with what you're saying, and I agree with the criticism that I might be a bit jaded. I am. It's like the biggest problem because for me the biggest problem is people that are on our side. The people that are on our side do more damage to the topic than any of the ball earther trolls ever could. So for me, I'm jaded because of our own side.
Right. They'll fuck it up. They will.
Well, what people are you talk? Like I'm saying, what people are doing the damage? What kind of damage are you talking about?
I don't want to name them because I don't want to glorify it, but I think most people know the people that I'm referring to because it's blatantly obvious. And there's a lot of people that push nonsense, woo-woo science that we're criticizing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Shit that has nothing to do with flat Earth. I see what you're saying.
No,
on topic. You can't control everyone. All you can do is what you are directly involved with.
Talking about people are getting into like metaphysics and weirdo shit. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right. Yo, like Bro Sanchez is falling off a cliff for me. Like off a cliff. If you listen to one of his live streams, the shit that he be talking about is like, this is why people think we're crazy. Because the people who are not so crazy, we kind of just say, to hell with it. Or we might have a little YouTube video that we...
Bro Sanchez fell off the biggest cliff ever. I agree completely. He went nuts. It's like, what? But he's not the only one, though. There's prominent flat earthers that go off the cliff in a weird way. And some people think that that's me because of relative density, and some people don't think that's me and totally support it because they realize it's demonstrable at least, right? But there are people in our side that ignore that, and they'll go with the woo-woo stuff that's pushed instead. And I'm like, what side am I on here? It's like, yeah, you're right, I am jaded, but I'm jaded with my own bloody side.
47.
Oh, second left by the computer mark.
Oh, my bad. Shit.
That's why there's one common, consistent theme throughout, well, at least this community. And that's, like, you can't make the claim unless you can back it up, and it has to be, like, just stick with the verifiable, demonstrable, objective truth.
Like,
there are people that make the claim that there are people that make the claim that can't back it up, but are still believed, not satisfied evidentially, but they're still just believed on our side. And I'm like, it's just bad. It just drives me nuts. See, you're right. I am jaded, but I'm jaded by my own side. And that's none of this present company, by the way. I think most people know what I'm referring to.
Well, it's just okay. So if you get someone who's prominent, a prominent scientist or whatever, someone with some scientific credibility, to talk, then you just bring them here. You don't send them to that person, right? I mean, it's like
you guys are looking for a champion, and there isn't one out there. I'm sorry, no one is going to champion Flat Earth. It's no one with any prominence is going to do it.
It's not champion. It's evidence. It's evidence based, not champion.
Yeah, but they don't. It doesn't matter. Listen. They will kill you. Literally. I mean, this is not a joke. You can't play with these people. If you mess with people's money and their power and their control, they will take you out. It's so easy now. They can defame you in an instant now with technology. Just listening to some of the things that are out there, bro. I mean, you cross the line with these people, you're finished. They'll digitally erase you, and then you're done. Look at this Epstein thing. People still think that this situation was something that happened the way they say it happened, and you got this whole Ghislaine thing going on. If anybody believes that, they're a serious idiot. That's a joke. That's a farce. They're playing with us on a level that no one's ready to even comprehend at this time. I mean, look at what they get away with.
If it's allowed, then maybe we should just do a class action suit, for fraud.
With the Supreme Court that's owned, come on, are you crazy? These people, oh my God.
Because you can't, if it's a group of people, then they can't target one individual. If it's a group of people, I'm not saying, like, I don't even know if you could, but I'm talking about, like, taking them to court and charging them with.
They can't even get
to
Trump
produce evidence.
They can't get Trump to give up his taxes, and the Supreme Court won't do it.
They're not really trying. They're not trying. It's just theater.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. This is the level, because Trump is in bed with all these people. So I mean, they're not gonna expose him. They're exposing themselves.
I mean,
there has to be some kind of personal incentive for people to support Flat Earth in this way. They're selfish. They need payment.
What's wrong with just wanting your children not to be taught lies in school?
That's not good enough for most people.
I mean, if they're taking, you have every right. You have every right to charge them with fraud. And if they're taking your money and using that money, which they are, to provide this education system and this curriculum, and it's teaching them lies, then you have every right and do it. I was just, I think the only point I was making is, if there are these fringe individuals, right, that are doing, just don't take them to court with you.
Still need the money to get it going, though.
People have to see that this is legitimate, That's the only thing. Most people, they've gone as far as YouTube, and as far as the celebrity politicians and celebrities saying it's ridiculous. That's as far as they've looked into it, which is why a lot of people who come here, I mean, half of them are anti-flat earthers, but there are people who come in here fully thinking they're going to just run us through the mud, and they leave going, wow, I didn't know that this is what you guys knew. You guys actually have a lot of information. I have a lot of things to look into, because I didn't, prior to coming
flabbergasted.
here.
Where the only response they have is, I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb to make this argument, right? It's like the one earlier. But I think for your benefit and for the outcome, you'd be best. Look, like I said, I'm not saying don't do it. This is something you want to do it. I'm just saying, in my opinion, and I don't know what everybody else thinks, but it should be based on something that's, got a foundation of, like, verifiable information, objective truth, something that they would have to provide evidence for, and they can't.
Anthony, you've been working on this for over 2 years, right?
Yeah, it's just stopped because of money. It's all because of money. The argument's there. I've got my local politician that's he's half interested, but he doesn't understand it. And remember that your local politician is just a normal guy. It's like the argument that I'm having with him is the same argument that I would struggle with a judge. It's like, can you trust that the ordinary guy is going to get his head around some of these basic principles And unfortunately, the answer is no. He struggles with it. Even though he knows that Einstein's the current position, he can't get his head around the fact that Newtonian shouldn't be getting taught in schools. And I'm asking him to raise this in the House of Commons floor in front of everybody and he knows that if he does, he's going to be committing political suicide. But he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand that in doing so, he's raising awareness to the fact that we're teaching the kids stuff that's not scientific and it's not the current science. And he knows it. He's seen the evidence. He knows the legal arguments. But for some reason, he just can't do it. He doesn't want to raise it on the House of Commons floor because he knows it's political suicide. I don't blame him either.
Yeah, if you ask anybody to defend this properly, they're going to say, well, first, you do realize I'm saying I'm basically okay with my career being forever changed or ruined because I'm going to support you in this endeavor.
So he's trying to let this settle in his mind, and then he goes home and he
because that's the unfortunate truth, right? Sorry, go ahead. Sir.
And
well, the problem I have with him is,
well, hang on just a second. He goes home and he watches a TED Talk, and he hears them referring to Newtonian gravity, or they do. I've listened to them. They go back and forth. They use both. They reference both. They don't stick with one or the other.
I think the argument should be something like real-world consequences. It's teaching these kids incorrect stuff that isn't validated in reality, and it might endanger them later, that thinking process, if they can't think critically about these kinds of things. I don't know. That's just an opinion. If they're being taught a certain thought process that's unhealthy, right? Like just appealing instead of finding out. It could be unsafe physically later on in life, right? Anyway, I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
2 points. I don't know if it was just me, but when Truth was speaking just then, she was breaking up badly. That's why when you said, hold on a second, it's because I thought that you'd stopped speaking because you'd broken up for a chunk of time. So I don't know if it's me, because it's only you that I'm hearing broken up. It's not everybody.
I think, am I broken up right now? Because I think if I start talking and if someone talks while it starts talking, it's going to cut me out. And then I think that's when it happens.
Your connection, Truth, is messing up on my end too. It's like you'll cut out for 2 or 3 seconds, and then it'll like slam you back into the conversation real quick, and it'll catch us up quick, and it'll be like you'll be talking at like 80 miles an hour, and then it does it again. Yeah.
Well, I kind of do talk fast once I get going, especially when it's something
digital.
that
I can hear that it's digital.
Okay, but what I wanted to ask is did it just start, or has it been doing
been that way for a while?
Yeah, it was actually like that yesterday too. I think you were here yesterday.
When I said before, can you drop out and come back in? It was doing it then, and I thought maybe it was just me, and it isn't just me. It is doing it all the time.
Yeah, but it's good now, though. It's not doing it now.
But my second point was that in speaking with my local council, my local politician, when the penny drops and he realizes that this stuff
actually spoke
is
to him,
being
or
taught.
something you're saying?
No, yeah, I've spoke with him. I've spoken with him frequently, and I've had that penny drop moment with him where he realizes that Newtonian is out of date and it needs to be updated with at least Einsteinian. And it's that moment where I realize that he realizes that if he brings this up in the House of Commons, on the House of Commons floor, he's going to be made to look stupid because everybody thinks that Newton is correct, right? We were all taught it in school. But he doesn't want to do it. And I don't really blame him. But ultimately, it doesn't change the fact that Newtonian gravitation is no longer the current position in physics. And I've explained it to him, and he gets it. He just doesn't want to do it. But that's his obligation as a politician, is to represent the people, right? So I'm right on the tipping point of falling out with him, or him falling out with me, because I'm saying, look, it doesn't matter about the argument. It matters about what's true. And he doesn't want to do it. And I know he doesn't want to do it. So I'm kind of, I don't want to push it too much harder, because I know that he's just going to tell me to fuck off. But at the end of the day, who wants to do this job?
Yeah, but none of that other stuff is even really matters, because it isn't the entire point that they agreed, and that it's on the books that they agreed to teach the one thing. And isn't that the only point?
Yeah, but when you jeopardize somebody's livelihood, dude, that's not it's a lost cause, man. Guy's not trying to lose his job or lose any voting power. I mean, any power that he has. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. Most if not all people, the first thought they have is, hey, even if you provide, which I'm sure Sleeping Warrior does, an airtight, fail-safe argument from his position, who's going to say, okay, well, let me go ahead and tarnish what I've got going here so far and perhaps get demoted or fired. Like, no fucking way. And it's not Sleeping Warrior's fault in the slightest. It's people have so much vested in these lies that it's very, very difficult to start chipping away at like this. But it's not impossible, and I totally implore you to keep going, Anthony.
When that guy was in before, and we all spotted that the moment when he became intellectually dishonest was when he basically said, well, we're not that intelligent to understand all of this. We all identified and we all knew that was the moment where he became dishonest. I have that moment with him when I say to him, look, guy, this is the position in law. This is the position currently in education. And this law says that this cannot happen. Can you see that? And then there's that pause. And I just know that he's going to go, well, he's going to start weaseling. And that's exactly what happens. So it's like, and I've only got one guy. You've got to go to your local politician, right? So I can't go to your politician and make the same argument again. I have to go to that one. So he's basically like a gatekeeper, essentially.
Well, look,
he is, yeah.
It's just like Nicki Minaj. All Nicki Minaj said was, "Yo, do your research about the vaccination stuff because I heard somebody went impotent." That's all she said, and that warranted a call or a response from the White House officials themselves. And it's like, that's how heavy it could probably get for that guy. Like, depending on how heavy they want to take it down on him. So I can understand why. That's why we don't need to be asking anybody anything. We need to be taking the truth. We need to know exactly what it is we're going to be doing, and then we should be doing it because nobody's going to do it for us.
Here's the thing that's even worse, right? When I pointed out to him, I said, look, I can see in your voice that you don't want to push this, and I get it, right? In the alternative, if you don't want to push it, will you arrange for me to have a meeting with the the Secretary for State for Education, so I can tell him on your behalf, so that you don't have to do it?
But then they know he did it. Hell no! He's like, my blueprint, my fingerprint's going to be on that meeting. Nah.
The thing is, he's more okay with that. He's more okay with that than he is raising it himself, because at least he can see that it's being raised differently. But the problem with that is it isn't the way that it's done. The way that it's done is it's done politician to politician. And the problem with that is I know that he's not keen on doing it. So then it becomes a question of, well, is it actually going to be useful if this guy isn't keen to push it? Is he just going to push it badly on purpose to make a bad point? Because he's not vested in it, is he?
Can't we storm town halls or something?
Over Newtonian gravity? No. Nope.
Listen, if we can't storm town halls over the vax or the jabs or anything like that, then we've got no chance over education, have we?
Yeah, sorry. That was a little pushed on my end. I'm sorry. I was yelling at my cat, and then I had to respond to that, and I'm a big dick. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can file, like, you can get your own self. You can file your own charges against them for fraud. You can have yourself put on the docket.
You can, but it needs money, lots of money, because the government. What you got to see, there's a few ways that it can be done right. You can challenge them about on like the actual teaching that they teach, or you can apply for something that's a lot cheaper, which is called an injunction, which stops them from teaching that which they teach, and it doesn't require a court. Like you don't need a trial. However, you need to deposit funds into the court account to represent their funds if you lose, which would be $100,000 or whatever. But even though, like Elijah points out, this is taxpayers' money that's already paid, there shouldn't be anything. But I don't think that's how it would work with an injunction when it's against the state. I think it would be the weapon that they would use to stop you from doing it in the first place. Because how dare you challenge the state? You're just a minion.
Cease and desist motion.
Well, and you don't think these anti-flat Earth globe zealots will get air of it and then out you as a flat earther?
Yeah, of course.
What do you think that would do?
It would discredit you straight away, wouldn't it?
Right. So,
but to be honest with you, I don't think it matters whether you're a flat earther or not. I think it becomes literally a matter of fact whether or not is Newtonian gravitation the current physics or not. And if it's not, then it shouldn't be getting taught. Whether you're a flat earther or not, both sides should be able to agree that it's not the current position, but obviously they won't. But it doesn't make you a flat earther just because you're pointing it out. But yeah, you're right. They'll use it just to discredit you. But it doesn't change the legal point, though.
I don't know.
But it does mean that you need a more credible person than someone that's been poisoned the well. You need a barrister. And the problem with that is getting a barrister to argue this is very, very difficult because they don't want to put their head above the parapet.
Okay, but you do realize that in the USA, the CDC has had to admit that the PCR test is